आफ्नै अगाडि धेरै कुरा पाइराख्दाखेरि हामी कहाँको काठमाडौँभित्रको अथवा नेपालको एउटा हामीले हावापानीको कुरा गऱ्यौँ भने, हाम्रो संस्कृति र हाम्रो हार्मोनीको कुरा गऱ्यौँ भने, हाम्रो धार्मिक सहिष्णुता भन्छौँ नि हामी, जुन रिलिजियस टलरेन्स हो, त्यो सामान्य हेर्दाखेरि हामीलाई सामान्य लागिराखेको हुन्छ। एउटा कोर्टयार्डमा एक ठाउँमा सँगै उभिएको एउटा स्तूप बनाइएको हुन्छ, एउटा चिबा बनाइएको हुन्छ, त्यहाँ सँगसँगै एउटा हिन्दू मन्दिर हुन्छ। हामीलाई त्यो सामान्य लागेछ। हामीलाई किन सामान्य लाग्छ भने हामी त्यसैमा जन्म्यौँ, त्यसैमा हुर्क्यौँ र अगाडि बढ्यौँ। यो रिलिजियस जुन हार्मोनी भन्ने चिज छ, धार्मिक सहिष्णुता भन्ने कुरा हामीलाई तर अन्त गएपछि हामीलाई के लाग्छ भने, जब हामीले हेर्दै जान्छौँ संसारको विभिन्न ठाउँहरूमा, जस्तो एउटै धर्ममा आस्था भएको क्रिस्चियन धर्म, एउटै धर्ममा आस्था भएको क्याथोलिक र प्रोटेस्टेन्ट, मुख्य दुईटाको मात्रै कुरा गऱ्यौँ भने दुईटाको चर्च फरक फरक हुन्छ हैन। त्यस्तै गरी इस्लाम धर्ममा आस्था राख्नेहरू शिया र सुन्नीको कुरा गऱ्यौँ भने दुईटा फरक मस्जिद हुन्छ। तर हामीहरू हिन्दू र बौद्ध भनेको नितान्त दुईटा फरक एउटा दर्शनबाट आधारित भएका धर्म हुन्। तर त्यसो हुँदा पनि हामीसँग एउटै मूर्तिलाई पूजा गर्ने, एउटै धार्मिक जस्तो कुमारी जुन लिभिङ गडेसको प्रथा छ, त्यसकारण हाम्रो देशले एउटा यति धेरै कुरा संसारलाई एउटा लेसनको रूपमा दिन सक्छ कि त्यो कुरालाई आज हामीले अलिकति पनि लिन सक्यौँ भनेदेखि हामीले ओहो, किनभने अहिले केही समय हामी कहाँ केही कुराहरूमा खलबली आएको छ, कति ठाउँमा कति कुराहरू नबुझ्दाखेरि हामीहरूलाई नै कतिचोटि के हुन्छ भनेदेखि धार्मिक हिसाबको कुरा गरेर अरू बाह्य व्यक्तिहरूले त्यसबाट फाइदा लिन खोज्छन्। त्यसले गर्दा हामीले चाहिँ हाम्रो के गर्नुपर्ने रहेछ, आफ्नो कुरो जे छ यो मेरो विशेषता हो है, नेपालीहरूको हामीहरूको विशेषता के हो त, हाम्रो धेरै कुराको विशेषताको कुरा गर्दा हामीले जहिले पनि सम्झनु पर्ने कुरामा रिलिजियस टलरेन्स भन्ने चिज रहेछ। धार्मिक सहिष्णुता हाम्रो समाजको के हो त, एउटा अभिन्न अङ्ग हो हाम्रो सोसाइटीको। त्यो आजको कुरो होइन, हिजोदेखि नै भइराखेको। र जहिले पनि मैले जहिले पनि किन यङ जेनेरेसनलाई जोड्छु भने, म धेरै विगत 40-42 वर्षदेखि त्रिभुवन विश्वविद्यालयमा पढाइरहेको, र यो कुरो हामीले यङ केटाकेटीलाई सम्झाउन सक्यौँ, यङ केटाकेटीलाई अहिलेको माध्यमबाट बुझाउन सक्यौँ भने हामीले भनेको कुरो संरक्षित हुँदो रहेछ। नभएदेखि त्यो चिजहरू के भएर जान्छन् त, हाम्रो के चिज छ भन्ने कुरो नै हामीलाई थाहा हुँदैन। जस्तो हामीले सनातन धर्मको कुरा गऱ्यौँ भने थुप्रो चिजहरू एउटा के हो त, यो हामीले सिकाउने थुप्रै चिजहरू मध्ये सबभन्दा मेन कुरा के हो त भन्दा योग र ध्यान एउटा यस्तो चिज रहेछ आज संसारले हामीसँग सिकिराखेको छ। योग र ध्यान गर्नको लागि तपाईँ हिन्दू हुनु पर्दैन। अब मैले न्युयोर्क गएको बेला देखेँ एउटा अचम्मको दृश्य। न्युयोर्क अर्कै कुरो हेर्न गएको थिएँ, तर म त्यहाँ सडकभरि मान्छेहरू बसेर योगहरू गरिरहेको, ध्यानहरू गरिरहेको अचम्म लाग्यो मलाई। त्यो उनीहरू कुनै पनि त्यो हिन्दू धर्ममा आस्था भएर गरेको होइन, तर हिन्दू धर्मले सिकाएको राम्रो चिज यो चाहिँ हामीले लिनुपर्छ है भनेर। एउटा पश्चिमाहरूको सबभन्दा ठुलो कुरो के छ भने, राम्रो चिज छ भने उनीहरू छिटो के गर्न सक्छन्, ग्राफ्स गर्न सक्छन्। हामीले पनि के गर्नुपर्छ भने हाम्रो संस्कृतिमा, हाम्रो धर्ममा, हाम्रो हार्मोनीमा जे चिज सबै चिज पुरानो हुँदैमा राम्रो हुने, सबै नयाँ चिज खराब हुने हुँदैन। हरेक चिजको राम्रो नराम्रो पक्ष हुन्छ। त्यो चिजमा हामीले पाखण्डहरूलाई छोड्ने र राम्रो पक्ष लिने, नराम्रो पक्षलाई चाहिँ नि त्याग्ने र त्यो कुरो युवा पुस्तामा हस्तान्तरण गर्ने। र कलिङ्ग महोत्सवले पनि यो जुन चिजहरू यहाँ थिमहरू छ, हिजोको पनि म दिनभरिकै कार्यक्रममा बसेको थिएँ, यो विभिन्न विषयमा बोल्ने पनि थियो। यहाँ मनोरञ्जनको हिसाबले सिनेमासँग सम्बन्धित चिजहरू पनि थिए, किताबको बारेमा पनि छलफल थियो, कविताको त झन् थुप्रै सेसनहरू थिए। त्यस्तै गरेर आज एकदम रमाइला कुराहरू यहाँ हामीले नेपालको क्षेत्रमा आफ्नो जिन्दगी अर्पण गरेर विभिन्न क्षेत्रमा लागेर सामाजिक कार्य गरेर बस्नुभएका ठुल्ठा अभियन्ताहरू अगाडि देखिराखेको छु। म त मेरो सबैले चिन्नुहुन्छ। अब जस्तो यहाँ सुरुमै नाम भएको, अहिले सुरुमै काममा आउनेमा चाहिँ यो 2-3टा कार्यक्रम छ। यहाँ हाम्रो मेनका थापा बहिनीको होइन, त्यसपछि दीक्षा चापागाईको, अरू जेलको, उहाँहरूले धेरै काम गर्नुभएको छ। र उहाँहरूले गर्नुभएको उहाँहरूको कामलाई एउटा भनौँ न, यो साहित्यसँग, संस्कृतिसँग र समाज सेवालाई जोडेर जुन एउटा त्रिवेणी भएको छ, यसको म चाहिँ नि यसको लागि एकखेर कलिङ्ग महोत्सवलाई धन्यवाद भन्दै आभार व्यक्त गर्छु।
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your detailed insights into our culture, tradition, and richness in literature, not just in Nepal, but also in this entire subcontinent. We will now be moving forward with the first session of the day, so I request our chief guests to please take their seats. The first session of the day is about love and human service. For this session, we'll be having Charimaya Tamang, Menaka Thapa, and Dikshaya Chapagai. The session will be moderated by Asha Thapalia. So we request The speakers for the session, the first session of the day, Chorimaya Thamang, Menaka Thapa, and Diksha Chapagai to please take their seats in the stage. And we also request our moderator for the session, Asha Thapalia, to take forward the session. For the first session of the day, which is about love and human service, we request the speakers, Menaka Thapa and Diksha Chapagai, and the moderator for the session, Asha Thapalia, to take the session forward.
हेलो अन छैन हाम्रो एकजना गेस्ट अझै आउन बाँकी नै हुनुहुन्छ तर निर्धारित समय सुरु भइसकेको हुँदाखेरि चाहिँ यो कार्यक्रमलाई सुरुवात गर्दै जाउँ अनि आइसकेपछि गेस्टलाई हामी फेरि इन्ट्रोड्युस गराउँदै गरौँला है म आयोजकहरुसँग अनुमति चाहन्छु है त एउटा स्वामी विवेकानन्दको एउटा कोटबाट म यो आफ्नो कार्यक्रमलाई यो सत्रलाई सुरुवात गर्न चाहन्छु मानव जातिको सेवा गर्नु एउटा सुअवसर हो किनकि यो ईश्वरको उपासना हो यी सबै मानव आत्माहरुमा ईश्वर हुनुहुन्छ उहाँले मानव जातिसँग सम्बन्धित गरेर यो मानव सेवाको परिभाषा उहाँले दिनुभएको छ र यो निकै मननीय छ र म आशा थपलिया कलिंगा लिटरेचर फेस्टिभलको यो दोस्रो संस्करणको दोस्रो दिनको पहिलो सत्रमा ममता र मानव सेवा भन्ने विषय मलाई दिनुभएको छ यहाँहरुले यो सञ्चालन गर्नको लागि चाहिँ सुअवसर दिनुभएकोमा म यहाँ कार्यक्रम आयोजकहरुप्रति मैले सुरुमै आभार प्रकट गर्न चाहन्छु र अब यो ममता र मानव सेवा भन्ने चीजको विषयमा हामीले जति बोल्यो भन्देखि पनि त्यति कम हुन्छ ममता भनेको चाहिँ वास्तवमा भन्ने हो भने यसलाई शाब्दिक रूपमा हामी मानव जातिले नै परिभाषित गरेको हो मानव सबैभन्दा विवेकशील प्राणी भएको हुँदाखेरि यसलाई शब्दमा परिभाषा गर्न सकिएको हो तर वास्तवमा भन्ने नि ममता भनेको कुरो चाहिँ यो यसको शाब्दिक अर्थ जुन हामी शब्दकोशमा भेटाउँछौं स्नेह अनुराग माया भन्ने कुराहरू छन् तर यो बियोन्ड ह्युम्यानिटी किनभने यो युनिभर्समा जति पनि चीजहरू छन् जति जीवहरू छन् ती सबै ममता ती सबैमा ममता छ त्यसकारणले यो ममतालाई हामी बियोन्ड ह्युम्यानिटी पनि भनेर बुझ्न सक्छौं मानव जातिमा मात्रै ममता छैन आमाले बुवाले जुन एउटा ममता स्नेह दिनुहुन्छ आफ्ना छोराछोरीहरूलाई त्यो मात्रै माया होइन बियोन्ड जीव जन्तुमा पनि माया छ त्यसकारणले यसलाई धेरै भेगमा हामीले गएर परिभाषित गर्यौं भनेदेखि चाहिँ त्यसैमा समय खर्चिन्छ र मानव सेवा भनेको चाहिँ ममता मिश्रित सेवा जुन हुन्छ त्यसले चाहिँ जुन परिणाम लिएर आउँछ त्यो परिणाम चाहिँ प्रभावकारी हुन्छ। जसलाई हामी सेवा प्रदान गर्दछौं उसले चाहिँ त्यो एउटा फिल जुन गर्छ नि त्यो कुरालाई चाहिँ बिना ममता जस्ट फर फर्मालिटी हामीले सेवा गर्यौं भनेदेखि त्यसको परिणाम चाहिँ त्यो किसिमले आउँदैन, कसैको मुटुलाई छुँदैन, त्यसले कसैको मनलाई छुँदैन। सेवा गर्नु भनेकै आवश्यकता भएका व्यक्तिहरूलाई हिल गर्नको लागि हामीले गर्छौं र यो कार्यक्रममा अब केही वक्ताहरू हुनुहुन्छ हामीसँग, अरू वक्ताहरू आउँदै हुनुहुन्छ। सबैभन्दा पहिला मेनुका थापाजीलाई म चिनाउन चाहन्छु। उहाँलाई मैले परिचय त दिइराख्नु पर्दैन, यहाँ बस्ने जति सबैले उहाँलाई चिन्नु भएको छ। फेरि पनि उहाँको एउटा औपचारिक जुन छ रक्षा नेपाल भन्ने संस्था, रक्षा नेपाल संस्थामा चाहिँ उहाँले कमर्सियल सेक्स एक्सप्लोइटेसन राइट व्यावसायिक यौन दुर्व्यवहारमा परेकाहरूको उद्धार, सुरक्षा, संरक्षण र उनीहरूको मानसिक स्वास्थ्यमा समेत काम गर्ने उद्देश्यका साथ उहाँले यो संस्था विगत 20 वर्षदेखि चलाइराख्नु भएको छ र उहाँ 20 जिल्लामा पुगिसक्नु भएको छ। नेपालका 20 जिल्लामा अहिले पछिल्लो यहाँको जिल्ला भनेको कालीकोट हो र त्यो जिल्लाहरूमा उहाँले सेवा दिइराख्नु भएको छ र म उहाँलाई यो ममता र मानव सेवा सत्रमा चाहिँ उहाँलाई स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छु। अब म चाहिँ चाहन्छु एकचोटि यहाँहरूले ताली बजाएर उहाँलाई चाहिँ स्वागत गरिदिनु भयो भनेदेखि चाहिँ हामीलाई पनि कार्यक्रम सञ्चालन गर्नलाई अलिकति ऊर्जा प्रदान हुन्छ। मेनुकाजी, अब यहाँको सबैभन्दा पहिले यो ममता र मानव सेवा भन्ने एउटा टपिक यहाँनिर हामीलाई दिइएको छ। अब यहाँले जुन क्षेत्रमा सामाजिक क्षेत्रमा काम गरिराख्नु भएको छ, ममतालाई मानव सेवासँग जोड्दाखेरि यहाँले कसरी त्यसलाई व्याख्या गर्नुहुन्छ, कसरी हेर्नु भएको छ?
अब अलिकति ठुलो बनाइदिनु ल। सबैभन्दा पहिला त्यो टपिक्समा जानुभन्दा पहिला यति राम्रो कार्यक्रममा चाहिँ मलाई पनि पार्टिसिपेट हुने मौका दिनुभयो, आयोजक टिमलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद व्यक्त गर्दछु। अब मानवता र ममता र मानव सेवा एकअर्काका परिपूरक जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई, होइन? मानवता र मानव सेवा एकअर्काको परिपूरक जस्तो लाग्छ। जस्तै मलाई मेरो आमाले जुन ममत्व दिएर, जुन माया दिएर, जुन संरक्षण दिएर हुर्काउनु भयो, आज त्यही आमाबाट सिकेका केही कुराहरू मेरो जीवनमा लागू गर्दैछु एउटा। अनि अर्को मानव सेवा भनेको त अब हामी जन्मिँदै सामाजिक प्राणी भएर जन्मेको होइन। मानव सेवा भनेको माधव सेवा हो भनेर बुझेको। मानव सेवा हाम्रो हरेक हाम्रो संस्कारमा, हाम्रो एउटा परम्परामा चाहिँ, जस्तै नेवारी कल्चरमा महपूजा भन्ने छ भनेपछि हामी जति पनि हाम्रा चाहे हिन्दू दर्शन होस्, चाहे बौद्ध दर्शन होस्, जे जति संस्कार संस्कृतिहरू छन् त्यो सबै चाहिँ हामीले आफूले आफूलाई पूजा गर्ने नै छ क्या, होइन? त्यो आफूले आफूलाई पूजा गर्ने छ। अझ धेरै चाहिँ अझ छोरीलाई पूजा गर्ने संस्कार, छोरीलाई पूजा गर्ने चाहिँ अब लक्ष्मी पूजा भन्यो छोरीकै पूजा हुन्छ, होइन? सरस्वती पूजा भन्यो छोरीकै पूजा हुन्छ भन्नाले महिलाकै पूजा हुन्छ। अब त्यसै गरी हामीले चाहिँ थुप्रै छन्। दसैँमा त्यत्रो 10-10 दिनसम्म एउटा महिलाकै उपासना हुन्छ भनेपछि मैले चाहिँ बच्चैदेखि मानवतालाई कसरी बुझिरहेको भन्दाखेरि हामी जन्मजातै मान्छे सामाजिक प्राणी, अरूको लागि सोच्न सक्ने ब्रेन भएको मान्छे मात्रै हो। पशुले, पन्छीले आफ्नो लागि मात्रै सोच्छ, आफ्नो बच्चा बच्चीको लागि सोच्छ। हामी मान्छेले चाहिँ अरूको लागि सोच्नुपर्छ भनेर हुर्किँदै सुन्दै बुझ्दै आएको एउटा। अर्को चाहिँ मलाई एकदम मानव सेवामा झकझकाउने र ममता र मानव सेवा भनेको भयङ्कर ठुलो कुरा हो भनेर बुझाउने त मेरो आमा हुनुहुन्थ्यो, होइन? मेरो जुन एकल आमा, जुन विधवा आमा, त्यो विधवा आमाले आफ्ना 9 जना बच्चालाई हुर्काउनको लागि जे जति समाजसँग पौठे जोरी गर्नुभयो, ममता भनेको त्यो रहेछ भनेर बुझेको मैले चाहिँ। किनभने 40 वर्षको मेरो उहाँको चाहिँ श्रीमान मर्छन्, विधवा हुन्छन्, होइन? अनि थुप्रै मान्छेले चाहिँ लान्छना लाउँछन्, यङ मान्छे अब भुँडी बोक्या छ, किनभने म गर्भमा छु। म गर्भमा भइसकेपछि म 1 महिनाको गर्भमा हुँदाखेरि चाहिँ बुवा बितेको हुन्छ। अनि जब जब महिना बढ्दै जान्छ आमाको पेट ठुलो हुँदै जान्छ। अनि त्यो सेतो कपडा लगाएको महिलाको पेट ठुलो भएपछि गाउँ समाज छिमेक आफन्तले त्यो पेटमाथि अब कुरा काट्छन् क्या, कसको नाठो हो, कसको पाठो हो भनेर, होइन? कुन नाठोको पाठो। तर अनि त्यही बिचमा अब मानसिक रूपमा, शारीरिक रूपमा अब अत्याधिक विचलित हुन्छन् आमा, तैपनि उनी मागेर खान्नन् क्या, ऊ मरेर जान्नन् के। आजकलका मान्छेहरू एउटा बच्चा जन्मन के पाल्न सक्ने आत्महत्या गर्छ नि। तर त्यस्तो अवस्थामा पनि मेरो आमाले जुन हामीलाई हुर्काउनु भयो, बढाउनु भयो, पढाउनु भयो, ममता भने त्यो रहेछ भनेर आमाबाट सिकेको।
भावना ममतालाई बुझ्नु भएको यहाँले आफ्नो
आमाबाट। हजुर।
र त्यसलाई यहाँले मानव सेवामा
हजुर
समर्पित गर्नुभयो। अब त्यो समर्पित गर्ने जुन एउटा उद्गम बिन्दु हुन्छ, त्यो बिन्दु चाहिँ कहाँबाट सुरुवात भयो यहाँ?
हरेक मान्छेको जीवनमा कहीँ न कहीँ एउटा ट्रान्जिट पोइन्ट आउँछ नि होइन, टर्निङ पोइन्ट आउने रहेछ। मैले चाहिँ जस्तै अब म गर्भमा हुँदा बुवा बित्नुभयो, पछि अलिकति म यङ हुँदाखेरि आमा पनि बित्नुभयो। जब मैले मेरो करियर सुरु गर्ने बेला भयो, मलाई उच्च शिक्षा पढ्ने बेला भयो, त्यो बेलामा अब मलाई एकदम गाह्रो भइसकेपछि चाहिँ मैले चाहिँ म रेस्टुरेन्टमा काम गर्न गएँ होइन। रेस्टुरेन्टमा काम गर्न गइसकेपछि चाहिँ त्यहाँभित्र हुने जुन हिंसा छ नि, मानसिक हिंसा, शारीरिक हिंसा, आर्थिक हिंसा, त्यो थुप्रै हिंसा देखिसकेपछि मेरो आमाले मलाई जिउँदो बनाएको भनेको कुनै पनि हिंसा ठुलो हेर्नको लागि होइन, त्यसको प्रतिकार गर्नको लागि हो भनेर प्रतिकार गर्ने एउटा प्रयास आयो, एउटा जुलुम आयो भनौँ। त्यसपछि 2060 सालबाट चाहिँ अब मानव सेवाकै लागि समर्पित भएर रक्षा नेपाल भनेर हामी सुरु गर्यौँ। उद्गम स्थल चाहिँ
घटनाबाट इन्स्पायर भएको थियो, त्यो के घटना बताइदिनुस् न अलिकति।
त्यो चाहिँ कस्तो थियो भन्दाखेरि अब त्यो बेलामा त म 17-18 वर्षको थिएँ होइन। 17-18 वर्षको एउटा कलिलो दिमागले के सोच्छ भन्दै मिठो लाउने, मिठो खाने, राम्रो लाउने मात्रै सोच्छ होइन। 18-19 वर्षको कलिलो दिमागले। बस
म एकैछिन हाम्रो दोस्रो वक्ता पनि यहाँ आइसक्नु भएको छ कार्यक्रममा, र उहाँलाई चाहिँ अब परिचय गराउनु पर्दाखेरि उहाँलाई पनि परिचयको चाहिँ आवश्यकता छ जस्तो मलाई लाग्दैन। तर पनि साना कलिला बालबालिकादेखि वयोवृद्ध आमा बुवाहरू कि समेत आमा, सानै उमेरमा आमा बन्नुभएकी दीक्षा चापागाईलाई यो ममता र मानव सेवा सत्रमा म स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छु। ढिलै भए पनि थोरै ढिलो भएको छ, कार्यक्रम सुरु भइसकेको छ। र पवित्र समाज सेवा नेपाल संस्था स्थापना गरेर उहाँले आफ्नो मानव सेवाको कार्यलाई निरन्तरता दिइरहनु भएको छ विगत 2 दशकभन्दा बढी समयदेखि। र म मेनुकाजीले केही बोल्दै हुनुहुन्थ्यो, उहाँले त्यो बोलेको कुरालाई सिद्ध्याएपछि म दीक्षाजी नै आउँछु। मेनुकाजी प्लिज।
कहाँबाट सुरु भयो भन्नेमै थियौँ है हामी। उद्गम बच्चैदेखि मानव सेवा भन्ने त दिमागमा रोपेकै हो, अनि पढ्दैदेखि सामाजिक प्राणी भएपछि समाजमा केही गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने बुझेकै हो। तर के गर्ने भन्ने चाहिँ थाहा थिएन होइन। थाहा नभएपछि अब एउटा रेस्टुरेन्टमा गीत गाउन गएको थिएँ, गजल गाउनलाई, किनभने आफ्नो फर्दर स्टडी अगाडि बढाउनको लागि। अनि त्यही बेलामा चाहिँ मैले रेस्टुरेन्टमा पछिसम्म त थाहा पाएँ कि क्याबिन रेस्टुरेन्ट भन्ने नि हुँदो रहेछ, डान्स बार भन्ने हुँदो रहेछ, मसाज पार्लर भन्ने हुँदो रहेछ, डिस्कोथेक हुँदो रहेछ। अनि त्यहाँबाट सानो नानीहरूलाई काम लगाइदिन्छु भन्दै त्यो चाहिँ विभिन्न मुलुकमा सप्लाई हुँदो रहेछ भनेर देखेँ, थाहा पाएँ। र मेरो आमाले मलाई सिकाएको भनेको, जहिले पनि मेरो आमाले के भन्नुहुन्थ्यो अरे, मैले तँलाई गर्भैदेखि रक्षा गरेर धरतीमा ल्याएँ, तैँले मै जस्ताको लागि केही गर्नुपर्छ भन्नुहुन्थ्यो। तर के गर्ने भन्ने कुरा थाहा थिएन। अब त्यो बेला मलाई के क्लिक भयो, आमाले भनेको अरूको लागि केही गर्ने भनेको यही होला भनेर जब त्यहाँ भएका हिंसाहरू देखिसकेपछि मैले
नाम पनि तपाईको त्यहीबाट।
हजुर हजुर एकदम जस्तै मेरो आमाले मलाई बार भन्नुहुन्थ्यो, अब रक्षा नेपाल खोलेर अध्यक्ष भएर बस्ने भन्ने त प्लान थिएन। म त गायिका हुने लक्ष्य राखेको मान्छे होइन। अथवा जीवनले के सोचेँ मैले, के भयो अहिले, तर जे भयो राम्रै भयो होइन। अनि त्यसमा चाहिँ जहिले मेरो आमाले भन्ने शब्द भनेको चाहिँ, त गर्भमा मर्थिस् होइन। आमाले पनि मार्न सक्नुहुन्थ्यो नि त, पोइजन खान सक्नुहुन्थ्यो, आत्महत्या गर्न सक्नुहुन्थ्यो, मार्न थिएन होइन। अनि भनेपछि अब त्यो यो पेट हाम्रो छोराको होइन भनेर त्यो पेटमा धेरै लाठी मुङ्ग्रीहरू भएका छन्, तर त्यस्तो बावजुद पनि बचाउनु भएको छ नि त। भनेपछि मैले तँलाई धरतीमा ल्याएँ, अब जन्मदिन आमाले पार लाउँछन् रामाले, अब तँलाई चाहिँ भगवानले हेर्छन्, पितृदेवताले हेर्छन्, तैँले अरूलाई हेर्नुपर्छ भनेर सिकाउनु भएको भएर अनि मैले प्रतिकार गर्ने साहस गरेँ।
म तपाईँले अब यो तपाईँको भनौँ न यो यात्राको बारेमा फेरि पनि कुराकानी गर्ने नै छु। म दीक्षाजीले आउन चाहेँ। दीक्षाजी अलिकति तपाईँले इन्ट्रो हाम्रो मिस गर्नुभएको छ, परिचय। ममता र मानव सेवा, ममताको बारेमा त धेरै कुरा गरिहाल्यो र ममताको बारेमा यहाँलाई चाहिँ हामीले बुझाउनु पर्ने कुरो केही छ जस्तो लाग्दैन, किनभने यहाँले कम उमेरमा नै आमा बनेर यहाँले जुन एउटा मानव सेवा गरिराख्नु भएको छ, ममता मिश्रित मानव सेवा छ। बिना ममताको मानव सेवा चाहिँ मलाई जहाँसम्म लाग्छ त्यसले अनुभूत गराउँदैन, जसको लागि हामीले गरिरहेका छौँ। हामी फर्मालिटीको लागि पनि मानव सेवा गर्छौँ, कसैलाई पैसा दिन्छौँ होइन, सहयोग आवश्यक पर्यो भनेदेखि। तर तपाईँ फिजिकल भौतिक रूपमा उपस्थित भएर उनीहरूको हेरविचार गरेर उनीहरूको स्याहार सुसार गरेर जुन तरिकाले एउटा सेवा गरिराख्नु भएको छ र त्यसलाई निरन्तरता दिइरहनु भएको छ यतिका वर्षदेखि, सजिलो कुरो चाहिँ होइन। यहाँलाई चाहिँ मैले सोध्न चाहेँ, ममता र मानव सेवालाई यहाँले चाहिँ कसरी व्याख्या गर्नुहुन्छ?
मैले चाहिँ ममता र मानव सेवालाई दुई आँखा बराबर माया लाग्छ होइन। आँखाको उति नै महत्त्व छ र आँखाको दुईटा नानीको रूपमा हेरेको छु र त्यसरी नै बुझेको छु मैले। ममता चाहिँ मानव सेवामा ममता भएन भने मानव सेवा अधुरो हुन्छ र ममताभित्र मानव सेवा भएन भनेदेखि ममता पनि अपुरो
मानव जीवन नै अधुरो हुन्छ।
मानव जीवन नै अधुरो हुन्छ र ममता भनेको चाहिँ मलाई लाग्छ धरतीको सबैभन्दा सुन्दर चिज हो होइन। र त्यो पहिलो ममताको सुरुवात, पहिलो पाइला भनेको आमाको काखबाट सुरु हुन्छ, आमाको गर्भबाट सुरु हुन्छ। त्यो आमाको गर्भमा बस्दाखेरिको एउटा हामी सबैजना आमाको गर्भबाट आएका हौँ, त्यो एउटा अनुभूत। अनि त्यसदेखि पछाडि चाहिँ जन्मे पछाडिको आमाको काखको ममता, आमाले हेरेको, आमाले खुवाएको, मेरो नानी, मेरो बाबु, मेरो राजा भन्दै काखमा राखेर हुर्काएको, यो छातीमा टेकाएको होइन, चाहिँ आफ्नो छातीमा टेकाएर आकाशतिर फर्काएर ठुली हुनु, मेरो बाबु ठुली हुन्छ, ज्ञानी हुन्छ, असल हुन्छ भनेको त्यो क्षण होइन। र एकदमै
ममत्वभित्र पर्यो,
त्यो एकदम ममत्वभित्र पर्छ। र मैले विगत 21 वर्षदेखि जुन दिन दुखीको सेवा गरिरहँदाखेरि एउटा आमा नभएको मान्छेलाई आमा बनेर होइन, उसलाई नजरमा आए पनि उसको आमा बनेर उसलाई एउटा आमाको ममता, आमाको छाया, आमाको माया, आमाको हेरविचार, एउटा आमाको आँखाले आमाको मुटु दिँदाखेरि चाहिँ लाग्छ, मलाई चाहिँ के लाग्छ भनेदेखि यो संसारमा म जति खुसी अनि मलाई कस्तो राम्रो अवसर दिनुभएको भगवान्ले जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई। र आफूलाई आफूले एक्लै आफूले सोचिरहँदाखेरि कहिलेकाहीँ एकदम आफूलाई एकदम प्राउड फिल गर्छु, आइ एम वान अफ द लक्की। र फेरि पनि यदि मरिन्छ एक दिन होइन, मरे पछाडि चाहिँ फेरि जन्म हुन्छ भने पनि म चाहिँ फेरि पनि चाहिँ यस्तै चाहिँ जसको बुवा हुनुहुन्न, जसको आमा हुनुहुन्न होइन, जसले आमा सानैमा गुमाए उनीहरूकै आमा बन्न पाऊँ।
हजुर, यहाँले यो चिज भनिराख्दाखेरि एक दिन हामी मरेर जान्छौँ, मरेर गएपछि हामी हाम्रो नाम अथवा हामीले गरेका कामहरू नै याद रहने हुन्। यसमा एउटा म सन्दर्भ के जोड्न चाहन्छु भने अमेरिकी लेखक, कवि तथा अधिकार कर्मी माया एङ्ग्लो भन्ने हुनुहुन्छ, उहाँले एउटा भन्नुभएको छ, उहाँले चाहिँ एउटा नर्सको रूपमा हामीसँग हाम्रा बिरामीहरू, यो मानव सेवासँग रिलेटेड छ, ममत्वसँग पनि रिलेटेड छ। एउटा नर्सको रूपमा हामीसँग हाम्रा बिरामीहरू, उनीहरूको परिवार र आफूलाई मन, मस्तिष्क, आत्मा र शरीर निको पार्ने अवसर छ नर्सको रूपमा हामीसँग। अब उनीहरूले तपाईँको नाम बिर्सन सक्छन्, तर तपाईँले तिनीहरूलाई कस्तो महसुस गराउनु भएको थियो भनेर तिनीहरूले कहिले पनि बिर्सने छैन। भनेको तपाईँको आत्मा जोडिन्छ मानव सेवामा। र यो कुरालाई मैले तपाईँसँग किन जोड्न चाहेँ भन्दाखेरि यहाँले जुन सेवा गरिराख्नु भएको छ, अनुभूत गर्नको लागि आमाको एउटा कनेक्सन भनेको बच्चासँग त्यो आफ्नो पेटमा राखेर आफ्नो नाइटोबाट भनौँ न त्यो उस कर्डले चाहिँ खानेकुरो खुवाएर हुर्काएको हुन्छ, त्यस कारणले आमाको कर्ड कनेक्सन हुन्छ बच्चाहरूसँग। त्यो मायालाई हामी कसैसँग तुलना गर्न सक्दैनौँ। तर प्रकृतिमा ममता भन्ने कुरो सबैमा छ। मैले यहाँलाई के जोड्न चाहेँ भन्दाखेरि यहाँको उद्गम बिन्दु, जसरी अहिले मेनकाजीलाई पनि मैले सोधेको थिएँ, यहाँको चाहिँ उद्गम बिन्दु कहाँबाट सुरुवात भयो, यहाँलाई त्यो फिलिङ जुन आयो नि यहाँलाई त्यो कहाँबाट आयो?
यो चाहिँ यसको सुरुवात त यो कसैको देखेर गरेको होइन, कसैको सिकेको पनि होइन। अनि यो पाइन्छ, केही पाइन्छ जीवनमा, अथवा मेरो केही मैले केही गुमाउनु पर्छ, मेरो केही जान्छ जीवनमा भन्ने कुनै मलाई केही पाइन्छ भन्ने आशा पनि छैन। र मेरो केही जान्छ भन्ने कुराको मलाई चाहिँ केही दुःख गुनासो पनि छैन। र यो आफ्नै खुसीले गरेको, अन्तर्मनको हृदयले गरेको हो। र योभन्दा करिब 25 वर्ष अगाडि जब म ताप्लेजुङमा मैले एसएलसी पास गरेँ र म काठमाडौँ कम्प्युटर सिक्न भनेर आएँ। कम्प्युटर सिक्न आउँदाखेरि म पुतली सडकमा सिक्थेँ र भक्तपुरमा बस्थेँ। अनि भक्तपुरबाट आउँदाखेरि मिनी बसमा आउँथेँ। त्यतिखेर 2 रुपियाँ भाडा थियो। मेरो बसमा चढेपछि टाउको दुख्ने, झ्यालतिर बसौँ लाग्ने, झ्यालतिरै बस्थेँ म। अनि नर्मली बाहिर हेरेर हिँड्ने के सडकमा यताउता लडेको मान्छेहरू, कोही हात थाप्दै गरेको मान्छेहरू, केही माग्दै गरेको, कोही फोहोरमा केही टिपेर खाँदै गरेको। आजभन्दा 25 वर्ष अगाडिको यो सहर कल्पना गर्नुहोस् त। यतिकै सफा पनि थियो त? कसैको हातमा यसरी मोबाइल थियो त? थिएन नि, होइन? ठुल्ठुलो फोहोरको थुप्रोहरू हुन्थे, नाक थुन्दै हिँड्नु पर्थ्यो। यही सहर हो, होइन? र त्यो फोहोरको थुप्रोमा मैले यस्तो यस्तो दृश्य देख्थेँ कि लामा लामा नङ भएको, लुगा पनि फोहोर लगाएको, अनि च्यातिएको लगाएको, भताभुङ्ग, कपाल लामो लामो जिङ्रिङ्ग परेको, जुम्रा यस्तो हुन्छ नि, एकदम विभत्स के अर्धमृत अवस्थामा उनीहरू जिउँदै थिए तर मरिरहेको देख्थेँ कि म। त्यो बसको झ्यालबाट देख्थेँ म। अनि देख्दाखेरि ओर्लेर गएर त्योसँग बोल्न पाए हुन्थ्यो। कसको छोरा होला यो, कसको छोरी होला, कसको आमा होला, कसको बुवा होला यो, होइन? किन यसलाई कति नुहाउन मन लागेको होला, कति यसलाई हामीलाई एकछिन नुहाएन भने, एक दिन ब्रस गरेन भने कस्तो फिल हुन्छ, होइन? म त्यो इमेजिन गर्थेँ कि त्यहाँ भित्र बस्दा। कहिलेकाहीँ त त्यो हेर्दाखेरि मलाई त्यत्तिकै अनायासै मेरो आँखाबाट आँसु पनि आउँथ्यो कि। अनि कम्प्युटर सिक्न आउने जाने गर्दाखेरि मेरो घरमा एकजना भाउजू हुनुहुन्थ्यो, म जहाँ बसेको थिएँ त्यहाँ। भाउजूले चाहिँ खाना भन्दा मलाई खाना पस्किदिनुहुन्थ्यो र उहाँ पूजा गर्न जानुहुन्थ्यो। म त्यो खाना प्लास्टिकको झोलामा पोको पारेर लिएर आउँथेँ कि। अनि यो पुतली सडक एरियाको शङ्करदेव क्याम्पसभन्दा अगाडि राइटतिर ठुलो फोहोरको थुप्रो हुन्थ्यो। त्यतिखेर हजुरले अब कतिलाई याद पनि होला। र त्यो थुप्रोको नजिकै एकजना बुढी आमा बस्नुहुन्थ्यो। र त्यो आमालाई लगेर आमा यो खानेकुरा खानु तपाईँ हुन्थ्यो। उहाँ कहिले त्यति मेन्टली ठिक हुनुहुन्न थियो। अनि मेरो यस्तै भयो जिन्दगी, यसरी बसेँ, यसैमा खुसी छु म भने जस्तो एकदमै कहिले रुनुहुन्थ्यो, कहिले चाहिँ हाँस्नुहुन्थ्यो, कहिले त्यो टिपेर खाइरहेको दृश्य देख्थेँ। हजुर हजुर। त्यहाँदेखि चाहिँ मैले 2 वर्ष कम्प्युटर सिकेँ। जहाँ सिकेँ त्यही मलाई 1500 रुपियाँको तलब पायो। र त्यो 1500ले मैले लाजिमपाट एरियामा एउटा कोठा खोजेँ। 600 रुपियाँ कोठा भाडा तिरेँ। बाँकी पैसाले भिरकुटी मर्नमा गएर चुलो यताउता हुन्छ नि, के भन्छ मट्टीतेल राखेर त्यो चुलो त्यतिखेरको। अनि किनेर मैले त्यो पहिलोचोटि उठाएको त्यो आमालाई, त्यो आमामा पुगेर मेरो चाहिँ त्यो वृद्ध आमामा पुगेर म ठोकिएकी हुँ।
वृद्ध आमाको आमा बन्नुभयो
पहिलोचोटि। हजुर। जो चाहिँ राम्रो बोल्नुहुन्न थियो, मेन्टली समस्या थियो उहाँको, होइन? त्यो दृश्यले, कुनै पनि दृश्यले आज पनि चाहिँ बाटोमा हिँड्दाखेरि मलाई त्यो हुन्छ नि, दायाँ बायाँ कोही लडिरहेको छ कि रातभरि निद्रा लाग्दैन घरमा गएपछि। कतिखेर गएर त्यसलाई घरमा उठाएर लिएर जाउँ, अथवा घरमा गएँ भने पनि पानी पर्यो भने पनि त्यो मान्छे भिजायो होला, गएर लिएर आउँ जस्तो हुन्छ नि। मनले त्यो मान्छेले सडकमा छोड्नलाई मनले मान्दैन के।
मेनुकाजी, अब दीक्षाजीलाई अलिकति रोकेर म यहाँनिर आउँदछु। यहाँले जुन भनौँ न कमर्सियल सेक्स एक्सप्लोइटेसन भएका जुन महिलाहरूको उद्धार गर्ने क्रममा चाहिँ धेरै अनुभवहरू पनि बटुल्नु भएको छ। त्यस्ता दृष्टान्तहरू त दिनु पर्दाखेरि चाहिँ त्यसलाई चाहिँ कसरी यहाँले प्रस्तुत गर्नुहुन्छ यहाँनिर?
अब यो 20 वर्षको अवधिमा होइन, अब थुप्रै
कतिजनालाई सेवा दिँदै हुनुहुन्छ यहाँहरूले?
हामी काठमाडौँमै हाम्रो 75 जना हुनुहुन्छ। अनि प्रत्येक जिल्लामा 25-25 जना हुनुहुन्छ, होइन? हामी गाउँपालिका नगरपालिकासँग काम गर्छौँ मिलेर। अब अहिलेसम्म हामीले सहयोग गरेको भने 8553 जना महिला तथा बालबालिका हो यो 20 वर्षमा। त्यसमा थुप्रै अब कतिपय सुरुका दिनमा उद्धार गर्न त मै जान्थेँ। अब अहिले एउटा टिम हिँड्छ, होइन? अनि त्यो बेलामा चाहिँ जस्तै अब अघि दृष्टान्त भन्दाखेरि थुप्रै केसहरू छन्, कहिल्यै बिर्सिन नसक्ने। तर
किनभने हामीसँग समयको पाबन्दी छ, समय सीमाभित्र छौँ हामी। एउटा केस चाहिँ
त्यो एउटा चाहिँ जस्तै यो 70 सालको भदौ 8 गते एउटा बुवाको मुख हेर्ने दिन थियो। मैले चाहिँ बुवाको मुख बुवा भनेको के जात हो, बुवाको माया भनेको के हो मैले नथाहा पाएको हुनाले मलाई बुवा भनेको खासै त्यो भ्यालुएबल लाग्दैन मेरो जीवनमा, होइन? तर बुवालाई सम्झेर तर्पण दिने, पितृतर्पण गर्ने, सिधा गर्ने त सधैँ गर्छु। त्यसपछि भदौ 8 गते चाहिँ बुवाको मुख हेर्ने दिन थियो। त्यो दिन म पशुपतिमा चाहिँ जल अर्पण गर्दै थिएँ। मैले फोटोमा पनि नदेखेको बुवा, किनभने बुवा बित्दा म 1 महिनाको गर्भमा थिएँ, फोटो पनि छैन। तैपनि कल्पना गर्दै के मैले मेरो आमालाई सोध्थेँ मेरो बाउ कस्तो छ भने नि ऐना हेर तेरो थुतुनो जस्तो छ तेरो बुवा त्यस्तै थियो भन्नुहुन्थ्यो जहिले नि होइन। त्यसले गर्दा म कल्पना गर्दै जल चढाइरहेको थिएँ। अनि मेरो एकदमै धेरै फोन बज्यो। फोन बजेपछि मेरो चाहिँ 8 जना दिदीहरू हुनुहुन्छ। दिदीहरूले चाहिँ मलाई नै बुवाको रूपमा मान्नुहुन्छ। बुवा खुवाउने औँसीमा मैबाट आउनुहुन्छ, आमा खुवाउने औँसीमा नि मैबाटमा आउनुहुन्छ। त्यही भएर मैले चाहिँ हातले फोन उठाउँदै दिदीले गरेको होला भनेर फोन उठाउँदै पानी दिए गएँ। तर त्यो चाहिँ काभ्रेको एसएसपीले गर्नुभएको थियो कि एउटा छोरी यसरी बाउबाट बलात्कृत भएर अनि उहाँले चाहिँ आत्महत्याको ट्राई गरेर उहाँ चाहिँ कोमामा हुनुहुन्छ। हामीले उहाँलाई उद्धार गरेर अस्पताल राखेको छौँ। तपाईँ उहाँलाई रेस्क्यु गर्न उहाँलाई संरक्षण गर्न आइदिनुहोस् भनेपछि म बच्चैदेखि मेरो आमाले यति धेरै मलाई निडर बन्न सिकाएको हो। म कहिल्यै पनि डर लाग्दैन। त्यो दिन यस्तो भयो मलाई थच्चक्क बसेर थरथर थरथर कामेर एकदम लालाक लुलुकै भएर कि त्यो आर्यघाटमा त्यो चिता माथि बसेर हामीले जलदान गरिरहेको थियो। मलाई यस्तो भयो मेरो त्यो मोबाइल पानीमा खस्यो होइन। मलाई के आएछ भने जुन बाउलाई म तर्पण दिइरहेको छु मैले देख्दै नदेखेको बाउलाई, तर अहिले जो बाउ काखमा हुर्किरहेछ त्यो बाउले छोरीलाई कोमामा पुर्याइरहेछ।
बाबुबाट बलात्कृत भन्ने शब्द कल्पना
हो अनि कल्पनै गर्न नसक्ने होइन। अनि मेरो पनि बाउ जिउँदो भएको भए म पनि त्यस्तै अवस्थामा पुग्थेँ कि मलाई त्यति धेरै तर्कना आयो क्या। त्यसपछि म ललाक लुलुक त्यो म हरेकचोटि बुवा खुवाउने औँसीमा अब आउँदैछ नि बुवा खुवाउने औँसी मलाई त्यो घटना ट्रमा जस्तो भइरहेछ कि मेरो मानसपटलबाट गएकै छैन। त्यो छोरी बाँच्यो, त्यो छोरी अहिले एकदमै टप लेभलमा पुगेको छ। उसलाई हेर्दाखेरि आनन्द आउँछ। त्यो आफ्नो ठाउँमा
भनेपछि तपाईँले रेस्क्यु गरेर लिएर आउनुभयो र त्यो घटना तपाईँ कहिले पनि बिर्सन
त्यो चाहिँ बुवासँग जोडिएको भएर है, बुवा खुवाउने औँसीमा जोडिएको भएको भएर र मलाई बच्चैदेखि बाउ बिनाको सन्तान तेरो बाउ छैन, तेरो बाउले यस्तो बाउ भइदिएको यस्तो ल्याइदिन्थ्यो भनेर बाउको बारेमा थुप्रै पीडा खप्दै हुर्केको भएर त्यो मैले यसरी मेरो मनमा गढ्यो कि
तपाईँसँग रिलेटेड भयो त्यो
एकदम हो। त्यही हजुर।
म दीक्षा जिनेरी पनि आउन चाहे। यहाँले एउटा घटना त अहिले आफैले सुरुवातको कुरा गर्नु भएको छ, तर तपाईँको यो 20-21 वर्षको दौरानमा भनौँ न त्यस्ता धेरै उदाहरणहरू सम्झनाहरू अनुभवहरू होलान्। त्यसमध्ये सबभन्दा जस्तो उहाँले त रिलेट गरेर भन्नुभएको छ त्यस्ता तपाईँका पनि केही छन् भनेदेखि साझा गरिदिनुहोस् न।
दुईटा घटना छन्। एकजना चाहिँ
हामीसँग समयको पाबन्दी
भने जस्तै एकजना 2 वर्षको छोरीलाई क्यान यु इमेजिन 2 वर्षको छोरीलाई आफ्नो बुवाले रेप गरेपछि जस्ट सी वाज 2 इयर्स। अनि प्रहरीले खबर गर्नुभयो कि यस्तो यस्तो घटना भयो दीक्षाजी, बच्चालाई राखिदिनु पर्यो भनेर भन्नुभयो। अहिले 2 इयर्स को थियो ऊ त्यतिखेर। अहिले चाहिँ क्लास 10 मा पढिरहेको छ। एउटा घटना त्यो जहिले सम्झिन्छु कस्तो बाउ होला। मलाई हुन त मेरो पिताजीप्रति म एकदम आभारी छु। थ्याङ्क्स होइन गड, उहाँले जन्म दिनुभयो। तर मलाई चाहिँ कस्तो छ नि कहिलेकाहीँ आफ्नै बुवाको पनि अनुहार हेर्दाखेरि होइन ओ माई गड, बाउ भनेको अर्कै रहेछ अनि आमा भनेको अर्कै रहेछ। यो दुइटै इम्पोर्टेन्ट कुरा हुन्, तर बाउ फरक रहेछ आमा फरक रहेछ भन्ने कहिलेकाहीँ बुझ्छु त्यो कुरा होइन। अर्को कुरा चाहिँ मेरो मानस पोर्टलमा आएको कुरा चाहिँ एकदमै फ्रिक्वेन्टली आइरहने कुरा चाहिँ एउटा छोराले आफ्नो आमालाई एउटा आँखा फुटेको होइन अनि त्यो आमालाई अर्को आँखाको उपचार गर्न भनेर काठमाडौँ लिएर आयो। काठमाडौँको एउटा पुल कुनै एउटा पुल मुनि त्यसलाई छोडिदियो। आमा हस्पिटल यही हो भनेर भन्नु बिचरा आमा दिउँसोभरि त्यहीँ घुम्नुभयो। बेलुका भएपछि प्रहरीले लिएर आउनुभयो हाम्रो घरमा आश्रममा, मैले राखिदिएँ। त्यो आमा राम्रो बोल्नुहुन्थ्यो। केही दिन पछाडि तिनले भन्नुभयो कि मेरो छोरो त फलानु ठाउँमा छ, यस्तो काम गर्छ, नानी मलाई छोराको याद आइरहेको छ, बिचरा त्यो मलाई त्यहाँ छोडेर घर पुग्यो कि पुगेन होला भनेर भन्नुभयो। छोराको आमाको छोराप्रतिको माया अनि छोराको बेहोरा हेर्नुहोस् न कति फरक। अनि त्यही भएर छोरा जन्माउनु पनि धिकार हो जस्तो लाग्छ एक कुरा। अनि योभन्दा इन्ट्रेस्टिङ कुरा सकिहाल्छु म, क्विक सक्छु। अनि आमाले भनेको ठेगानामा त्यो छोरो खोज्दै गएँ म। जाँदाखेरि त त्यो छोराले सेतो लुगा लगाइरहेको। कसको यो बाबु यो भाइ कसको लुगा लगाएको, बुवा कि आमाको भनेको मेरो आमाको भनेर भन्यो त्यसले। त्यहाँबाट त्यसलाई पुलिस लाएर समातेर मैले घोक्रिएर यहाँ मेरो आश्रममा लिएर आएँ र घोक्रिएर भन्नाले अब के गाली गर्नु, कि पिटाइ त्यसलाई पर्याप्त हो र होइन नि। लिएर आएर त्यसलाई आमालाई यहाँदेखि बोकाएर मैले त्यसको गाउँ पठाएँ।
यस्तो पनि होला यो हामी अहिले जुन समाजमा भनौँ बाँचिरहेका छौँ हुर्किरहेका छौँ, हाम्रो समाज कुन दिशातिर जाँदैछ भन्ने कुरा पनि यो चिजहरूले इङ्गित गर्छ। यसलाई चाहिँ कसरी भन्दाखेरि अहिले अब भनौँ न नेपालको कन्टेक्स्टमा हेर्दाखेरि धेरै यङ जेनेरेसनहरू चाहिँ बाहिर विदेश जाने भनेर गइराखेका छन् र यहाँ देशमा चाहिँ उनीहरूका आमा बुवाहरूका आमा बुवाहरू चाहिँ एक्लो जीवन पनि बिताइराख्नु भएको छ र त्यस्ता वृद्धहरूको पनि मानसिक अवस्थाहरूको अब यसको पनि एउटा स्टडी नै गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ। त्यो विषयमा नजाउँ, यो हामी विषयबाट भस्किन्छौँ होइन। अब ओके, हाउ मच टाइम आई हेभ?
Last couple of minutes.
What? 1 minute?
Couple of minutes.
couple of minutes. Okay. दीक्षाजी, अब म यहाँ दुवैजनालाई एउटा कमन प्रश्न सोध्न चाहन्छु। जस्तो मानव सेवा गर्दै गर्दाखेरि यो निस्वार्थ हुन्छ भनिन्छ, हैन? हजुर। मानव सेवा भनेको चाहिँ ममत्वसँग गाँसिएको भनेर भनिन्छ, तर मानव सेवासँग चाहिँ व्यक्तिगत स्वार्थ कतिको बाजिन्छ यहाँहरूको अनुभवमा? कहिलेकाहीँ हुन्छ नि त, किनभने मानव सेवा निस्वार्थ हुन्छ तपाईँहरूले गरिराख्नुपर्छ, तर तपाईँका व्यक्तिगत चिजहरू पनि हुन्छन् लाइफमा। त्यो चिज, त्यो स्वार्थहरू चाहिँ कतिको बाजिन्छ, त्यसबाट कसरी तपाईँहरू भनौँ न त्यसबाट स्केप भएर तपाईँहरूले निस्वार्थ मानव सेवा गरिराख्नु भएको छ? दुवैजनालाई प्रश्न हो है, र हामीले फ्लोर पनि ओपन गर्नुपर्छ प्रश्नको लागि, त्यही भएर यहाँले छोटोमा भनिदिनु।
पहिला दिदीलाई नि म यसको चाहिँ दिन्छु।
सुन्दा चाहिँ कति सहज, भन्न चाहिँ गाह्रो प्रश्न सोध्नु भएको छ। सबै मान्छेमा कमी कमजोरी हुन्छन्, हैन? सबै मान्छेले, हामी प्रत्येक मान्छेले जे गरेको छ त्यसमा हाम्रा सबल पक्ष नि त्यहाँ सबलै भएर देखिन्छन्, दुर्बल पक्ष नि दुर्बलै भएर देखिन्छन्। अनि हाम्रा व्यक्तिगत कमी कमजोरीहरू पनि हामीले गर्ने काममा त डेफिनेटली देखिहाल्छ, हैन? अब हामी चाहिँ समाज सेवा गर्दैछौँ अथवा मानव सेवा गर्दैछौँ भनेर पुरा गाईको के त्यो दुधले धोएर आएको त होइन, यही समाजको एउटा प्रडक्ट हो नि त। अनि हाम्रा पनि केही कमी कमजोरीहरू छन् है। अनि तर अलिकति चाहिँ के हुने रहेछ भने आज जुन मेनुका थापा यहाँ छ, दीक्षाजी यहाँ छ, यो भनेको चाहिँ अरूभन्दा थोरै कमजोरी भएको मान्छे हो, त्यसैले तपाईँले बोलाउनु भएको छ भन्ने लाग्छ है मलाई चाहिँ। किनभने यत्रो संस्थाबाट छान्नु भएको छ नि त, भनेको सबल पक्ष भएरै छानेको होला। त्यसैले अब कहिलेकाहीँ हाम्रा आफ्नै कमजोरीले गर्दा नै हामी अब समस्यामा पर्न सक्छौँ भने सामाजिक सेवालाई चाहिँ पल पल समस्यामा पार्ने चाहिँ समाज भइरहन्छ क्या। पहिलो प्रश्नै हुन्छ डलरको खेती कति भयो भनेर, होइन? भनेपछि चाहिँ अब यसमा मुसुक्क मुस्कुराउने, आफूले भित्रैदेखि काम गर्दाखेरिको जुन जोस थियो, जाँगर थियो, त्यसलाई मर्न नदिने, आफूले आफूलाई मेन्टेन गर्ने, शारीरिक रूपमा मानसिक रूपमा आफूलाई मेन्टेन गर्ने बाहेक अर्को विकल्प रहन्छ? जुत्दै हिँडेर त हुँदो रहेनछ नि त।
यहाँले एकदम छोटोमा भनिदिनु भएको छ। दीक्षा दिदी, तपाईँलाई पनि यही प्रश्न।
कान्छी छोरी यहाँ घरमा मान्नु नमानेर
तपाईँको सबभन्दा कान्छी छोरी कति महिनाकी? सो क्युट। उसलाई कहाँबाट लिएर आउनु भएको थियो?
कर्णालीबाट लिएर आएको। ऊ जन्मिने बित्तिकै कस्तो संयोग हेर्नुहोस् न, म पुगेको दिन कर्णाली पुगेर थिएँ, म पुगेकै दिन बेलुका ऊ चाहिँ जन्मेको, र जन्मे बित्तिकै आमाको डेथ भएको। अरू फ्यामिलीमा कोही पनि हुनुहुन्न। उसले कहाँबाट कसरी उसको जन्म भएको थियो त्यो थाहा छैन।
बोल्नुपर्ने भयो,
बोल्नुपर्ने भयो। अनि अघि हजुरले भन्नुभएको क्वेसनको जवाब, अब यो व्यक्तिगत जिन्दगी र समाज सेवाको कुरा गर्दाखेरि व्यक्तिगत रूपमा चाहिँ यति घोचेको छ नि, अचार भइसकेको छु। अचार भएपछि त अब पिस्न के जरुरी छ र, होइन र? अचारै भइसके। पहिला सुरुमा चाहिँ घोच्दाखेरि दुख थियो कि, तर एकै ठाउँमा बारम्बार घोचिरहँदाखेरि त्यो दुखे त्यो पनि मर्दो रहेछ कि, खासै दुख्दैन। अहिले चाहिँ मलाई दुनियाँले के भन्दैछन्, कसले के मेरो चाहिँ कुरा काटिरहेको छ, मलाई के सम्झिन्छन् भन्नेसँग खासै लाग्दैन। मेरो गुनासो चाहिँ भगवानको अगाडि म सिट ठाडो पारेर उभिन सकौँ। र समाजले मलाई होइन राम्रै डोर्याइदिएदेखि हुन्थ्यो। के कमी कमजोरी छ, मान्छे हो, काहीँ न काहीँ बिराएँ होला, होइन? काहीँ न काहीँ चाहिँ म पनि चुकेको होला, कहिले काहीँ जानिनँ होला, होइन? तर त्यो नजानेको ठाउँमा चाहिँ मलाई अलिकति गाइड गर्दै हुन्थ्यो, सम्झाइदिए हुन्थ्यो। मेरो एउटा प्यारेन्ट्स, मेरो एउटा अभिभावक बन्देदेखि हुन्थ्यो भन्ने लागिरहन्छ। घोच्ने मान्छेहरू त कुन क्षेत्रमा कुन स्विमिङ पुल सजिलो छ भन्नुहोस् न, आम फालेर स्विमिङ खेल्न जानिएन भनेदेखि जुनसुकै स्विमिङ पुलले पनि हामीलाई डुबाउँछ, हो कि होइन भन्नुहोस् त? त्यही भएर चाहिँ जुनसुकै पुलमा पनि हामीले चाहिँ स्विमिङ गर्न जान्नु पर्यो, पौडिन जान्नु पर्यो, होइन? जीवन त एउटा के भन्ने र एउटा के भन्ने, अब जीवनको त मलाई त एउटा इट्स अ लाइफ इज अ लाइक अपर्च्युनिटी, एउटा अवसर लाग्छ मलाई, होइन? बाँचुन्जेल राम्रो गरौँ, अरूको हित गरौँ, मन वचन कर्मले गरौँ, होइन? सकेको सहयोग गरौँ।
पक्कै पनि कमी कमजोरीका बावजुद
हो नि, एकदमै हो।
निरन्तर रूपमा यहाँहरू दुवैजनाले जुन किसिमले दिइराख्नु भएको छ,
हो नि। मान्छे हो, मैले भनिहालेँ हजुरलाई, मान्छे हो, ठेस लाग्छ, केही नराम्रो भयो, केही जानिनँ भने पनि, मलाई मेरो ढङ्ग पुगेन भने पनि चाहिँ आफ्नै छोरी आफ्नै साथी सम्झेर मलाई चाहिँ गरिदिनु होला, सहयोग
क्षमा
गरिदिनु
मागेर
होला।
यहाँसँग रोक्नुपर्ने हुन्छ। अब मैले यो फ्लोरलाई ओपन गर्दछु। उहाँहरू दुईजनासँग यहाँहरूको कुनै जिज्ञासा प्रश्न छ भनेदेखि चाहिँ यहाँहरूले राखिदिनु होला। हामीसँग समय सीमाको घन्टी बजिराखेको छ, उहाँ हाँसिराख्नु भएको छ आयोजकहरू। त्यस कारणले यहाँहरूको केही जिज्ञासा छ मेनुकाजी र दीक्षाजीसँग भनेदेखि प्लिज यो फ्लोर ओपन गर्दछु म प्रश्नका लागि। कृपया आफ्नो नाम भनेर अनि प्रश्न राखिदिनु होला। कसैको केही जिज्ञासा छ भनेदेखि, प्रश्न छ भनेदेखि कृपया।
कसैले सोध्यो हुन्थ्यो मलाई प्रश्न गर्ने हुन्थ्यो भन्ने छ मनमा चाहिँ
हैन 30 सेकेन्डदेखि 1 मिनेट त टाइम दिनु पर्यो त्यसपछि छैन भन्ने बुझिन्छ
हाम्रो
यहाँको नाम परिचय दिदिनुस् न प्लिज
मेरो नाम लक्ष्मी प्रसाद फुयाल हो यो कार्यक्रममा निमन्त्रणा पाउँदा खुसी लागेको छ हामी अहिले ठमेलमा स्काई होटलमा बसेका छौँ त्यहाँ बेलुका 9 बजेदेखि चाहिँ देह व्यापारमा लागेका दिदीबहिनीहरू चाहिँ असाध्यै त्यहाँ डुलेको देखियो यो काठमाडौँ नगर भित्रै भएर पनि हजुरहरूको ध्यान त्यता पुगेको छ छैन त्यो कस्तो बाध्यतामा उहाँहरू त्यहाँ आउनुभएको छ कसरी रोक्न सकिन्छ त्यस विषयमा अलिकति प्रकाश पारिदिनुहुन्छ कि भन्ने आशा छ
यो प्रश्न यहाँले कसलाई सोध्नु भएको मेनुकाजीलाई हो
हजुरहरूबाट जसले दिनु भए पनि हुन्छ यसको उत्तर चाहिँ अलिकति
अब यो दुईजना यहाँले डिसाइड गरेर प्लिज
अब हामीले काम गरेकै जबरजस्ती देह व्यापारको विरुद्ध पनि भएको हुनाले त्यो मैले नै यसको रेस्पोन्स गर्नुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्यो यो बलात्कार भन्ने कुरा देह व्यापार भन्ने कुरा राज्यको मूल नीतिसँग जोडिएको छ यो एउटा कुनै पनि सङ्घ संस्था अथवा एउटा ओडा अथवा गाउँपालिका नगरपालिकाले नभएर देशको नीति जस्तो भयो त्यस्तै हुने रहेछ यो देह व्यापार अन्त्य गर्नुपर्छ भनेर प्रहरीहरू लागिरहेछन् एनजिओहरू लागिरहेछन् सिभिल सोसाइटी लागिरहेछन् तर गाउँमा गरिबी छ गाउँमा चरम दुर्व्यवहार छ त्यहाँ चाहिँ विभेद छ त्यसले गर्दा किशोरीहरू बच्चाहरू काठमाडौँ आउन छोडेका छैनन् काठमाडौँ आएर चाहिँ यहाँ एकदमै पढे लेखेका डबल डिग्री गरेका मान्छेहरू त बेरोजगार भएको हाम्रो देशमा उनले सजिलै रोजगारी कहाँ पाउने जहाँ चाहिँ नियुक्ति पत्र दिँदैन जहाँ चाहिँ कुनै पनि एउटा पढाइको सर्टिफिकेट नहेरिकन काम पाउने भनेको त्यस्ता क्षेत्रहरू हुन्छन् अनि त्यस्ता क्षेत्रमा लैजाने फेरि आजकल आफ्नै मान्छे हुन्छन् दलाल पहिला चाहिँ नचिनेको मान्छेले दलाली गर्छ भन्थ्यो अहिले त आफ्नै फुपूका छोरी फुपूका छोरा दाइका छोरा भाइका छोरा उहाँहरूले काठमाडौँमा मिठो खाने राम्रो लाउने प्रलोभनमा साना साना किशोरीहरू 11, 12, 13 वर्षको 15, 16, 17, 21 वर्षसम्मको म्याक्सिमम त्यहाँ ल्याएर देह व्यापार लगाइदिएको र तिनीहरूलाई जति पनि देह व्यापारबाट कमाइ हुन्छ सबै आफैले राख्ने गरेको एउटा माफिया भन्छ नि त्यो एउटा ग्याङै छ जुन ग्याङ चाहिँ काम गर्दैन उसले चाहिँ गाउँबाट राम्रा सानो नानीहरूलाई ल्याउँछ काम लगाइदिन्छु भन्छ अनि काम त्यस्तो दिन्छ र उसलाई कब्जामा राखेर कमाउ धन्दा गर्छ
यो बाध्यात्मक अवस्था छ भनेदेखि हामीसँग अर्को गेस्ट पनि आइसक्नु भएको छ उहाँ अलिकति ढिलो आइपुग्नु पर्यो हामी समय सीमाको परिधिभित्र रहेको हुँदाखेरि चाहिँ फेरि पनि उहाँलाई स्वागत गरेर हामी उहाँसँग चाहिँ अब थोरै कुराकानी गर्न चाहन्छौँ र मेनुकाजीले चाहिँ प्रश्नको जवाब दिनुभयो होला भन्ने कुरा म विश्वास गर्दछु शक्ति समूहकी संस्थापक चरीमाया तामाङ म यहाँलाई एकपटक तालीले उहाँलाई स्वागत गरिदिन हुनको लागि अनुरोध गर्दछु प्लिज चरीमायाजी चेयर छैन म यता बस्छु हजुर यता बस्छु मैले यता पर्ने हुन्छ एकैछिन चरीमाया तामाङको परिचय चरीमाया तामाङलाई परिचयको आवश्यकता छ जस्तो लाग्दैन मलाई 1996 मा मुम्बईको रेड लाइट एरियामा बेचिएका चेलीहरूको उद्धार भएर आए पछाडि नेपाल फर्के पछाडि त्यसै उद्धार गरिएका चेलीहरूको समूह एउटा बनाएर उहाँले एउटा शक्ति समूह नामक संस्था संस्थापना गर्नुभयो र नेपालमा चेलीबेटीको बेचबिखनको विरुद्धमा चाहिँ आवाज उठाउनका लागि उहाँले निरन्तर काम गरिरहनु भएको छ र अहिले आएर यो चेलीबेटी बेचबिखन चाहिँ मानव तस्करीको रूपमा परिणत भइसकेपछि चाहिँ उहाँले मानव बेचबिखन विरुद्धको अभियानलाई निरन्तरता दिइरहनु भएको छ र उहाँलाई कार्यक्रममा हामीसँग थोरै समय भएको हुँदा उहाँलाई स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छु शरीमाजी यहाँलाई यो कार्यक्रममा स्वागत छ यो सत्रमा स्वागत छ
नमस्कार धन्यवाद
यो सत्रको हाम्रो शीर्षक रहेको छ ममता र मानव सेवा अब यहाँले मानव सेवा नै गरिरहनु भएको छ अब यो मानव सेवा यहाँले चाहिँ सुरुवात चाहिँ कहाँबाट गर्नुभयो त्यो एकचोटि बताइदिनुहोस् न हामी यहाँसँग मात्रै कुराकानी गर्छौँ उहाँहरू दुईजनासँग हामीले कुराकानी गर्न भ्याइसक्यौँ
सर्वप्रथम यहाँ सम्पूर्णमा हार्दिक अभिवादन धन्यवाद छ कार्यक्रम आयोजकप्रति किनकि मलाई सम्झिदिनु भएकोमा वास्तवमा मानव र सेवा भनेको चाहिँ मान्छेको जन्म सँगसँगै लिएर आएको कर्म हो जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई पहिलो कुरो। किनभने हामीले जति बेला मानव भएर जन्मिसकेपछि समय उमेर अनुसार संवेदनशील आवेग त्यो सँगै जोडिएको व्यवहारहरू प्रस्तुतिकरणहरू सँगसँगै जोडिन्छ जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ। र जहाँसम्म रह्यो मानव बेचबिखन विरुद्धको यात्राको कुरा जोड्नु पर्दाखेरि हाम्रो यहाँ मोडरेटर साथीले पनि भनिसक्नुभयो। त्यसमा मैले थोरै यहाँहरूलाई जोड्नु पर्दाखेरि चाहिँ चरीमाया तामाङ जति बेला आफ्नो जन्मस्थानमा बालिका समूहदेखि आउँदै गर्दाखेरि पनि सङ्गसाथीसँग मिलेर बस्ने व्यक्ति हो। हुन त हामीले जीवनमा धेरै खालका उमेर अनुसारको अझ विशेष गरी सानो उमेर समूहमा चाहिँ हामी धेरै चकचके हुन्छन्, बिगो गर्छन् होइन। खास गरेर अर्कोको केही कामहरू बिगारिदिएर खुसी मान्ने पनि हुन्छन् कतिपय उमेर समूहहरू। त्यो उमेर समूहमा बानी त्यस्तो परेको हुन्छ। तर म पनि यहाँहरूलाई जानकारी दिनुपर्दा सानोमा अहिले भन्दा म अलि चकचके चाहिँ थिएँ, चुलबुले थिएँ, पुरै गाउँ घुम्थेँ है। त्यो हुँदाहुँदै पनि मैले जानिकन कुनै पनि एक साथीलाई, एक मेरो मभन्दा मुनिको बहिनी होस् या मभन्दा माथिको दिदी होस्, कसैलाई पनि मलाई त्यति बेला चरीमाया भनिँदैन थियो। गाउँमा चाहिँ बिमला भनिन्थ्यो विद्यालय स्कुलमा जाँदाखेरि। बिमलाले जानेर कसैलाई पनि केही चित्त दुखाए जस्तो लाग्दैन र अहिले पनि साथीहरूले त्यो मनन गर्नुहुन्छ भेट्दाखेरि। र पछिल्लो समयमा आज पनि धेरै कुराहरू म सहेरै बस्ने गर्छु टिमभित्र पनि। मैले यहाँहरूलाई उजागर गर्न नै चाहे, किनभने हामी केही गर्छौँ भनेर एकजुट एउटा सर्कलभित्र आइसकेपछि कसले के गर्यो मलाई भन्ने भन्दा पनि मैले राम्रो के गर्न सक्छु भनेर आफूलाई पीडा दिएर पनि बाहिरी चाहिँ गरेर देखाउनु पर्दो रहेछ। मैले अहिले त्यो एकदम अनुभव गरिरहेको छु। र मानव सेवाको कुरा गर्नु पर्दाखेरि एउटा त मानिसको मनभित्रबाट आउने चिज हो, आउनु पर्छ। र अर्को चाहिँ मानव सेवा गर्ने भनेको एउटा थलोमा सामूहिक रूपमा गर्न सक्यो भने चाहिँ अझ साँच्चै नै मानव सेवाको प्रक्रियामा जान्छ भन्ने मैले बुझेकी छु। र त्यही प्रक्रियालाई अपनाउँदै गर्दाखेरि जति बेला 1996 को कुरा उहाँले जोड्दै हुनुहुन्थ्यो, त्यो समयमा हामी नेपाल, भारत, बङ्गलादेश गरेर 3वटा देशको बालिका किशोरीहरूलाई निकालेको थियो भारतको महाराष्ट्र प्रहरीले। निकाल्दै गर्दाखेरि हामी त्यो भित्र विभिन्न समुदायको देशै फरक, संस्कार फरक, परिवेश फरकको व्यक्तिहरू त्यहाँ थिए। र अर्को हाम्रो झन् बिर्सिनै नसकिने र सम्झिँदाखेरि अझ कहाली लाग्ने परिस्थितिबाट हामी त्यहाँ थियौँ। त्यसले गर्दा अवश्य नै हामी फरक अवस्थाका थियौँ र पनि हामी चाहिँ सकेसम्म समूहमा मिलेर बस्ने प्रयत्न नै गरिरहेका थियौँ। रेस्क्यु गरेर 6 महिनासम्म त हामीलाई त्यो होमभित्र नै राख्यो। नेपालको जतिलाई बङ्गलादेश र भारतको साथीहरूलाई भने सरकारले तुरुन्तै व्यवस्थापन गर्यो। तर हामी नेपालीहरू पनि
त्यतिखेर सरकारले यहाँहरूलाई व्यवस्थापन गरेको थिएन।
हजुर,
पछि
268 जना हामी थियौँ रेस्क्यु हुँदाखेरि। र यो 268 जना दिदीबहिनीहरू एकै साथमा भने थिएन, फरक फरक होममा थियौँ। र त्यहाँ चाहिँ हामीलाई एक हिसाबले आजको जस्तो व्यवस्थापन थिएन। अहिले त हामी बाहिरदेखि आएर यो हलमा त्यस्तै नै भएदेखि यही थकाइ लागे यही सुतेर निन्द्रा पुरा गरे पनि फरक नपर्ने हलभित्र छौँ। तर हामीहरू त्यति बेला 6 महिनासम्म बस्दाखेरि हामीले ओछ्यान भनेको के हो हामीले देखेन। सिरानी तन्न ओढ्ने के हो। अझ भन्नै पर्दाखेरि 6 महिनासम्म एउटा लुगामा बस्दा त्यो मानव के भयो होला है। जुन लुगामा रेस्क्यु गर्दाखेरि उद्धार गर्दाखेरि जुन पहिरनमा थियो त्यही पहिरनमा हामी 6 महिनासम्म बस्न बाध्य भएका थियौँ। बिचमा एउटा होममा चाहिँ हामीलाई नाइट ड्रेस दिएको थियो एउटा, त्यो पनि 2 महिनामा त फाटिहाल्यो। र त्यसपछि 3 महिना हुन लाग्दाखेरि यता नेपालबाट गौरी प्रधान सर हामीलाई भेट्न जानुभयो। यहाँहरूको जानकारमा छँदैछ, सिविनको संस्थापक हुनुहुन्छ उहाँ, र उहाँ राष्ट्रिय मानव अधिकार आयोगको आयुक्त पनि हुनुभयो। उहाँ सर हामीसँग भेट्न पुग्नु भएपछि उहाँले हामीलाई सान्त्वना दिनुभयो। नातिउ बहिनीहरू हामी कोसिस गर्दैछौँ नेपाल लानलाई भन्नुभयो। त्योभन्दा अगाडिको समय चाहिँ हामी दिनरातै रोएर बितेको अवस्था थियो, किनभने हामीलाई सरकारले नागरिक मानेको थिएन। नेपाली भाषा बोल्दैमा नेपाली नागरिक भन्ने आधार छैन, कुनै नेपाली कागजमा अथवा नेपाल सरकारको छाप लगाएको कागजमा यिनीहरूको नाम छैन भनेर नेपाली हो भन्ने यकिन गर्न सक्दैन भन्ने सरकारको विषय तेर्सायो। अर्को दुईटा हामीमाथि सिधै आरोप लगाएको अवस्था थियो, जहाँ चाहिँ यिनीहरू बिग्रेका व्यक्तिहरू नेपाल लग्यो भने बिगार्छन् अरूलाई, यिनीहरू एड्सका पोका हुन्, नेपालमा लग्यो भने तमाम नेपाली समाजमा चाहिँ एड्स फैलाउँछ र नेपाल एड्सको डम्पिङ साइट बन्छ भन्दै हामीलाई अस्वीकार्य गरेको अवस्था थियो। तर आज एचआइभी भनेर आइराख्दाखेरि त्यो बेला सिधै एड्स भन्थ्यो। हुन त त्यो बेला पनि एचआइभीकै अन्तिम रूप मात्र एड्स थियो, तर पनि हाम्रो सरकारलाई समेत त्यो ज्ञान रहेनछ कि जस्तो आज मलाई भान हुन्छ। र यो अवस्था पार गर्दै गर्दाखेरि गौरी सरले भन्नुभयो जस्तै लगत्तै 3 महिना हुँदै थियो, अर्थात् हामी रेस्क्यु भएको 6 महिना हुँदै थियो, पार गरेका थियो। 1996 फेब्रुअरी 5 तारिकको दिनमा हामीलाई उद्धार गरेको थियो भने 1996 जुलाई महिनाको 19 तारिक र 20 तारिक गरेर हामीलाई 2 लटमा 128 जनालाई नेपालमा ल्याउन सफल भयो। म नमन गर्न चाहन्छु हामीलाई नेपाल ल्याउने आमा बुवाहरूलाई, जसले त्यो आँट गर्नुभयो। सरकारले ती व्यक्तिहरूले ल्यायो भने गोली हान्ने भन्नेसम्म न्युज आज पनि हामीसँग छ। त्यो प्रस्तुतिको बावजुद, सरकारको त्यो अवस्थाको बावजुद पनि 7वटा गैर सरकारी संस्थाहरू र मानव अधिकार कर्मीज्यूहरूले हामीलाई नेपाल ल्याइयो। र त्यसपछि हाम्रो म चरीमाया तामाङ र शक्ति समूहको म सेवा नै त भन्न सक्दिनँ है।
म यसमा अलिकति एउटा प्रश्न जोड्न चाहन्छु।
मानवको अधिकारको क्षेत्रमा, विशेष त मानव बेचबिखन विरुद्धको क्षेत्रमा थोरै एउटा इट्टा थप्ने कोसिस गर्यौँ मैले र हामीले।
चरीमायाज्यू, यहाँको यो प्रयासलाई चाहिँ हामी सबैजनाले सराहनीय नै मान्नुपर्छ र हामी त्यसमा गौरव पनि गर्दछौँ। म यहाँलाई एउटा चिज सोध्न चाहन्छु। अब यो हामीसँग समयको एकदम पाबन्दी छ। आफूले भोगेको पीडा अरूले चाहिँ नभोग्नु परोस् भनेर यहाँले यो सुरुवात गर्नुभएको हो कि जस्तो मलाई लाग्यो, किनभने आफूले भोगिसकेपछि अरूलाई पनि त्यो दुःख नपरोस् भनेर। त्यसलाई हामी मानव सेवासँग जोड्दैछौँ। यहाँले के भन्नुहुन्छ?
मानवसँग काम गरेको भन्छु म त। सेवा अझै गर्न सकेका छैन, सेवा अझै गर्न बाँकी छ। सेवा तपाईँले मैले मात्र होइन, देशले गर्नुपर्छ। आज देशको नागरिकको अवस्था हेर्नुहोस्, व्यवसायको अवस्था हेर्नुहोस्, सङ्घ संस्था चलाउने जमातको अवस्था हेर्नुहोस्, विद्यालय पढ्ने विद्यार्थीको अवस्था हेर्नुहोस् होइन। विद्यालय पार गरेर कलेज तहमा पुगेको विद्यार्थीको अवस्था हेर्नुहोस्, त्यहाँ पुर्याउन छ टेवा है। यो त म त भन्छु मानवसँग, सबै खालको मानवसँग हामीले काम गर्न सकेनौँ। शक्ति समूह आफै पनि म जस्तै समस्यामा परेर फर्किन सफल भएको दिदीबहिनीको संस्था भएकोले हामी विशेष त समस्यामा परेको दिदीबहिनीसँग काम गर्छौँ र दाजुभाइसँग नि काम गर्छौँ। अहिले हामीले 1996 को अन्तिममा हामीलाई ल्याउने 7वटा संस्थामध्ये महिला पुनर्स्थापना केन्द्रको आयोजनामा 10 दिनको तालिम भयो र त्यो तालिममा हामी मध्ये 15 जनाको 128 जना मध्ये 15 जनाको उपस्थिति रहेर त्यो तालिम लियौँ र त्यो तालिमको अन्तिम दिनमा शक्ति समूह सुरु गरेको हो र शक्ति समूहले आफ्नो इतिहासलाई हेर्दै आजको दिनमा पनि मानव बेचबिखनको घटनामा महिला दिदीबहिनीहरू बढी प्रताडित भएको छ र पुरुष दाजुभाइ पनि हुनुभएको छ तर शक्ति समूहले भोटिङ राइट मेम्बर भने गर्ल्स मात्र लिने गरेको छ महिला दिदीबहिनी मात्र लिने गरेको छ त्यो अवस्थालाई मनन गर्दै गत वर्षहरूमा हामीले सन् 2019 को सेप्टेम्बरबाट मानव बेचबिखन विरुद्ध मानव बेचबिखन प्रभावितहरूको सञ्जाल खडा गरेको छ यो सञ्जालमा भने विभिन्न प्रकारका बेचबिखनमा परेको दाजुभाइ तथा दिदीबहिनी सिङ्गो मानव जातिलाई समेटेर हाम्रो अभियान सङ्घदेखि ओडासम्म ओडादेखि सङ्घसम्म वकालतको पक्षमा काम गर्ने अधिकार खोज्ने र अधिकार स्थापित गर्ने उद्देश्यले हामीले यस्तो पनि गरिरहेका छ यद्यपि फेरि सेवा भन्दा पनि हामी केही गर्नुपर्छ मानव अधिकारका पक्षहरू विभिन्न कारणले हनन भएको छ तर एक पक्ष पहिलो हनन नहोस् दोस्रो यदि कसैको मानव अधिकार हनन भएको छ भने त्यसमा स्थापित गर्नको लागि सरकारवाला निकाय पहिलो पक्ष सरकारलाई जवाबदेहिता बनाउने दोस्रो पक्ष हामी सङ्घ संस्थाहरू सरकार सँगसँगै लागि पर्ने र सम्बन्धित जोखिम अवस्थाको समुदाय परिवारसँगै हामी काम गर्ने भनेर चाहिँ जोडेको हो।
हस् सरिमायाजु यहाँलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। हामी समयको भनौँ न हामीले पाएको समयभन्दा चाहिँ भइसकेको छ र यो सत्रलाई चाहिँ म यहीँ टुङ्ग्याउनका लागि चाहिँ यहाँहरूसँग पनि अनुमति चाहन्छु र यहाँहरू आएर यो सत्रमा आफ्ना अनुभवहरू साझा गरिदिनु भयो त्यसका लागि यहाँहरूलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद र यो कार्यक्रम सञ्चालन गर्नका लागि मलाई अवसर दिनुभएकोमा म कार्यक्रम आयोजकप्रति पनि धेरै धेरै आभार प्रकट गर्न चाहन्दछु र यो सत्र यहीँ समापन भएको घोषणा गर्दछु। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, the speakers and the moderator. We now request the director of Kathmandu Kalinga Literature Festival, Ranjan Narinora, to thank the speakers and moderator.
कृपया ताली चाहिँ बजाइदिनु होला उहाँहरूलाई पनि हौसला हुन्छ यो हामी ताली बजाउनमा एकदमै कन्जुस छौँ त्यो चाहिँ नगरौँ कृपया।
Thank you so much. That was a very insightful session on love and human service. It brings us to the end of that one, and we move forward with the second session for the day, which is titled India, South Asia and Asia New Dynamic. For this session, we'll be having with us the presence of Suhasini Haidar, and she will be in conversation with Kanakmadi Dikshit.
सांस्कृतिक विरासत निकै गहिरो, खदिलो र फराकिलो छ। कला, साहित्य, सङ्गीत हाम्रो इन्द्रेणी संस्कृतिका सम्भागहरू हुन्। यिनको उज्जवलता एवं व्यापकतामै नेपाल र नेपालीको सम्मान तथा समृद्धि अन्तर्निहित रहेको छ। अझ मनदेखि मनसम्मको यात्रा गर्ने, अन्तर्मनको गहिराईसम्म पुग्ने र पुग्न प्रेरित गर्ने सृजनाको साधन हो साहित्य, जसको अर्थमा नै लोकहित समाहित हुन्छ। नेपाली भाषालाई जनमनसम्म पुर्याएर नेपाली महाजातिको निर्माणको आधारशिला खडा गर्ने आदिकवि भानुभक्त आचार्य, नेवारी साहित्यिक परम्पराको वैशिष्ट्यले नेपाल राष्ट्रलाई इन्द्रेणी स्वरूपमा सजाउने सिद्धिदास महाजु, नेपाली जनमानस र साहित्य संस्कृति
Thank you. And before we start, may I just request all the gentlemen at the back to come a little forward. It's easier for the speakers, actually, if we can see you a little better. So come forward. Don't be frightened. We won't bite.
पछाडिबाट अगाडि आइदिनुस् रे भन्ने विनम्र अनुरोध आयो सुहासिनीजीबाट। धन्यवाद।
We request all of the participants and the audience to please take the front seats. Thank you.
Okay, let's start this morning's session, and thank you so much for coming on a Saturday out to listen to this session where I hope to speak to a very old friend and somebody we have always admired as a journalist from our point of view in New Delhi, Mr. Kanakmani Dikshit. You know, the idea of South Asia, if you talk about South Asia in Kathmandu, you will probably get a different reaction than you would from Delhi. In Delhi, South Asia is not necessarily the term that is used the most. For a long time, we've heard the term Indian subcontinent as a way of referring to this entire region. But however you look at it, however you want to call it, at the end of the day, there is a geographical and natural logic to the countries that make South Asia. To the north, of course, you have the Himalayas. To the south, you have the Indian Ocean, the Bay of Bengal, the Arabian Sea. And to the west and the east are countries that have situated themselves in a different reality. So if Iran sees itself as part of the West Asia, as we call it, or the Middle East, to the east, you know, even if you look at Myanmar, beyond Myanmar, and Myanmar are part of the ASEAN region, Southeast Asia. So whether we like it or not, we are lumped together as one as South Asia. Why the hesitancy with talking about South Asia and Delhi? I think some of it is historical and a certain sense of suspicion. I actually looked up where the term South Asia came from. And believe it or not, the first time we see it in official sort of records is a reference in 1959. Where you saw in a South Asia US State Department document where they referred to the subcontinent of South Asia. So the Indian subcontinent becomes a subcontinent of South Asia, and it says all the countries that are in South Asia, from Afghanistan, Ceylon, India, Nepal, and Pakistan, at the time, of course, Bangladesh. was a part of Pakistan. So you can understand if it came from a US document, why it sets off a certain amount of suspicion. The other problem is really a bilateral one, and that is the problem between India and Pakistan, which has held up the idea of South Asia, which has held up the idea of the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation for years, the idea of SAARC, as it were. And in fact, it's interesting that we are today in Kathmandu, because this is where the last successful SAARC summit was actually held 9 years ago, in 2014. So we have now lived a decade of no SAARC summits, nearly a decade. And yet, there is an idea of South Asia that still seems to persist. So with that, I'd like to start and ask you, of course, as the person who founded Himal, you are associated with the term South Asia, one word, for years. Just before we start, for those who are not aware, why did you choose this as your cause?
When we look at South Asia, Suhasini, it's by now a fourth of the world's population, which is not able to grasp at economic growth and social justice. One of the reasons for that, beyond a few other reasons, is that we are not able to be an integrated region for economic rationalized governance. So while a lot of people will say South Asia is a romantic idea, and as you said, the term is viewed with skepticism, particularly in India since 2014, Pakistan before that. Nevertheless, we have to look forward to a day in which there is some level of historical continuity among our nation states, not wishing the nation states any harm, but creating linkages, people to people, and economic linkages, because in the end, South Asia as a term, looked at very non-romantically, is for social justice, and it is for more accountable governance from the local up. Because one reason for skepticism of South Asia, the term, is that people think that maybe this is going to supplant the existing nation states, which means that all the capital elites are against it because they are taking advantage of the nation state. And whereas the kind of South Asia one would envisage is where there is more local government rather than more centralized government, and certainly not a United States of South Asia. That's why people have not given the idea enough play. And I'll make one last point. There's not been enough intellectualization of South Asia as a concept. Because, one, there was a lot of funding in the past, in the 80s, 90s. So people went running around on South Asian conclaves without giving it intellectual, rational girth. Secondly, and this is true of India even today, particularly India today, as we speak today, the national intelligentsia will be trolled for being anti-national if you say South Asia. So the people who should be rationalizing South Asia are actually a little intimidated by the potential trolling.
Interesting. Of course, I would beg to differ. I think there are enough people in India who still hold on to the idea of a more integrated, if not, as you said, United States of South Asia, but a more integrated South Asia. And in some respects, we are seeing it happen. After all, if today we are talking about an energy grid for the subcontinent where Nepal, Bhutan actually contribute, and Bangladesh, Sri Lanka and India actually benefit, there is some logic that is moving that as well. But I do want to turn it to you and say, look, this is a time when India is seeing its position hailed in the world. In a week from now, India will host the G20 summit. It is definitely pushing for a place on the world high table, if you like. And it is seeing a certain amount, as you said, of hyper-nationalism within the country itself. Why then should people in India seek something with the South Asian states at all? After all, a lot of the South Asian states are much smaller. Many in India look around and they see India in the middle, and they see one ring of fire around India, where there are problems in Pakistan, there are economic troubles in Sri Lanka. We look at Bangladesh, we look at Nepal, we look at Bhutan, and we say each of them has their own problems. They are not going to add to our solutions, they're actually going to add to our problems. So how do you answer that idea that actually South Asia is irrelevant to India's rights?
There are two ways to answer that. One is there's a ring of fire around South Asia, but there's also around India, in the South Asian rim of India, but there are also concentric rings of fire within India. And so India is actually part and parcel of all the problems that pervade South Asia as a region, a subcontinent as a region, historical India as a region, historical Hindustan as a region, historical Bharat as a region. So there is, India cannot be out of it. Firstly, you cannot choose your neighbors. But that applies not just to India unable to choose its neighbor, neither can the neighbors choose not to have India as the neighbor. So the problem goes both ways. The other is the reason the Delhi intelligentsia, and you did differ with me, and I differ to your deference, in that I differ to your deference, meaning differ, implying that I agree with what you've said. But let me also add that there has been a sea change in how South Asian regionalism is perceived by the power centers in, and I can use the plural there, in New Delhi. So one reason South Asia is not considered by the Delhi establishment as something to work with is because they are neglecting the Indian periphery, the northeast, Purvanchal, Bihar, Rajasthan, and the Punjab. The power that could move the South Asian idea, if that power were to be concentrating on public at large and social economic justice and economic growth at the grassroots, would be Delhi. But Delhi is skeptical, like you say.
I could also turn that and say, well, where India can, it helps. Unilateral aid, even aid to Afghanistan at this time, going through Pakistan, the vaccine initiative, things that India does for its neighbors. But when it comes to India's security challenges, there's a feeling that its neighbors don't actually support India's national security. How do you respond?
Firstly, I mean, the way India helps and then completely undercuts its own assistance was seen, for example, in the earthquake response. Right. India was the first to respond. Our Prime Minister was actually away when the earthquake struck, but India was already moving. But then the way the Indian television channels in particular, whom in many ways speak the language of the Indian state as we speak, the way they preened and prided and publicized the fact that it undercuts India's own goodwill towards Nepal at that point. On the whole, I feel that India, there are two aspects. Give me your question again.
The idea that India does unilaterally, as you said, with aid, not just the earthquake initiative, food grains in the region, COVID support, vaccines and all the rest. But when it comes to the reverse, it doesn't feel that its neighbors help its security challenges.
I mean, if you look at how India wants to, especially during the Modi era, how India wants to help, it's not the Gujarat era anymore. It's a very imperious wanting to give you these largesse. For example, when the SARC satellite was inaugurated, it was without any consultation with the neighboring countries. We have hereby given you a SARC satellite. That doesn't do in the era of the nation states. If you talk of vaccines, the way vaccines were first promised and then blocked, as far as I know, from instructions from PMO. Not that even the Foreign Office in India might have wanted to help out. Bhutan, for example, is a problem. Nepal has a problem. Other countries had a problem in the region. So now, to look at the second part of your question was, how do the neighbors that the New Delhi or the Indian intelligentsia and the establishment are wary that and concerned that the neighbors don't do enough to be sensitive to India's security concerns? Let's first simply put aside the Pakistan-India sphere. We might come to that, but that's a different basket altogether. But if you look at Nepal, Nepal has an open border with India. And the Nepali government can never be accused, and I don't think it really formally has ever been accused of fomenting instability in India through this open border, which is an enormous achievement, because there is a mindset in Kathmandu that the open border, and in Nepal, that the open border is meant for Nepali citizens and Indian citizens, and it is not for third parties to utilize this. In fact, I can tell you, when President Musharraf was president and dictator of Pakistan, I happened to be in a panel with him, and I used that opportunity to go behind and whisper to him that this is what is said about Nepal and about Pakistani infiltration into India through Nepal. And of course, he gave me the diplomatic answer you'd expect. But at least I made that point, and he said, no, it doesn't happen. But I can tell you that it should not happen, and the Nepali establishment has been concerned enough to prevent it from happening, because you can't really prove, and touch wood, that you can't really show great instability foisted on India through an incredibly fine open border that the two countries have.
Well, certainly, and you've seen a change also in basic security after the IC-814 hijacking. You earlier said let's put Pakistan in a separate basket, but when you speak to those in Delhi who believe that India is being weighed down by its neighborhood, they say, well, if we can't fix our problems with one part, which is Pakistan, and as a result Afghanistan, then let's go for sub-regional connectivity. Why South Asia at all?
I think India would be, hurting its own foot with a sledgehammer if it neglects South Asia as a term, as a concept, and as a future. Because India is actually so big and so centralized. Keep in mind, India is federal in name. This is my perspective. That India is a very centralized country where the Delhi center thinks for itself rather than for what you would call its periphery. If Delhi, and I'll be repeating myself as I say this, if Delhi were to be concerned about Punjab and the periphery of Punjab, if it were worried not about Western UP but Purvanchal, if you were worried about the Bihar region or the entire region surrounding Bangladesh, it would want, firstly, regionalism. But like you said, regionalism can be either all South Asia regionalism, which I have no doubt is what is actually meant for the future, and India should actually be leading it, but it's actually backing away, if not sabotaging it. But sub-regional activities also can work. You have BIMSTEC, you have BBIN, all kinds of efforts, but even those are getting bogged down right now. So I go back to a point made in the speech by Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India at the last SAARC summit that you referred to, where clearly taking aim at Pakistan, there's a line that's there, and it's ingrained in my memory, so I can tell you off without even checking any document. If not all of us, then some of us. That is justification for sub-regionalism, and I'm okay with that as well. We need sub-regionalism and we need South Asian regionalism. If not one, let's have the others, but let's have the others. And I don't know whether we're being too successful in that, on that count as well, because whenever something begins to move ahead, national interest of India as well. The point I'm making is every country has its national interest defined by the national elite of the capitals. And for whatever New Delhi may think that it is above that, it is not. It also looks at things from a short-sighted national interest perspective.
All right, let's situate India in South Asia, India and Nepal in South Asia, and then move a little further. You said earlier that Nepal has not allowed the open border between the two countries to become a factor of instability inside India. Yet there is a feeling that by opening its other borders up to China, who is today is India's biggest security challenge, Nepal has, in a sense, made a conscious choice to help India's rival, if you like, at least in the region. how do you deal with what we sometimes call the elephant in the room or the dragon in the room for South Asia when it comes to the fact that, you know, and we were discussing this earlier, if you look at the figures from 2014 to 2019, and I use those figures because COVID was a disruptor. COVID saw the Chinese government behave in a very different way, shut down, if you like, all of China, and disrupt its own operations in South Asia. But if you look at the figures from 2014 to 2019, there is a sea change. Every South Asian country, other than India, and Bhutan, of course, had more trade with China. And in Nepal's case, which does have much more land trade, we saw the balance shifting. More tourist arrivals from China, more education, students going from these subcontinental countries to China. We saw South Asia, if you like, allowing China to become a factor in the neighborhood. And that is of concern to India, because at the end of the day, if there is a logic to the subcontinent, to the South Asian region, it is to a South Asian region that doesn't include China. And yet Nepal, joined with other South Asian countries, joined China's attempt, if you like, at creating its own version of SAARC.
It's like this. I don't know whether Nepal has joined China in its own, in creating Chinese version of SAARC, but there are bilateral linkages between all South Asian countries with China. And let me tell you, India has the deepest connections with China. India, for its own benefit, for its economy, and obviously for also some of its geostrategic interests, has deep interests with China. It competes with China, but it also collaborates with China, especially in the economic arena. But such is the imperiousness of New Delhi that New Delhi would not allow that among the neighbors, particularly Nepal. And so let me now then talk about Nepal. Why is the Indian establishment in New Delhi, and therefore I will say New Delhi, I will not speak for all of India, and even within India I will speak for the establishment, and right now the current establishment, but even previous establishments, because Nepal was not only blockaded once, it was also blockaded by the Congress government before this. One reason Nepal is vulnerable to Indian interventionism is the open border. The second reason Nepal is open to interventionism is the Himalayan frontier, particularly since the 1962 conflict, that there is this paranoia about the Himalayan frontier, even though means of warfare have changed significantly, but there's still that. So, and Nepal is right there. Half of the Himalayan region of 2,500 kilometers, a little less than half, is Nepal, in the middle. So there is this need to not allow Nepal the same privilege that you would even allow a Bangladesh or a Sri Lanka. But the fact of the matter is, number one, Nepal is the oldest nation state of South Asia. There is a historicity that is imbued within the average Nepali citizen, and Nepal is frankly a sovereign member of the United Nations and a sovereign member of SAARC. So this point is very hard to transfer when one speaks in Delhi, because there is like a wall, as if we will not say it, but you guys are not equal to the others because you are a satellite. And so there is this attitude that has to be overcome, sadly, and now one has to be self-critical. Sadly, Nepal's own internal political turmoil and Nepal's internal weakening, particularly during and after the so-called People's War, has meant that Nepali political class now doesn't have the depth and girth to reach out to Delhi confidently. If anything, our politicians, to try to tackle the malaise that I talked to you about earlier, that Nepal should be able to challenge and be equal with the rest of South Asia. Where is the weakness? Not so much in Delhi as in Kathmandu. Because what do our leaders, the current leaders, what do they say? The current Prime Minister, before he became Prime Minister, actually said, we need to have a government in Nepal that is comfortable to New Delhi. Even other leaders, what do? They use their approach to Delhi power elites for personal political protection, security, rather than for the sake of the country.
So why blame India for that?
That's why I'm telling you, I'm blaming, as I think I prefaced my point by saying that this is a problem of Nepal first, because our inability, unlike the era of the kings of the past, including King Mahendra, King Birendra, BP Koirala, Manmohan Adhikari, up down to the point of Girija Prasad Koirala. That string of individuals, they would try to protect Nepal and Nepal's interest. That point is gone. Now, let me give you one quick example to tell you how incredibly unfair India is vis-a-vis Nepal, which is predicated upon Nepal's unwillingness and inability to project themselves, which is the weakness of our political class. It is this. One example, hydropower. You said earlier, we are indeed trying to move into an era where there is a South Asian grid. And Nepal has been moving ahead with both government, Nepal Electricity Authority producing electricity, collaborating with other countries, and Nepali private producers of power. But the Indian government has set out a farman that India, however much peak load power it may need from Nepal, will not buy electricity from hydropower produced by a Chinese government loan or a Chinese loan, or even a Chinese contractor who happens to be selected through international bidding. So this is something that is so heinously against the sovereign status of Nepal, but the question to ask is not with New Delhi, which is doing something that is pretty bad vis-a-vis Nepal when it has its economic linkages with China galore, but doesn't allow Nepal that privilege to produce electricity to export into India, which has any kind of Chinese connection, howsoever legit. The problem lies with our leaders' inability to make this a cause célèbre.
Well, the real problem for New Delhi is not the weakness when it comes to dealing with India, because India has shown through its actions that it is not a predatory financer. India has used the example of Sri Lanka, for example, where India's financing may have been less than China's, but it has not tried to take over an entire port, have an entire 100-year lease like Hambantota signed over. And when it looks at some of the projects Nepal has opened up itself to, vis-a-vis China, there is a concern. There is a concern that you have 2 airports built by Chinese companies that aren't sustainable right now. There is a concern that the money that is taken, or financing taken, or the construction taken for hydropower projects that you refer to is unsustainable. That essentially they're environmentally unsustainable, that the debt financing is not sustainable, and that somewhere there India, and this is not so much about Nepal, but it is about the projects the BRI finances in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, for example, that it is not sensitive to India's concerns about sovereignty. So I do ask that question again. Isn't it easier for Nepal to take some of its own advice, in a sense, and seek its financing and construction more towards India and towards the rest of South Asia than across the Himalayas?
I think you asked me as a bit as a devil's advocate, and
Absolutely.
I'm quite happy to answer the questions in the very tone that you've asked it. Nepal, firstly, I don't want to repeat the term sovereign too many times, but it deserves repeating because our political leaders seem to have forgotten about that particular term. And sovereignty not for any kind of a xenophobic sovereignty, but something that allows Nepal to develop at its own pace. If there's any problem with these projects that you've talked about, it's about corruption within Nepal, rather than China coming on strong, number one. Number two, if and when China comes on strong, I personally believe that Nepal is capable of reacting. Give you one example. When there is this project called MCC, that the Americans are providing a grant
Millennium
loan.
Challenge Corporation.
Yes, $500 million, and mainly for transmission lines. After 3-4 years of study of what does Nepal need, where do we provide this money, because we've got this kitty to give to democratic countries, and Nepal got it. The Chinese foreign ministry spokesman called it the predatory foreign policy of the United States on Nepal. So the reaction from Nepal, including from me, was don't get into third country matters vis-a-vis Nepal. we can manage our own things. And I tell you...
And just to stop you there,
Yes.
we also saw that in Bangladesh, where when they talked about the Indo-Pacific policy, the Chinese ambassador there said Bangladesh should not join these exclusive cliques
Yeah.
like the Quad.
But I think both Bangladesh, Nepal, to look at just two countries, should be and are capable of reacting when the North impinges on sovereignty just as does the South. To give you one example from just 2 days ago. Well, firstly, back in 2015, there was agreement between the Chinese government and the Indian government on utilizing the Lipu Lake Pass for transit into Manasarovar, right, for pilgrims. And the government of Sushil Koirala sent a aid memoir to both capitals, Beijing and New Delhi. I doubt this kind of conundrum exists anywhere in India's large periphery with so many countries, China's as well as India's, where Nepal is right now caught in a bind because it is being denigrated by both sides. And this thing got repeated day before yesterday, 4 days ago, when China put out its new standard map, and Nepal didn't see its own claim recognized by the Chinese in the Limpiadhura Lipu Lake era. So again, a letter went out yesterday. That much Nepal is able to do. But what I would say, frankly, is that when it comes to the airport you talked about, two airports. One of them, Pokhara, is a pure matter of Chinese loans, but massive corruption within Nepal. Money made off by Nepali politicians. Bhairava, which is the bigger airport, and more hopes from it because it is next to Lumbini, is an ADB loan. An ADB loan built by Chinese contractors. Now, we must be able to raise this, and this is an opportunity from Kathmandu to raise this topic that Bhairava Airport needs a glide slope from India. Our politicians don't seem to have enough guts to ask for it. But at least let us, from a civil society level, raise the ante by talking about it, that Bhairava Airport was built by ADB loans through international contractor, through international bidding. An Indian could have got it, a Malaysian could have got it, but a Chinese did. So I feel that there is not, in the discourse in Delhi, not enough space is given to Nepal's agency as a separate country. And that is the point. Let's not talk about sovereignty. Nepal is a different country, and sadly, in days ahead, it may also come under too much of pressure from China. But for now, the pressures it's a constant debilitating of the energy of the Nepali nation state to ward off interventionism, sometimes by politicians, other times by bureaucrats, other times by intelligence agencies, and now by RSS, Hindutva forces.
All right. Now, I do want to get to the US-China question, but you said something about alleged political corruption, and I have to put that in quotes, inside Nepal. One would say you're free to speak here because Nepal is a democracy. India is a democracy. China, on the other hand, is not. And that's a comparison that many would say.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't that be preferable?
You see, China is not a democracy, and we have to shout that from the rooftop. But when it comes to, as China also, as India also does when it deals with foreign powers, you deal with them firstly for the interests of your own population, your own economy. Why does India interact with China? Because China is an autocratic power. For the same reason that Nepal should and will. The sad fact is that India is becoming less and less the exemplar democracy of South Asia that all of us in the surrounding regions, from Pakistan's human rights people looked up in the past tense to Delhi. Bangladesh's journalists looked up to Delhi. Nepali intelligentsia looked to Delhi. Sadly, and this is something that between you and me, it's my perspective. I will not try to drag you into my perspective, but sadly, India is not the aspirational country it used to be for now. And we are talking about, let us hope that this is a temporary phase. Let us hope that the rulers and the establishment allow much more discourse within, so that we can once again point to India as the example. Today, I can guarantee you that everywhere around South Asia, people want as an exemplary democracy so that you can bounce off seeing that that's the example there. But today, and you might be surprised as I say this, I've traveled to Delhi, I've gone to Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and I know about Pakistan. I haven't been there recently. I can tell you that the most democratic space in South Asia right now, the country, is Nepal. The quality of our democracy is degrading, particularly, I would say, under the current political class. But still today, the people persevere. They are able to respond to a blockade at the people's level. They are able to respond, and I hope as the Hindutva wave tries to come into Nepal, looking to the 2024 elections and the fact that some kind of churning in the Nepal border may help Hindutva forces in UP and Bihar, I am hoping and I am hopeful that the Nepali people from the ground level will reject any kind of extremism, because we have to remain democratic. We have to remain a country with social connectivity among the various classes. I can say that for now, therefore, Nepal, abhi tak, in Dakshin Asia, in South Asia, for now, abhi tak nahi, for now, the most democratic. And this is where we should all meet and plan for the future.
All right. I mean, you make a case for the freedom of the press, and certainly for NGOs, for civil society, and it's no secret that as a member of civil society in India, I've voiced some of those concerns about the degradation of what we see as our most cherished democratic institutions. But I do have to ask the allegation you made there, that if Hindutva politics is an essential part of India's politics today, and there is a battle out for that, there is a democratic challenge to it as well, are you suggesting that India's domestic policy is now becoming a part of its foreign policy with its neighbors?
Vis-a-vis Nepal, it looks like it, because they don't bring out a press release on this, so you don't know. But if you look at enough evidence out there, then Nepal presently is being seen through by New Delhi through the Hindutva lens, because there are many.
Well, it is a Hindu country by majority.
Nepal is 20% Hindu, but Hindu of what kind? Everything from what you would call Masta Pujan of the Karnali region, to Tantricism, to the Buddhist Hindu syncretism, to Shaivite.
Much like the differences in India too.
Exactly, but then in India, the Krud, the visage of the Krud the Ram, the Krud the Hanuman, is picking up momentum under the Hindutva banner in the so-called Hindi belt. I think people should be allowed to follow the faith they want to, but there should not be an imposition. But there is right now an attempt to bring a momentum into the ingress of what I would call exclusionary, not Hindupan, but Hindutva. And that Nepal should be able to, and the Nepali population should be able to distinguish between being Hindu and Hindutva. And we need not go more into that. What I would say is, just because in case we forget to, or if I forget to, what are the elements that stick at the craw of an average Nepali vis-a-vis New Delhi, even though Nepalis are inherently friendly towards India. I won't say New Delhi, towards India. Because firstly, of course, culture, for sure, right? And then when the Chandrayaan module landed in the south pole of the moon, average Nepalis were thrilled, happy. India has done it, a South Asian country has done it, a neighboring country has done it. There is pride for that. And what more may India do? More power to India. So that is the instinctive feel of an average Nepali. But then what does India do insidiously, or the Delhi establishment do? There is the blockade. The blockade is something that happened right after the earthquake and caused more economic damage than the earthquake at a national level. And
it was called a blockage in India, not a blockade.
Yes, yes, and some even prefer to say that Madhesi citizens of Nepal actually did it. And there is various ways that this is dealt with in the Indian intelligentsia and media, and blockage, of course, yeah. But blockade, Hindutva, EPG, the eminent persons group that has a report that has been signed by Indian citizens and Nepali citizens that were the eminent personages who were part of that. And it is meant to define a new future for Nepal-India relationship, which could overtake the 1950 treaty. But in the end, even though it was Mr. Modi prime ministership in his time that the Indian members were appointed, and Mr. Oli's time that Nepali members were appointed, and they met for I think about 4 years. They came out with a final report, and it doesn't have to bind the two countries, but there's such an, again I use the word imperiousness. We will not meet you guys, we will not take it up. So now we are wondering, where does this go? Because Nepal wants to live in prosperity with India.
Well, 9 years later, I think we can assume that this does not go anywhere, including, as you have pointed out, the revision of the Indo-Nepal Friendship Treaty, which at least the signatories should be updated with. When it comes to what you said about Hindutva politics, there is a counter case to be made about the fact that all of South Asia sees one dominant religion, if you like, in each of the South Asian countries, and that majoritarianism has played out at different times. In Sri Lanka, it has played out in a different way. In Bangladesh, it plays out. In Myanmar, it plays out. In Bhutan, it plays out. In Nepal, it is seen as a difference between the hill and the Madhesis. In Pakistan, it has played out, and so has it in Afghanistan, not to mention the Maldives. So I will leave that as a kind of cultural commonality.
But can I just make a quick point,
Sure.
because you brought them all into a kind of one rubric that there are these kinds of schisms within each country. Agreed. Sri Lanka and what was done to the Tamils, Bangladesh, which has this exclusionary self-image where the tribals of the Chittagong hill tracts are kept at a distance.
And radical
and Pakistan and Afghanistan, radical Islam has got such a foothold there. What I can tell you is, firstly, vis-a-vis India, India should never go in that direction, because in India should be the syncretic country that we know. And instead we see that there's been a rigidity now and the minorities being set aside. This is as an observer from Kathmandu looking at India, that the scale of distress in India will be so much more if this kind of element is allowed to take.
Sure.
Whereas in Nepal, in Nepal, simply put, we want to remain the kind of, with all the problems, like for example, Pahari Madhes, Janjati vis-a-vis the Kathmandu establishment and the Khas people that are known. These are all schisms that are there, and we all have to work on it, and the new constitution has tried to do it. But let me make one point, Suhasini. The moment you allow religion to define the schism, it's much more dangerous than inter-community schisms of any kind, or regional, geographic, whatever. So I feel that we must be very wary that, for example, Nepal and India not go the way of Pakistan. Pakistanis themselves would hate it, the way they are evolving. India should not go that way. Nepal thus far is saved a little bit, so that's why we don't want any wave from anywhere to tilt this kind of inter-community relationship.
Fair enough. And you've made the point that as an exemplar in the subcontinent of a pluralistic, inclusive democracy, India has a certain role for its neighbors as well. But as I said, if you were to look at this as a sort of cultural commonality, and religion, faith is important in this region, there is a bigger concern. There is a bigger concern that while we're doing all this bickering amongst ourselves, there are two big global players that are going to duke it out for the entire region. We've already seen the US-China contestation create problems in different parts of the world. Today we look at a situation, you referred to the MCC versus China's BRI, if you like. The US is already for the Indo-Pacific region, looking at the IPEF, the Economic Forum for the Indo-Pacific, the Indo-Pacific Strategy, and all the rest. What do you think, and I will turn to the audience after this for questions, what do you think, if we were to come back to our theme of the day, India, South Asia, and Asia, if we were to weave back the South Asian idea, what do you think are maybe the 2 or 3 most important steps that we all have to take?
Yes, indeed, you mentioned the title of our session does include Asia, and these are harrowing times in terms of what the future portends for all of Asia. So firstly, let me bring Nepal into the middle of it all. Right now we talk a lot about South Asia, but keep it in mind that when Nepal achieved its quote-unquote independence from the Ranas soon after Indian independence from the British, meaning, release from the Rana regime. Nepal perceived itself as a center of Asia. Asia ko Majma was more than one song refers to Nepal as the high ground of Asia with the Himalaya and the center of Asia. And then to take it further back to mythological times, the sage Manjushri, the Bodhisattva, he comes down from northern China flying on his Bahan, and he is actually headed for Bharat, Varsha. At that time I would include, maybe it had Jambudweep is better too. From Mahachin to Jambudweep. And while he is flying, suddenly he noticed a beautiful lake with a little flame on it. And he is flying with two of his lady consorts. He puts one consort on the eastern hill, another on the western hill, and then he takes his 2 feet, puts them on Fulchoki and Chandragiri, and he uses his flaming sword and slashes the mountain and releases the water so that the lake becomes a valley, which now today is known as Soniga, also known as Kathmandu Valley. So there's a link. And after that, you should know something interesting. Did sage Manjushri continue on his trip to India? No, he flew back. After he had settled the Kathmandu Valley, he flew back home. Now,
some would say right now India is hoping to stave off a similar kind of challenge.
You could use that as a kind of a metaphorical link for what may be moving. I wouldn't project it that way, because I think Nepal will remain linked to India and will hopefully have more and more links economically and infrastructurally with China, because Nepal should also evolve, something we didn't get to, Suhasini. Nepal should evolve as is said more than once, the land link between East Asia, China, PRC, Tibet, and South Asia, including Bangladesh. The Kimathanka corridor, which is along the Arun River, is the one non-snowbound route all year round from Shigatse down to Bangladesh and to Calcutta port. And remember, Shigatse is actually a Newari term. Shigatse means 10 houses. Nepali traders used to be much more linked. Another point that New Delhi people tend to forget, Nepal was much more economically linked to the north historically till the Young Husband mission of 1902. So these are all different matters. But to come to BRI and Indo-Pacific strategy, etc., what an average South Asian outside India would like to do is to wish India comes up with some clarity on how to deal with this new era, where on the one hand it is very much linked economically to China, but on the other hand, particularly after Galwan and the incidents in Ladakh and what's happening in Arunachal, to have a clarity of vision and to speak its mind to China as well, as a sovereign country should do. We don't see enough of that happening. So, nevertheless, as the largest country of South Asia, India should also look at the future and be able to define it in the interest of peace and democracy. What is the Indo-Pacific strategy? How much is India to be part of it? How much is India to be distanced from the BRI, etc.? I think each country will have to define its own positioning vis-a-vis both. And I would personally say, if it's economic, go all the way, protecting your self-interest. If it is geostrategic or any kind of military alliance, never. That is what each country should say. But let me tell you frankly, there is much more clarity required from New Delhi at this point vis-a-vis China and the US, because there seems to be a kind of a foundering.
Well, certainly everyone has called it different things. Some have called it strategic ambiguity. Certainly India is distanced completely from the Belt and Road Initiative, but it is also not part of the Indo-Pacific Economic Forum's trade parallel, or a silo as it's called. It's not a part of RCEP for different reasons. So India is right now walking the tightrope, if you like. I'm going to stop here and try to ask for some questions from the audience. I think I have time for maybe 2 or 3, if that's okay. Any questions? All right. Why don't we get a mic to them and we'll take all the questions together
quickly,
because after this there is another session where we're also discussing.
यो कुरा भन्यो सुहासिनीलाई चाहिँ नि अब बिचरा नै मान्नुपर्छ यो सेसन सके छैन यसपछिको फेरि अर्कोमा पनि उहाँ पनि हुनुहुन्छ सो यु शुड स्टे बिहाइन्ड
Got it. We've got a mic there.
Yeah. Good morning. I am Dr. Chamal Sanji from Sri Lanka. So, and you describe about how the India and the Sri Lankan partnerships and the relationship. I would like to know. Actually, I know that this is not the ideal forum to ask this question, but I thought, as you are from representing India and the media area, how you think that the China influence on Sri Lanka, whether it's a threat to Indian spreading in the Asian countries, or would you think it as a neutral manner? And also I like to take this opportunity to thank India that you helped during COVID-19 period to Sri Lanka supplying the Sinopharm vaccine, and still we are having with a lot of Indian credit line to giving the support to our medical supply, and we are now 100% dependent on the Indian credit line. I should thank that. And as a Sri Lanka, as a medical doctor, we just forget it and think about the Sri Lankan citizen. We believe that this way that the India has planned to influence or have take it under control the countries like Sri Lanka to expand their territory over China or the USA influences. This for you.
Thank you. I'll give you a short answer because the next session is entirely about this question, India's neighborhood cooperation. And I think you're absolutely right that there has to be some amount of differentiation made. And, you know, Kanakji did refer to it when he said India has to choose what it is going to be threatened by. Should India be threatened by China's cooperation in terms of just simply infrastructure? Perhaps not. Because infrastructure cuts both ways. The electricity that is produced can be used by all. The roads that are built go two ways and can be used by all. India can see complementarity over there. It is in the strategic sphere that India has a problem, and particularly because of the sort of maybe construct that Chinese polity has, where the arm of the government, the arm of the businessman, the arm of the party, and the arm of the PLA all seem to merge much more easily than they do perhaps in other countries. That's where the real contestation comes in. You're absolutely right. What India has done in the last year is something actually advocates of closer neighborhood relations like myself have been pushing for, where India works with its partners in neighboring countries to say, what is it that you need? And we'll work on that. So when you see Indian infrastructure working now more in Trincomalee, or working on the railway lines, or even talking about a road possible connectivity, that has to be sensitive to its neighbors, particularly given the difference in size, because sometimes a lot of what Kanakji said over here, I may not agree with as an Indian, but I'm able to see that there is a common thread in how many of our neighbors do perceive us. But we'll have more in the next session, so please do stay on. I think there's a gentleman here and the gentleman right next to him. Mr.
Thank you. The session reminded me that's as if I'm before watching a Republic television, grilling a Republic television journalist, grilling Kathmandu Dixit. Thank you. Anyway, it was very engaging and very insightful session. I have a couple of comments and questions as well. First, Suhasini, you mentioned that's the unilateral. I think India, what New Delhi is missing in the whole discourse about India's relation with South Asia is that's the however the contribution, economic contribution of South Asian country to the progress and growth that India has done over these years. I think look at it as the data. I was checking the data for accuracy, but I could not find. But the data shows that the Nepal is one of the major contributors to that in terms of the remittance, in terms of the trade. Look at that, even bigger than the Europe as a zone. Look at that. How about take as a combined figure from the South Asian country? I think these narratives should also be featured in the when we talk about the let's say the India and South Asian countries relation and other small countries relation. Number two is that's the you mentioned about. I would like to ask one question is that's the don't you think that's the small South Asian country can follow that independent foreign policy, or do you think that's the Nepal or other countries should follow the Maldivian model of foreign policy? No, we cannot.
You mean Maldives just in the last few years?
Yes, I know. That's the current administration, right? It's and since 1971, Maldives has been also following that's the India First policy. I think it's if India is thinking that's the South Asian countries should be let's say adopting that foreign policy because we have just helping them. I think that's the wrong understanding from New Delhi. That's number two. Number three is you see that's the Kanakda I mentioned about Kimathanka and something. Coincidentally, I come from that region, from that district. Now I happen to be there to stay for around 2 months there. Even Kathmandu and New Delhi, they are not aware of the geopolitical implications that's Arunthar being constructed, built by the let's say the Indian government, a project. It's bringing to that locality. Look at that. China has
Can we please have the question short?
Yes, and then look at that because Indians are going up to the closer to the Chinese border. Look at that, and people. The hardship it has brought to the people is that
you're feeling squeezed from
and
both
also
sides.
you say that the Chinese. I'm not let's say defending Chinese. I'm sorry. I'm taking a couple of things, a couple of
No,
more
I
minutes.
get your point. It's just that we do have
Environment.
a whole
Look at
session
that.
about
The
this
environment impact that Arunthar is bringing to the locality.
Sure. And
Look,
that
there
should,
are also issue that needs to be
so India
discussed in that.
should take some of the
Thank you.
advice it gives as well, and I agree with you. I do see the purpose, as you said earlier, of not just remittances, of India becoming a labor cartel for the world. If South Asia is where the large number of labor is going to West Asia, to Southeast Asia and other places, to Europe and all the rest, why not create the conditions for being the strong, for being a combined power? Call the shots in a sense in the labor market. Call the shots in the petrol market. Why isn't India working towards becoming an energy cartel? Why are we competing with our own region on a lot of these issues? And I do agree with you.
May I just add to his point? Because I think New Delhi does not bother enough for Odisha, Bihar, especially North Bihar, Purvanchal, and the poorer parts of West Bengal. Otherwise, there would be sensitivity to the fact that Nepal is the 6th to 7th largest remittance sending country to India.
Yes.
And in that, what Nepal does, therefore, as a relatively poor country itself, but actually richer than UP in per capita, UP as a whole. Actually, we tend to even denigrate ourselves too much. The fact that the poorest of Orissa, Bihar, UP, and West Bengal actually being sustained by the Nepali economy should have bring some brownie points to Nepal. A, New Delhi doesn't see that. B, Nepal, a point has to be made, as a non-colonized country, our discourse is in Nepali and other languages. We don't have the English to reach out instinctively to let the world know what's happening here.
Sure. And a lot is in flux, and we will come back to it when I put my other hat on as a panelist rather than, as you pointed out, a journalist grilling the speaker. And the last question to you, Bishop.
Thank you very much. Really fascinating conversation. My gut feeling, the last few years I was in India, and I've been associated with India for over 40, 50 years, first as a student. As much as we heard, India's relation with China is so deep in commerce and trade and etc. Nepal's relation with India is even deeper. We have a long history in many ways. I don't need to go to that. But they seem to be paranoid about anything Nepal does with India. And also I
You mean with China?
Sorry, China. And they seem to be, the media don't seem to help it. The Indian media, and they expand that up. So maybe there is an absence of a deeper analysis, or they want to just say what, make the community happy about it, and etc. So I think there could be a positive contribution by media if they were to bring the reality and some of these understanding, so it addresses that policy level understanding better. Thank you.
Sure, and thank you for that perspective. The truth is, as a member of the Indian media, I'm used to inside India being accused of the opposite, which is always speaking up for the neighbors. But the idea that you are making over there, that the Indian thought about its neighborhood has to also consequently be more positive, rather than constantly feeling an insecurity about the neighborhood's relationship with its other neighbor, if you like. There's so much more that we could talk about, but I think we have run out
one
of...
sentence, just you. You started with South Asia, and I would just like to sneak this sentence into this discourse, and you have your last word. We started with the idea of South Asia, and why South Asia is useful from my perspective, and I would say yes to South Asia, and I would say a no to Akhanda Bharat.
All right. Well, that is the subject of another discussion, I think, someday. And I think there is an understanding in India also of the sensitivities that come from it. And you may have seen some of the official reactions to that debate as well. But I'd like to thank you. You've been a very, very, very nice and generous audience. And thank you to the organizers for all this time.
Well, thank you so much for this very insightful interaction on the geopolitical aspect, economical aspect, and so many other lenses that was actually put on by the speaker and the moderator as well. We will now be proceeding after now that the second session has actually concluded. So Ashini will be staying here for the next session as well. The next session is titled Living as Neighbor, Politics of Cooperation in South Asia. We've touched upon this topic in some fragments in the previous session as well. So for this session, I also invite the speakers, Ranjit Rai, Suhashini is here with us, and Chandradev Vatta. The session will be moderated by Shivani Thapa. We invite to the stage the speakers for the next session, Ranjit Rai, Chandradev Vatta. We already have Suhashini, and the moderator for this session is Shivani Thapa.
Otherwise, we can just take questions from the audience.
Yeah, why don't we just open it up to the audience?
As we already have the panelists, we can also be taking questions from the audience. So if you have any questions so far. The speakers that we have for this session, which is titled Living as Neighbor, Politics of Cooperation in South Asia, are Ranjit Rai, Suhashini Haider, and Chandradev Vatta. So if we have any questions from the audience, you please feel free to ask.
Hi all of you. Actually, the session that just completed was excellent. And, well, Suhasini and Kanak, both of you, I've heard and I've talked and questioned before. But, you know, just leading to this question from the last one, I had one thing that I wanted to bring, you know, like the people-to-people perspective in the region, particularly between countries like Nepal and India, and then, of course, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and the rest. What I've been seeing over the years is the political controversy and issues of each country in a way deteriorating, and India coming up very strongly as a country that all of us used to look up to, like Kanak said earlier. Now there's a question on people looking up to India also, on what is going on there, and how is the relationship deteriorating with the different neighbors, and also a country like Nepal, where there can never be a bad relation between these countries because of this long border that we have and all the relationship that we share, you know. But unfortunately, when I travel and when I talk in connection with stories also, what I can see seeping in is even the feeling within the population of the country is deteriorating. So how do you, I'm not going, politics has spoiled a lot of things. Foreign policy of most of the countries, and when we talk of India, is not the one that one can look up to these days, you see. So, but then how do we go about making sure, media is one aspect that the gentleman next to me talked about earlier, but in general with this digital rise coming up, and how do we make sure that we start maybe you know, like improving relation in the people's perspective. So I think Suhasini and
you know what I'm going to
Ranjit,
do is because I think because we were so behind time, the moderator probably isn't here. So maybe I can just step in, since that's an easier role for me in a sense, and turn that question to you. You know, Ambassador Ranjit Ray, if I may start with, there is a genuine decline, if you like, in the idea of the subcontinent as an ease of, for ease of movement of people. In the old days, maybe 20 years ago, people thought that SAARC, SAFTA, the SAARC visa regime, all kinds of exchanges between the countries, the South Asian University, for example, would actually lead to a situation where more borders would become like the India-Nepal one, given the historical links India has with each of these countries. In fact, it's become more difficult, and India is no longer a hub for any South Asian country trying to move to another. You know, so you're no longer seeing India with that centrist position simply because of the people-to-people movement being restricted. Of course, the India-Pakistan relationship is right in the middle of it. Why do you think, in a sense, and do you think that this is a reversible trend, that while we do see a lot of infrastructural you know, collaborations in South Asian countries, we don't see that sense of needs of people-to-people relations?
Well, thank you, Suhasini, and yeah, it's delightful to be here. You know, I think the bedrock of our relationship in the neighborhood is really the people-to-people connect. And as you have said, I think the objective of SAARC eventually was that it be much more integrated region at every level, whether in terms of connectivity, you know, road, railways, waterways, digital, but people to people above all. At least in the context of Nepal and Bhutan, where we have open borders, I think we have done reasonably well. I mean, there are problems on the borders from time to time. And, you know, in Nepal, I hear a lot of voices that keep saying that, you know, the open border is liable to misuse, and if newspapers are to be believed in Nepal, that, you know, one of the recommendations of the EPG was to have some sort of smart controls on the border, etc. But, you know, I fundamentally feel that open borders and more people-to-people contact is what is required, and that is really the ultimate goal of what we are talking about in terms of regional integration. Whether this is declining, you know, and whether this trend is reversible. I mean, in the case of Nepal, at least, I don't think it's declining at all. In fact, it's very easy movement, and now with this digital financial connectivity, I'm told from December it's going to start.
UPI.
So whatever problems you have in terms of availability of Indian rupee resources, etc., will disappear. So I personally feel that we are going to be more connected, more integrated. Secondly, India has been the fulcrum. So most of our neighboring countries really have a relationship with India, and perhaps through India with some of the other countries, which is a good thing. But if our neighboring countries have independent relations with each other, I think that's a plus. So it's a relationship with India, it's a relationship with the others. So if you have direct flight connections between various neighboring countries and India and the neighboring, it's a plus. I don't think we should look at it as in some way reducing the sort of significance or the importance of India in the region. I don't look at it like that. I think the more connectivity, in whichever way possible, will build and further consolidate this region. And our subject is the politics of cooperation. I just want to say one word on that. Everything is linked to politics. Development partnership, infrastructure development, hydropower cooperation, you cannot divorce it from the politics of the day, which is maybe domestic, bilateral, or regional. So I think that is something that all of us have to understand. There is no development partnership without politics.
All right, and I do want to come back to that because not all that politics has played out for the best, as we heard in the last session. But I'd like to come to you, Mr. Chandradev Bhatta. And of course, we read you in New Delhi and have seen your perspective on this. How do you respond, firstly, to Namrata's question on the people-to-people?
Thank you very much. I think it's a very interesting question, but it's a very old question as well. I think we will have to change the perspectives, the way we look at the regional cooperations. The very idea of regional cooperation has been changing a lot in the last couple of years. And there are more than one reason. I won't say only the regional cooperation, but the session is on neighborhood. So the idea of neighborhood is changing. So the people-to-people connection will have to be looked at slightly from a different perspective. First, where are the people meeting today? So which people are we talking about? Do we see connection? Yesterday, somebody was talking about Kashi and Kathmandu. Do we see that connection? I don't see that connection anymore happening. It's all about Banaras and Boston, Kathmandu and Kentucky. So it's these places where people are meeting. Of course, why people-to-people relations, why regional cooperation is not really working out, there are certain fundamental reasons behind that, which we have never really tried to look into. First, SAARC itself was an artificial creation. That's my perspective. It was created by the states who were not really that powerful. Say Bangladesh became an independent in 1972, but Bangladesh and Nepal were the two countries who were pushing for the SAARC. Is it really possible? I don't really think. We have to look at the whole politics of the regional cooperation, how the idea of regional cooperation came into being. For a few years, I think India was comfortable to be the part of which is still the SAARC member. But after that, I don't think there is strong reservations from the part of India, primarily because the current establishment, yes, at least does not really want to confine its identity within the SAARC. The big country, the India as a power, India really wanted to be a big power, the global power. If you become a member of a SAARC, it's a global, the Bharat Varsha or Bharat, that identity India is looking for is going to be compromised within that the framework of the SAARC. That's the first factor. The second factor is with the rise of new powers, they are creating their own type of regional cooperation, regionalism, like China. Like India, wherever you are comfortable with, you're creating your own regional cooperation. It's not only in this part of the world, but this has been happening in the other part of the world as well. So I think we'll have to look all these things from a slightly different perspective. The second thing, I think with South Asian countries are too much of, we talk about a regional cooperation, at the same time we're also talking about too much of a nationalism and sovereignty. If you really wanted to have a functioning regional cooperation, you need to surrender certain level of sovereignty. That's the very, otherwise you cannot really have the regional cooperation, so functioning. Look at the European Union, how has it succeeded? It has succeeded primarily because the European Union states were ready to compromise on their sovereignty, but some of the countries were not really comfortable with that. They were somehow fascinated by their imperial power empire, and Britain, they came out of it. So every country, like people are looking for their own identity today, exactly in the same fashion, countries are also looking for their own identity. This is really having a great deal of impact on the structures that we have created in the last 20 or 30 years ago. I think this is going to have a great deal of impact on the regional cooperation or regional many things that are happening in the region. The second thing, the connectivity, the people-to-people country. As I said earlier, it is changing. Primarily because South Asia, if you look at the 1/4 of the population lives in this continent, but if we look at the capital formation process, that's not really happening. That's why a lot of people are forced to leave the region, and they are living outside of the region, and they interact there. They don't necessarily interact in this part of the region. So what is the problem? How do we then resolve this problem? Perhaps the way we look at the region, we've been using the word elite a lot of times. The way elite look at the politics or the regional cooperation or international relations for that matter will have to be reversed. So if we really wanted to have a people-to-people contact, somehow we need to be able to deliver that can be useful for the people. Then we can, I think, we can build up the people-to-people contact. Otherwise, I think a lot of connectivity has been, a lot of infrastructure that can enable the connectivity in the region. It's moving ahead. But if you look at as I said, the people, they're not really, in the region. They're outside the region. In India-Nepal relations, I think I look at slightly from a different perspective. Nepal's relations with India is largely civilizational. It's based on the civilizational relations. I normally use the 5G, Ganga, Gaya, Gayatri, Gotra and Gai, and we still, there are people who still believe in these types of values in this country and the India as well, at the people's level. But if you look at the state, both the states are secular state, then these values does not necessarily make any sense for these countries. So I think we'll have to
absolutely, and
the
point you make about a cultural or religious commonality doesn't always translate. I mean, you look at West Asia, for example, they don't only have one religion, they more or less have one language. And even so, they've had their own differences and a lot of tensions between these countries. If I could ask you, and then I'll take the same question to Ambassador Rai. Obviously, the politics of cooperation has been held up, if you look in the South Asia context, by the India-Pakistan equation. And given that India and Pakistan have had no talks at a certain level for 9 years, the South Asian idea also has gone away for these 9 years. There's sub-regional cooperation that is, as you pointed out, taking over. But another point of inflection, if you like, on the politics of cooperation came about after what happened between India and Nepal. And I'm referring to what Indians call the blockage and what Nepal refers to as the blockade. Do you think that has had a lasting impression on the idea of cooperation?
I think there is, I do not deny the fact that there is no cooperation in the region. There are countries are cooperating with each other. But there is also fear within the countries. If you look at each South Asian country, fear from the other. Nepal, India, we're very close. We consider ourselves as a very, very close countries. We share many things, but there is some level of mistrust as well. This side and as well as the other side. You can see the same level of cooperation between other countries as well. So, if you look at the trade volume, I just look at from that angle. South Asian countries, if you look at, they don't really trade, the level of trade between these countries is not really encouraging. They are really interacting with the outside of South Asia. Like, of course, some of the, economically not so powerful countries, they have always been getting benefited from the generosity of the economically powerful countries like India. But at the same time, economics alone is not that important, I would say. For a country like Nepal, we are a small state, not really that small. If you look at the size and the population, it's a middle-sized country. But the emotions of the country becomes quite important for us, So if anything happens, happens, like people are quite agitating and they take it so seriously. If you look at in 2014 when Narendra Modi came to Kathmandu, everybody came out in the street because there was no visit from the Indian side for a long period of time. At the same time, right after the the blockade or blockage, whatever you call it, there was a blockade. Then after that, anti-India sentiment just skyrocketed, I would say. So we, the countries like Nepal, the smaller countries, their strength lies on the people's sentiment. Somehow the powerful or the bigger, larger countries will have to take all these things into consideration. Then only the economic cooperations and other types of cooperation will take some sort of sense. Look at the Nepal has been receiving a lot of cooperation from the Western countries for nearly 70-75 years, but Nepal does not necessarily have a same level of sympathy or their for these countries as well. You receive different types, a lot of things happen. So cooperation along with the the self-respect of that country and the people will be much helpful to move the neighborly relations in a more sustainable way, I would say. Yeah.
All right, important points over there that you've made. Ambassador Rai, I should compliment you on your book because given that you are a diplomat, it was an extremely honest version of events during that time. As he said, the highs of Prime Minister Modi's first visit, the lows of what is here commonly seen as the blockade. Do you think India, in a sense, took a misstep there? And do you think that India-Nepal relations can ever really recover from the memory of what can go wrong?
I am a little skeptical about the fact that perhaps people-to-people relations are not as great as they were. I think they're absolutely wonderful, excellent relations. You can get different perspectives from where you're seated. In Kathmandu, you might get a different perspective. You go to the neighboring regions, you go to the far west of the country, or you go to the Tarai. So I don't think there has been any interruption in any way in terms of the people-to-people connect. And I want to make a distinction between the government-to-government relationship and the people-to-people relationship. So the government-to-government relationship may suffer from infirmities from time to time. But as far as I can see, the people-to-people relationship is extremely robust, and this is not just in the case of Nepal and India, but all our other South Asian countries. And before I come to your question on 2015, second point I also wanted to say is that, the way I look at it, regional cooperation is critical. It doesn't matter so much to me which institution you use, but the idea of regional cooperation is critical, and I think that's the way we're moving. So wherever, whichever country you can cooperate in the region, whichever group you can cooperate with, you should encourage it and go forward. And I think that seems to be, it's a logical and a valid strategy. So you leave your political issues aside with India and Pakistan, but at least with the other countries where you don't have these kinds of problems, you move ahead. And that's happening in terms of all the infrastructure connectivity. And that is going to strengthen people-to-people connect, especially with the UPI type of financial connectivity. On 2015, you have to, I've tried to explain this in my book, you have to look at how Indian policy evolved, how the situation in Nepal evolved. Where is the 2015 constitution coming from? There's a huge backstory to this. The 2015 constitution was supposed to be the culmination of the agreements reached that ended the Maoist insurgency and the Madhesi Andolans and agitations, and many of these agreements were enshrined in the interim constitution that was adopted. The problems arose because certain people felt that the commitments that were there in the interim constitution were rolled back. And so groups that were in favor of these changes started protesting and agitating. And I think the view that India took throughout that period was that, look, this is a political issue. You have to talk to those that are feeling disenchanted, and that is the only way that you'll be able to resolve what we used to refer to as interruption in supplies. And there was a bit of to and fro between the governments because people were sitting on the no man's land. Then who is to remove, the government here felt that we should do it, and we said, look, Why should we do it? It's a political issue. You resolve the politics of the problem and it'll get sorted out. And it's not something that happened after the Constitution. In the run-up to the Constitution, those of you who are here will know about the kind of agitations and protests, and including a lot of people died. So it's not something that happened overnight. It's something that I think could have been forecast. So the line that we took was that it's a political problem, you resolve the political problem, other things will get sorted out. What you might say is that, could India have used its influence? Why didn't India use its influence? So there I want to tell you, India in some sense or the other, I don't want to use the word guarantor, but was like a facilitator to both the Maoist agreement and the Madhesi agreement. And many of the leaders told us that we expect that these agreements that you have sort of been linked to will be implemented in full. Otherwise, why would we accept you? You're letting us down. So that is the other backstory. So, there's a lot of context. You can't just look at one event and say that, this is what happened and these are the implications. There's a huge backstory to why things developed the way they did. Would we have done things differently? It's very difficult to say. At that time, our assessment was that this is the right policy that we are following. Implications of that policy could have been foreseen perhaps, and perhaps they weren't. Anyway, policy is a dynamic thing. It changes according to the circumstances, and it did thereafter.
And certainly, as you said, the politics of cooperation between the two countries has, at least as evinced by the last visit of the Prime Minister from here, seems to suggest that there is now a working relationship that has kind of recovered a lot of the misgivings, if you like, of 2015. Could I ask you then how Nepal sees the new kind of development? Prime Minister Modi referred to it as the hit of India-Nepal ties, highways, highways, and transmission lines. Even there, of course, there are issues, and as Ambassador Rai pointed out, there's always going to be some politics when it comes to regional cooperation. It's not just India-Pakistan. After all, when we talked about the BBIN motor vehicles agreement, Bhutan decided to stay out. When we talk about other issues, we find other neighbors not as excited about the idea. In fact, when it comes to India-Sri Lanka road linkage, there are those in Sri Lanka who have an issue with it. Do you think that the idea of the hits is actually the way forward when it comes to India-Nepal as well?
It's a very interesting question. It depends entirely on the capacity of Nepal as well as India, I would say. Primarily because, as Ambassador said earlier, many things that happens in this, between Nepal and India is also the reflection of internal politics. So if anything goes bad in the domestic politics, that will have consequences for the cooperation that we wanted to have with India, or India wanted to have with Nepal for that region. That's the most important factor. In fact, we really would not been able to manage this thing for a long period of time, and it's I hope we could do it in the future. The second point, I would say, the most important one is the the rise of the other actors in the region. I would say, basically between the third party has come into the relations between Nepal and India. Always it's all about third party. How do we manage that party? So if we wanted to, of course, there has been some sort of genuine, the endeavor from the part of India, as well as there is a commitment from the part of Nepal that we should implement some of these projects that will not only consolidate or enhance the relation between these two countries, but will also benefit people at large. But yet again, the way things are happening, how do we manage the third factor? I would that means the new new the multiple actors that have come into the in the region. The geopolitical factor, I would say, entirely if anything that India so wanted to do in Nepal, or that Nepal seeks from India, there are internal political forces and there are external factors as well, and we are not really been able to manage it, and somehow so Nepal's internal politics is also very much ideological, I would say. So that does not sometimes allow us to make a proper decision, but it again depends on how two countries take these projects ahead. That would be the most important part. But after our last couple of years, if you look at it's seemingly difficult not only for Nepal but for also India to have any project successfully moving ahead.
So certainly the success of these projects will decide. Ambassador Ray, I do want to ask you a question that I get asked a lot in Kathmandu, and that's the coolness factor. Mr. Bhattar referred to the idea that the conversations are not about Kathmandu, Delhi as much as perhaps they are about Kathmandu, Kentucky. In Thimphu, I hear the idea that more young Bhutanese are now moving to Australia, to other countries other than India. We see it a lot in the region. In India, I can tell you when I speak to a college audience, I say, how many of you have traveled abroad? And a lot of hands go up. And then I say, how many of you have traveled in the region? And there are much fewer. So the region is not the first point for people to go. There's another question that many put, is why are our diplomats not as cool as some of the others? So we have had in Kathmandu, we've had an American diplomat, a Chinese diplomat. They speak the language, they are part of the music, they're part of the dance, and the other parts of Kathmandu culture, whereas Indian diplomats, sometimes, I'm not speaking about you, but are seen as much more, sort of regal in their bearing, and a little bit of stodginess, if you like. Do you think Indian diplomacy also needs to up its game, if you like, in this cooperation?
Well, I guess this is the age of the social media and TikTok and so on. So, everyone has to change with the time. But I'm very happy that I didn't have to do TikTok dance videos and stuff like that in my career. And may I ask you a question, Suhasini, because this is something that I've also written about in my book, and it's the role of the media. Yes. And I think the media has such a critical role, both positive and negative. Positive in terms of awareness. I mean, you refer to the fact that perhaps more students now look for greener pastures outside South Asia. And it's true of Indians, Bhutanese, Nepalese. Everyone who can would prefer to go to Australia or the US. But that doesn't necessarily mean, it's also a question of how rich you are and so on. And so the richer people are obviously moving out to Australia. But there is another segment which continues to come into India. And as far as I know, at least some years ago, there were some 30,000 students from Nepal that were studying in India. And most of them were paying for themselves. Right. So I think there is this awareness factor which is also very critical where the media plays a role. Why is it that people, well-heeled people, you ask them and nobody's been to Nepal or Bhutan. They've all been to the US, Europe, everywhere. And why? So I think awareness, and this is media in general, whether it is our films or stories about our neighborhood. There's nobody from the Indian media based in Kathmandu. I think there's one stringer for the PTI. And on the negative side, for instance, when the earthquake happened, so such a lot of good work was being done, but the projection in India that everything was being done by the government of India, that the focus of the government of India was on evacuating the Indian citizens, whereas it's really the Nepalese people that were really suffering. And since most of the Indian television channels were seen in Nepal, there was a huge sense of resentment. And it took us some time to deal with this. So there's a lot of rumor mongering in terms of type of assistance coming in. The Indians have come, they'll never go back. That kind of stuff. So I don't know what can be done, but I think there really needs to be much more interaction between perhaps the media in the two countries.
I think that's absolutely true, and yet we're looking at a situation today where, as you said, there are less and less people actually going to each other's capitals than there were before. I will not absolve the Indian media of that role. I think it is for the Indian media to open the windows required so that people in each of our countries look at each other with a more honest lens. For what happened during the earthquake, there was a real disconnect between how the Indian media wanted to portray India's role and the sensitivities on the ground. And you know, the truth is that this is not something that is normal Indian culture even. In fact, I'd written a piece at the time quoting from 3 different scriptures, which essentially say that, you know, your right hand should not know, if you are giving with your right hand, your left hand should not also know about it. If you are, you know, helping someone out tomorrow, they can help you. And the idea that this was some kind of an unequal relationship was unfortunately the outcome of what happened. These are lessons, I think, that have been learned. These have to be also lessons that have to be learned inside a government about the messaging it puts out. I think it began by the messaging, and excuse me for being very honest, that the Prime Minister put out, maybe inadvertently, when he said that I spoke to the Nepal Prime Minister and he wasn't in Nepal at the time. The idea that the Indian cabinet met before the Nepali cabinet met in dealing with the earthquake certainly sent a message of its own. But I think the large amount of awareness, if you like, can only come from the other problem that Namrata pointed out, which is if between our countries, visas are so difficult to get. I'm not talking about India and Nepal, of course, we can freely go between each other's countries. But if there isn't an idea of regional consensus, today people from the region often don't meet in the region. I have attended South Asia conferences in Dubai and said, what is the purpose of this South Asia conference in West Asia? And the answer always is, well, it's easier to connect. That even South Asian countries have such little connectivity in between each other that forget the visas, even if you get the visas, people would prefer to fly to a third country than to one of our own. I think these are all ideas that have to be internalized inside the government. The rejection of South Asia, the rejection of a kind of equal regionalism comes from within a government as much as it has to come out from outside. I think the idea should not wait. The gentleman from Sri Lanka has now left. But in the last year, you know, both sides have given such incentive to travel between India and Sri Lanka. My question is, why did we wait for an economic crisis to do that? Why do we insist, you know, Kanakji referred earlier to the problem that Nepal faces, and I think Prime Minister Pushpakamal Dahal actually referred to it in his bilateral comments with Prime Minister Modi, that we would like to see air services being given permissions through India. Why do we continuously allow the government to have such a strong role in people-to-people connectivity when all logic dictates that even if governments can't get on, the people definitely do. You can't put 2 South Asians in a room in any part of this world without them gravitating towards each other. And I say this from personal experience. But the moment you come back into our own countries, somehow the governments seem to have put up invisible and actual very real walls between us that make it impossible to think about the region itself. I want to put a rider to this that I feel very privileged. In this month, I'm going to travel to Kathmandu, to Thimphu, to Dhaka, and to Colombo for different reasons. I hope that means that there is going to be some kind of, and it's for different reasons, which means that there is more looking towards the region. There is also an international logic behind it. You know, during COVID, one of the big sentiments that we saw around the world was an anti-globalization. That sentiment has been growing since the 2009, the collapse, if you like, the global collapse and the economic collapse. An anti-globalization where countries in the West are seeing less and less logic for globalization, and countries in the East are saying, well, or the South are saying, we haven't yet seen the benefits of it. The answer is not hyper-nationalism. The answer is not trying to grow your economy only from the inside. You do need an external stimulus. So where is every country looking? They're looking in their regions. The EU, minus Britain, has become more connected, if you ask me. Mercosur in South America has become stronger. USMCA does more trade than the US does with others. RCEP is looking at one kind of regional trade. The Gulf has its own GCC. Africa has its own continental free trade agreement. That actually leaves the South Asians out, because we don't have anything in between us that works. And every other region is working more and more within each other. So I definitely think that the media has a role in this. I definitely think that each of us has to speak up more, even if we are ridiculed in our own capitals, as we quite often are. But I think that the instruments of bringing people together, or at least of holding people back from meeting each other, still remain with the government. I'm being told that time is finishing, so I do want to give both of you a chance for just concluding remarks, and perhaps an answer to the question I asked Kanakji earlier as well. If regionalism and a greater understanding of border cooperation is to go forward, what are 2 or 3 things that you think one or the other government or both have to do in the future? I'll start with you, Mr. Bhatta.
I think if we really wanted to have regionalism move ahead, there are few things all countries will have to agree upon. First, you know, the state formation process in South Asia is very, very problematic. This is creating a lot of tensions today as well. Somehow then, as I said earlier, countries should be willing to surrender some part of their sovereignty, I would say. That's the most important part. Of course, you have your own, you know, of course, you're a nation state, then territoriality, integrity, and all these things are important. But at the same time, if you really wanted to have a regional cooperation more vibrant, then that's how other countries have done. You know, that's how the European Unions have done. That's why how ECOWAS is working. That you talked about, Mercosur is working exactly in the same way. That should be the most important part. The second point, if we really wanted to have a vibrant regional cooperation, we should be willing to create an economy within the region. See, we have a cooperation here, but economy is not here. People are always going outside. Then people with the cooperation or the regional body without people is not really going to work out. Third, you know, a lot of bureaucracy is there in implementing the regional instrument. Somehow we also need to work on these factors. And the most important factor, we're talking about people-to-people connections. How many, how many of the Indian universities have a cooperation with the universities in Nepal? As you said, you talked about the media connection between the media. Of course, you might meet media people, they meet outside of the region. But I don't see that type of institutional cooperation happening in the region of late. A lot of universities of the region have a cooperation outside of the region. So we need to change all these things, then only we can have a cooperation that we really wanted to have.
Certainly a meeting of minds needs much more. Ambassador Ray, you have the last word.
I'm pretty bullish about our region, and I think a lot is happening. I mean, just look at hydropower. Look at the relationship between India and Nepal, and hopefully between India and Nepal, Bangladesh, and perhaps India, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Bhutan. I mean, this is a game changer. And this is, you know, it's really going to bring our entire region together, and perhaps Sri Lanka will also be connected to the Indian
I'll cut you just because he said, Mr. Bhatta said, you have to give up a bit of your sovereignty in order to forge real cooperation when India refuses to allow power coming from Nepali hydropower plants that have had some kind of connection to a Chinese company. What is the answer to that?
So you look at it, you know, you're looking at it either as a glass half full or a glass half empty. I think we've made an excellent beginning. And this doesn't mean that there's not work to be done. Obviously, there's a lot of work to be done. And I want to come back to my earliest point, that you can't divorce your development, partnership, and cooperation from the politics of the region, you know, from the geopolitics. Whether we like it or not, that influences decision making. So I look at it as a glass half full, and I think we're moving forward. And so that's a great thing. And you know, if you said 3 things that we should do, for me it's only one thing, and it's implementation. So whatever projects we are doing, and they have to be implemented well and speedily. So we just create the framework within which our private sectors, our people-to-people connect, it's facilitated. And that's all we need to do. I mean, we have industrious, entrepreneurial people. They go all over the world, do extremely well. There's no reason why we can't do well working together in our region. So I'm very optimistic. There are problems, but I think we've made a good start and we're moving in the right direction.
All right. To borrow from our neighbor that we often invoke, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. So the idea that regional cooperation is starting with whatever steps it can, taking into account the kind of political realities each of our country faces, is perhaps one way forward. But I'd like to thank everyone for joining us for this session, which has been a little unorthodox in terms of how we've managed it. But I think an enriching discussion has been had by all. So thank you very much.
So this was indeed very stimulating. Let's begin our next session, which is Scriptures and Society, Dr. Deb Roy's Insight into Indian Ethos and Economy. Chandradev Bhatta will be in conversation with Dr. Bibek Debaroy. So may we please have both of them on the stage? So let us have Chandradev Bhatta and Dr. Bibek Debaroy on the stage, please. And let's welcome both of them with a round of applause, please.
Shall we start? Yes. Good afternoon, Dr. Bibek Debaroy at this session. So this session is very interesting. Scriptures and Society, Dr. Bibek Debaroy's Insight into Indian Ethos and Economy. When we talk about Indian ethos, ethos in Indian, I will not really use the word Indian. I will use Bharat as a word because that will be more easier for us to discuss about the scriptures as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I really don't need to introduce my guest this afternoon, Dr. Bibek Debaroy. We all know him. He is a very foremost Sanskrit scholar. Not only the Sanskrit scholar, he is an eminent economist, but he has been serving the government of India for the last couple of years in more than one way. He has published many academic articles, books. He has translated Mahabharata, unabridged version of Mahabharata, to use his own word, and Ramayana into English, from Sanskrit into English. And there are 10 volumes of it, which makes around 2.5 million. I was just watching your YouTube interview. That's how I came to know about the number of words as well. So he is, so we can now, he's a polymath in fact. If you look, he knows about economics, he's a Sanskrit scholar, he has done a lot of translations, he knows many things about the Indian society and scriptures. So it's a really difficult for me to ask the question to the persons like Dr. Dave Roy. But it's an honor and privilege for me to have a conversation with you, sir. And I will just begin. Since you are an accomplished economist, you have done a lot. You have written a lot of, the books and papers on economics. But at the same time, you're also involved in the translation for the last couple of years. I just wanted to ask you, what motivated you to do the translations of the Itihasa and Puranas, basically the scriptures? Why have you been doing these translations? Since again, to use your own word, there are a lot of translations of that type floating in the market. Then how does your translated works different from the other work that is available in the market?
Thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, we heard the use of the word dharma. Dharma cannot, should not be translated as religion. Dharma is something that holds up society. It holds up the fabric of society. Dharate saha dharma. So dharma has many different facets. The session is about Bharatvarsha, but some of what I will say will also resonate in Nepal, because I am going to talk about Hindu dharma. Use the word scripture. I would prefer to use the word shastra. What are the Shastras of Hinduism? If you ask most people, they will say that the Shastras of Hinduism are linked to Vedanta. They are the Upanishads, they are the Bhagavad Gita, those kinds of things. In our system of things, there were 4 ashramas: Garhastha, before that Brahmacharya, Garhastha, Vanaprastha and Sannyas. Very few of us will go on Vanaprastha. Very few of us will become sannyasis. Most of us will be grihasthas. We will be householders. We will follow the dharma of householders. There is this sansar, the cycle of worldly existence. We are born into it, we die, we are reborn. Amongst crores and crores of us, only a few will ever aspire for moksha from sansar. Even if we aspire for moksha from sansar, very few of us will get it. The point I am making is, things like Vedanta, things like the Aranyaks, things like the Upanishads, they were composed, if that is the word to use, by people who are in Vanaprastha and people who are in Sannyas. They are about the other world. And hence, there is a suggestion that typically emanates from Orientalists in the West that Hinduism is not interested in this world. Hinduism is about the other world. So if you go back and look up the texts that under Max Muller's editorship were translated in Sacred Books of the East series, they were about Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, a little bit of literature, Kalidasa, and a bit of the Dharma Shastras. If we want to find out what our Shastras say about what we should be doing as Grihasthas, we will not find answers in Ashtavakra Gita. Normally, we may find answers in Vyadha Gita, but typically we will not find answers even in the Bhagavad Gita. So which text should we look for? We are told that the Pancham Veda is Itihasa and Purana. Because the Pancham Veda tells us what we should do in terms of imbibing the lessons of the Vedas and practicing them in our everyday life. Let me leave Valmiki Ramayana out of it, because Valmiki and the Ramayana is slightly different. But Itihasa, as in the Mahabharata, and the Ashtadash Mahapuranas were all composed by Krishna Dvaipayan Veda Vyasa. You asked me a question about why am I translating them. They have, when I say translating into English. The Mahabharata, there are only 3 unabridged translations of the Mahabharata in English. Only 3. The first 2 were done by Kishori Mohan Ganguly in the 1880s. The second one by Manmathanath Datta in the 1890s, and the third one is mine. Most of the stuff that you see floating around are not unabridged translations. They are brief retellings. They are like summaries, so they tend to simplify. Your question had a question about the economy. When discussing the economy, people will use the word governance. It's a buzzword now. Everyone uses the word governance. The World Bank uses it. It has got a set of governance indicators it uses to rank countries, different countries in the world. As Hindus, shouldn't we ask, economy or economics as a discipline is dated to Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations in 1776. Was there no economics before that? Did Hindus not think about these issues? Did they not think about governance? If so, where are those texts? If I ask the audience, you will tell me Kautilya Arthashastra. By the way, Kautilya's Arthashastra as a manuscript was completely lost until Shama Shastri rediscovered it in 1905 and translated it. There is much more in our Shastras about governance than just Kautilya. A lot. A large part of that is in Itihas and Purana. For example, everyone knows about the Mahabharata. And therefore you know that in the Mahabharata there is an extensive section called Shanti Parva, where Bhishma is lying down on his bed of arrows and is instructing Yudhishthira and his brothers. Here is a proposition. A rich man who's guilty of a crime should not be imprisoned, because it is at the cost of the public exchequer. Only a poor man who cannot afford to pay should be imprisoned. You may or may not agree with that value judgment, but it has an impeccable logic of its own. If I asked you in isolation who said it, you will probably say it's the University of Chicago people, the law and economics guys who have said it. No, it's said by Bhishma to Yudhishthira. These are the 19 most important kind of civil cases that you should try in order of priority. Who said it? Bhishma to Yudhishthira. And right at the bottom, thousands of years ago, right at the top, thousands of years ago, was breach of contract. Unfortunately, knowledge of Sanskrit is dying out. People who know Sanskrit either are not proficient in English or they are not interested in translating these texts. They will translate the Vedas, the Upanishads. Therefore, there was this vacuum, and hence I have done this translation. I am doing this translation. Mahabharata, Valmiki, Ramayana, Harivansha, and I have started on the Puranas. The Mahabharata, by the way, is believed to have 100,000 shlokas, which translates into about 2.5 million words. The 18 Puranas together have 400,000 shlokas, so it will be something like 12 to 13 million words. So let me stop there.
Thank you very much. I really wanted to ask you one more question about Mahabharata and Ramayana. Why they are called Itihasa, whereas Puranas are not necessarily called Itihasa? One question. The second question, that you talked about the Shanti Parva. Perhaps it is one of the best documents where you can draw many lessons about the governance. We do not necessarily need to refer to the many documents that are available, or again, to use your own words, floating around. On governance, on the state, society, lessons, many things. But people don't really read that Shanti Parva. You know, people come up with different things these days. You are talking about, in one of your YouTube, you were asked a question, and I'm also going to ask you the same question here. I think that might be much, that's the issue, the most debated, most talked about subject in this country as well these days. The Eklavya, Dronacharya did not necessarily teach archery to Eklavya. Instead, he did it for Arjuna. And a lot of blames, he has been, Dronacharya has been blamed for that. He did not teach Eklavya primarily because he comes from a Nishad family, and in today's terms, he is from the scheduled caste or scheduled tribe, something like that. That's the one proposition, and that somehow portrays Mahabharata in a different way. Second question, I think I will ask you from the Ramayana. It's the same story, same questions. The Ram, a lot of good things in Ramayana as well. Again, when the Ramayana, there are only 6 kand. The Uttarakhand, I think, has been added later. That's what I came to know, but I'm sure you will enlighten us on that as well. When Sita has to go through a lot of Agni Pariksha, and people talk about that, when they talk about gender justice today, they give the examples from that Uttarakhand, which was added later, and portray Ramayana and Ram for that reason from a different perspective. So there are different types, the way people understand and perceive these texts. As also, there are some issues there. If we don't, the people like you, who are really learned person, who knows about the Eastern philosophy and the Western social science, can have a duty to, inform the people in the right way. See, this is the right thing. May I just ask you to enlighten on this, please?
Well, that's quite a bunch of questions, so let me try and do justice to this. My plea to everyone is, please read the original texts, because any version that you find floating around on the net, on WhatsApp forwards, is not necessarily exactly what happened. So please read the original text, preferably in Sanskrit. If you can't read it in Sanskrit, well, you have no option but to read my translations. Let me start with Ram. But before that, a minor thing. Anyone that is asked today, how many kandas does Valmiki Ramayana have? The answer will be 7 kandas. And people will say Uttar Kanda is an interpolation. How many parvas does Mahabharata have? People will say 18 parvas. But please do understand, these texts evolved over a period of time through a process of oral transmission. They were recited. And the parva classification or the kanda classification came much later. We have the texts as they exist today. That does not mean that the original texts were divided into 7 kandas or the Mahabharata was divided into 18 parvas. Internally in the text of the Mahabharata, there is a suggestion that it originally had 100 parvas. Exactly similarly, I can point to shlokas in Uttarkanda that are clearly old, and I can point to sections in Balakanda which are clearly later. So let us not have this very simple and convenient proposition that Uttarkanda was a later interpolation. All of Uttarkanda was a later interpolation. Large parts were, but not all of it, and similarly the older parts in Balakanda also. I was saying that Rama's character is an impossible character to understand. And when we don't understand someone's character, we say we disagree. Now let's be clear what we are saying. We can say that in his shoes I would have not done the same thing. But that is not quite the same thing as not appreciating the reason why he did something. How does the Valmiki Ramayana start? It starts with Valmiki asking, in this world today, who amongst human beings has the following characteristics? And one word that is used is Satya Sandha. Loosely translated, devoted to the truth. Satya also means pledge. To understand Rama, we need to understand that the overriding theme for Rama was that if I have given my word, I will not budge from my word. Come what may, I will not deviate from my word, from my pledge. There are very few amongst us who are capable of doing this. So the pledge that was given by his father, he accepted upon himself because it was a pledge. You did not mention the Sugriv-Vali episode. People ask, why did he unfairly kill Vali? But before that, Sugriv and Rama had gone around the fire and taken steps together. 7 steps together. Today we have reduced it to a marriage rite, Saptapadi, taking 7 steps around the fire. But taking 7 steps together around a fire, taking 7 steps together meant you and I are a friend, and taking those 7 steps around the fire meant you are taking a pledge. So what is the pledge? The pledge is Sugriv has said, I will do whatever I can to get Sita back, and Rama has said, I will do whatever I can to make you king. Now that's the pledge. In the process, if I have to kill Vali, I will kill Vali. Similarly, when we think of the Rama-Sita relationship, let us not try and use today's husband and wife relationship. Today's husband and wife relationship is a completely new notion. There are many words for wife. In this context, the relevant word is Sahadharmini. We are traversing the path of dharma together. Rama's dharma as a king is to uphold the interests of the subjects. That's the pledge I've taken as a king. That overrides everything else. So if the subjects are unhappy because Shambhuka is chanting the Vedas, my pledge overrides everything. If the subjects are questioning Sita, then that overrides everything. We often think of Sita's banishment. We do not remember that at the drop of a hat, Rama banished Lakshmana, his companion, for years and years. Rama was on secret consultations, Lakshmana was at the gate, and Lakshmana had been warned that he will not allow anyone to come inside. If I allow anyone to come inside, I will kill you. Forget the details of the story, but because Lakshmana allowed a rishi to come inside, at the drop of a hat, Rama exiled Lakshmana. So if we want to understand Rama's character, let's not just look only at Sita, let's look at also what he did to Lakshmana. And by the way, Valmiki Ramayana and Mahabharata, there are many different versions. Some of them are non-Sanskrit versions. I think you mentioned that for the Ramayana, there is the Vasishtha Ramayana in Sanskrit, there is the Adhyata Ramayana in Sanskrit. Whenever people were unhappy with the portrayal of Rama's character, they came along and composed another Ramayana, not quite the Mahabharata, Ekalavya. Another incident that is widely commented upon without necessarily reading the text. I have 2 or 3 responses. Scheduled tribes. Who are scheduled tribes? Scheduled tribes are a classification brought about by the British. So if we are trying to understand something thousands of years ago, must we resort to a classification introduced by the British? Ekalavya was a Nishada. Nishadas were mountain dwellers, hunters. They were kings also. Everyone has heard of the Nala Damayanti story. You have heard of the Nala Damayanti story. Does it register that Nala was a king of the Nishadas? It does not. It is only for Ekalavya that it registers. Guha, who ferried Rama across, Dasharatha's friend who ferried Rama across, he was a Nishada. Dronacharya at that point in time was employed by the Kauravas to teach, I repeat, to teach the princess, the sons of kings. When Ekalavya comes to Dronacharya to be taught, Dronacharya never says in the Mahabharata, I will not teach you because you are a scheduled tribe. There was no scheduled tribe then. He says, whose son are you? I am employed to teach princess. What prince are you? So Ekalavya goes away. There is a second incident which is linked to the first, but in a way it's a separate incident, when Ekalavya of course becomes extremely skilled in archery. And before that, when the Pandavas, 5 Pandavas and Dronacharya had gone to have a bath, a crocodile had seized Dronacharya by the thigh. And Arjuna rescued Dronacharya. So Dronacharya gave Arjuna a pledge, I will make you the best archer on earth. So when Ekalavya was discovered, then Arjuna said, what about your pledge? And again this pledge comes into being. So Dronacharya, therefore, it may be unfair, but all I am saying is that he was acting in accordance with his pledge. Whenever I am asked a question about Ekalavya, I ask a counter question. Who killed Ekalavya? You know. I'm sure very few people here know. Ekalavya was killed by Krishna. Because Ekalavya was allied to Jarasandha's army. So if you want to get a complete picture, that's also part of the picture, that Ekalavya belonged to the other side. You also asked a question about Itihasa and Purana. So let me say this very quickly. Itihasa should not be translated as myth. Itihasa is itihi asa. This is what happened. So in a sense, it's history. I don't quite know why the Puranas have not been called Itihasa and why you have Itihasa Purana together. I don't know.
Very, very interesting. I have one more question. It's not really, it has nothing to do with the Puranas and Itihasa. But the way, these days, a lot of us are using the word Hindutva. Here in Nepal as well as in India. And Hindutva has been portrayed as a very bad thing. It's something which is not really happen, it's something like that. If Hindutva is so bad, then Hindutva comes from a Hinduism, right? Then Hinduism should be bad. Then as a scholar of the Sanskrit, I really wanted to know what is the difference between Hindutva and Hinduism. What should people be using,
Oh dear. India's Supreme Court has pronounced on this also. I personally, Hindutva has come to mean a bad word. I personally prefer the word Hindutva. Hindutva conveys a sense of the truth. Tva, the tva suffix, tattva. Hinduism to me, the ism suffix connotes for me a sense of dogma. Communism, capitalism, socialism, all isms are like that. So my personal view is, no matter what that word is used for, the right word is Hindutva. The essence, the truth about Hinduism. Unfortunately, people who speak on either side, I think, are not very conversant with what our Shastras say.
Yes, thank you. Another question, I have one or two more questions. One is about scriptures and two about economy, and one about your own article that you have recently published. Since the Vedic age, Vedic time till today, a lot of things have changed in Bharat Varsha, basically. Many things have changed, and these scriptures carries a lot of jnana as well, and there is a big jnana as well. We somehow have not really been able to capture the big jnana that is there, and we have decided to go for a jnana. If you only go for a jnana, do you think we will be able to compete, or we will, we as a civilization will be able to compete in today's Vaishya Yuga, the mercantile time, when everybody talks about economy and nobody talks about the Shastra and all these things. There is also, I'm sure there is a saying, and there is one Sanskrit sloka, in every time frame there are certain things which have got advantage over, like, Tretayam mantra shakti cha, jnana shakti krite yuge, Dwapare yuddha shakti sa, sangha shakti kali yuge. Means in today's world, the scriptures, the knowledge that we derive from scriptures may not be relevant. Since India, the Bharat wanted to become a economically powerful country by 2047, do you think to what extent these values that we derive from Shastras will be able to, elevate India's
Let me respond to that at several different levels. The first level is what I said at the beginning, that let us not think that Hindutva or Hindu Shastras were only about moksha dharma. They were about pursuit of dharma, artha and kama also. As long as there was balance between them, any disequilibrium is not desired. And hence there were texts, not just Kautilya, on governance, on the economy, on political economy. And remember, at one point in time, Bharatvarsha used to trade quite a bit, and the size of the economy, according to the Madison estimates, was fairly large. You use the word Vijnana in the way that it is usually used, which is in the sense of science and technology. In these texts that I'm talking about, Jnana and Vijnana are used in a slightly different sense. So let me mention that. Jnana is what I acquire from texts and from a guru. Vijnana is what I acquire through internal reflection. Our texts do not say it is this or that. But let me pick on that theme of governance initially. In the world today, there are two polar opposites. Those ideal polar opposites do not exist anywhere in the world, but nonetheless, one polar opposite is capitalism. I repeat, caricatures, because the ideals don't exist anywhere in the world. Capitalism, where every decision is taken by the individual, every decision is taken by the market. Socialism, where every decision is taken by the government, by the state. But we had a third model which we have forgotten about. And our third model was a large number of decisions were taken by the community. If you go back even 100 years in Bharatvarsha, there was a lot that the community did. We tended to forget about it after the first decade of the 20th century. I can give countless number of examples, whether it is in maintenance of civic works, maintaining waterworks, dispute resolution, the list goes on and on. And therefore, our texts give us this third model, which is a model not only for Bharatvarsha, which is a model for the entire world, where you did not need the government to deliver skills. The Srenis did that. You did not need a Competition Commission of India, the Srenis did that. And so on and so forth. You did not need the Danda of corporate social responsibility. Two finer points and then I will stop. One example from the Markandeya Purana. Two final examples and then I will stop. In the Markandeya Purana, there is reference to a demoness named Jata Harini. What does Jata Harini do? Jata Harini, as the name implies, is a demoness who steals a newborn infant. So she steals the infant from your house, goes to another house, there is a newborn infant, replaces that, drops that one, goes to another house, and generally causes confusion. However, in addition, what the Jata Harini does is, it eats up every third child. What is this telling me? It is telling me that the infant mortality rate then was 1/3. Now this is the reason why these Shastras deserve to be looked at by social scientists with a multidisciplinary lens. This is not only for Sanskritists. I have a 13th century, last sentence, I have a 13th century text which is called Chaurya Shastra. As the name implies, it is a manual for thieves. If I were to translate it, it will become a book of 400 pages. So it is unimaginable the kind of stuff that these Shastras covered. 95% of them have not been translated. If we don't translate them, if we don't read them, how will we know what is in them, what knowledge we are not aware of? Surely we cannot leave it to Harvard and Oxford and Heidelberg to tell us about these Shastras.
Thank you, sir. I still have one question, maybe later. This is basically about the article that you have written in the on 14th of August. Okay, we can do it later. Thank you very much for talking to us, sir. It's a great learning, and thank you so much. Thank you very much for bearing with me.
This was indeed very enriching, sir. Super intellectually stimulating. You are clearly an institution in yourself, and we got to learn a lot, sir, from you. So thank you so much. I'll request the team to please come up on the stage and felicitate our speakers. So let us now commence our next session, Challenges and Potential of Cinema in the New Age of South Asia. So first and foremost, I would request our moderator, Sampada Malaji, to please come up on the stage. So let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Sorry, let's welcome her. I'm so sorry. Okay. Next, we'll welcome on the stage the eminent director, Neela Madhav Pandaji. So let's also clap for him. Finally, my favorite, the awe-inspiring Divya Dattaji again. So please come up on the stage, ma'am.
Hello. Yeah. Namaste, yaar sabaijanaलाई. Hello, ma'am. Hello, sir. We just had a very nice conversation backstage. I don't think I need to introduce both of them, but still I'll try my best. Neela, sir, is an eminent film director. He's a National Award winner, Padma Shri Award winner as well. And his film, I Am Kalam, a lot of Nepalese has watched the film, sir, and especially film college students. It's a film college film. I mean, like, what do you say, film school film that we all have been observing it as. And we have Divya Dutt, ma'am. I think she needs no introduction. A veteran Indian actress, a National Award winner, and now a writer. I would like to welcome both of you. I think both of you have a lot of things in common, but few things that strike me is that both are extremely blessed by God as specially gifted artists. Both are huge risk takers coming from a small town in Orissa and a small town in Punjab, and made their way big without any non-filmy background and nepotism tag, and became international, you know, artist in your own right. So my first question is, having had such an adventurous journey in cinema with your own highs and lows, what is your state of mind right now? What is running in your mind right now? Are you like in bliss, or like, okay, I've achieved, relaxed, or there's fear, there's dilemma, there's a lot of more urges to, you know, to achieve new avenues? What is running on the mind of an artist right now?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for staying put. It's lunchtime, mostly, closely, but thank you for staying for our session. And thank you, Sampada, for asking this question. Yes, me and Madhav have a lot in common. One, very good friends. Two, he's been my director, and we worked together. I've had the pleasure of being directed by him. And we did this film on environment issues. And I remember when we were shooting, he was shooting a story which was where all of us were in masks. This was way before the pandemic happened. And the first thing I asked him was, ऐसे थोड़ी होता है कि आप masks पहन के घूम रहे हो, खिड़की बंद किया, ये सब ऐसे थोड़ी होता है. What did I know it's going to get true in 2 years' time? I'm actually going to see this, which is so, it was amazing. But he, being a very sensitive person, I've really gotten along well. So I'm glad he's on the same session as me. What is going on in my head right now always is enthusiasm, excitement, and that hunger to find something new, something that I can lay my hands on. I think it's like a well you dig. Every day there's something to take out. And the day you say, okay, I'm done and I've achieved a lot, I guess you're done. so I mean, one would have your lazy days and everything, but it's lovely to be on your toes and be excited about what you're doing.
Do you still get goosebumps when it's the first day of the shoot?
First 2 days of shoot. I'm a nervous wreck. So it is because you're getting into the skin of the character and you're meeting new people. It's a new family. It's so amazing that we as actors make a family out of the unit we shoot with. And so to get acclimatized to that unit, to find your own kinds, to just acquaint yourself with people and your role, it takes at least 2 days, even if you've done your workshops. पहले तो workshops होती भी नहीं थी, अब workshops होती हैं. So at least you get to know the actors you're working with, your chemistry with them. I remember I was doing this film called Ram Singh Charlie, and I didn't have much lines in that film. So everyone was sitting at the table, speaking their lines, and I'm thinking to myself, what am I doing here? Because I don't have lines. And that was my first ever workshop I had done. I didn't know why anybody did workshops. And my director said, sit now, just sit. So I was okay observing one actor, observing the other one. And through those observations, I started getting to know them. And it reflected on my shoot, in my chemistry with the actors, with the setup and everything. So yes, it is lovely to just, you know, find these newer things of yourself and just lay your hands at it.
So same question to you. After you've won Padma Shri, what next now? What's running in your mind right now?
Well, I think, thank you so much for having me here. And I'm very happy to sit here with Divya. You know, we are old friends. He's a great artist. This question is also more relevant to the audience also. Like audience, they watch a film on Friday and immediately on Saturday they said, what's new? So that goes to us also. As an artist, I would say, it's a very tireless process. It's two things which works with you. One is your dopamine as an artist, what you keep on building, keep on thinking. Other is you can't stop. You can never be tired, because every film you do, sometime like you're saying about an award, but even about a film, if I'm tirelessly working on a film, say for 2 years, and the day it gets over, next day you cannot see it. You suddenly come up with something else. Why? Because I believe that every new film I feel as an artist is my first film. You can never count your last films as part of your career. And it has never happened with me. So this time while I was shooting almost 80 days for a show, and I was on my foot. And I thought, okay, I'll finish this, I'll take a break, and then I'll think about something. But it never happens. It keeps running in you. So storytelling is something, it's same for actors also. I mean, I would agree with her. You know, the moment she gets over with something, you want to play something new. You know, it always comes because you start telling yourself that you have more to say. Second, it's a very emotional factors as an artist. How much ever load, whether it works, it doesn't work. You know, some of my films got really bombed in the box office. It didn't work, but it never stops you thinking. So I think you feel that it is more than dopamine or anything. It is your emotional connect with the story you want to say, and it is unstoppable for you. Look at Martin Scorsese. He's 80. His new film is probably any time better than what he has done in the young time, you know.
Exactly, sir. Both of you believe that cinema is a reflection of our society. Both of you strongly believe that. How has your perception and understanding of cinema grown and evolved over the years? What does cinema as a medium of art mean to you today?
That's a lot of questions put in together. I do feel it's a very mutual process. It's like like what you say, a very congenial marriage you have between society and cinema. We always say, फिल्मों में दिखाते हैं इसलिए society में आया, लेकिन हमारी society भी बदलती रहती है. हमारा culture, हमारा बोलने का तरीका, everything keeps changing, and different thoughts give, and with every generation that comes by, something new just comes. And the writers who come, they come from that society. They bring in a little nuance, a little X factor, and say, let's put that in because I saw that. So that comes into the movies. Saying so, yes, a visual medium is by far the strongest medium that you have, and what you see over there is very impressionable. It leaves a very lasting impact on you. So I would say they go hand in hand. Some things, it's always I just feel, rather than blame games happening that what affected what, or the other way, I would just say we as individuals have the choices to make and choose what we want to choose. So it's as an individual, as an adult, you know what you can watch and take home with you. And as writers, as filmmakers, as actors, like I will keep observing people here. I will see kiska mannerism kya tha. I went to a government place a few days back in Delhi, and I would observe that woman. I really got intrigued with how she was, and he was doing the paperwork and I was looking at them. So it was like intriguing for me. So for me, I brought in that society into one of my characters. I don't know when and how, but I did it. Same, I think, happened with Bhag Milkha Bhag. When I did it, my mother was a doctor in a very rural area, and every time I used to see women who would come, and my mother would say, how are you today? And they wouldn't have words, they would just start crying. So every expression for them was tears, be it tears of happiness, be it tears of sadness, be it of joy, anything. So I didn't think that time that I'm going to use it in a film. But when I heard the story of Bhag Milkha Bhag, it was like, for me, Isri Kaur is that who does not speak.
It was a film loved by Nepal.
Yeah,
Beautiful
I'm so
film,
glad.
yeah.
When we were discussing this, I'm glad. So yeah, for me, we all pick and choose what we want to choose. And it can be in both the society and the cinema. And what was your other question? I think we'll go to it later.
Yeah.
Let Madhav continue with this.
So I think I'll shorten the question. What does cinema as a medium of art mean to you today?
Well, each of us has different ways to tell stories. Somebody does a comedy, somebody does a song and drama. I believe, yes, it is reflections of the society, and cinema is, I would say, it's a very contemporary form of art. Why I'm saying contemporary is, so, for example, so when 75th year of India independence happened, there are about 10 films which came on the history of India, the independence struggle. So you want to see at that point of time, makers wanted to show you what India had gone through, but in a contemporary form. Because that's the, the timing. If you see how, say, Bollywood has changes, from angry young man to globalization when it happened, the Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge, I think we travel with that. For me, especially, I make films which is, I would say, a very present time shock that makes my story builds into film. And most of my film, if you see, whether my first film, I Am Kalam, which was on a child's fight to right to education. Second is Jalpari, which was on when India faced the whole male to female sex ratio, which is on female feticide. Third one was called Bablu, which was on HIV/AIDS and unprotected sex. Then I made these 3 films, which is Water Trilogy. The first one was called Kaun Kitne Pani Mein, which was on the man-made disaster, man-made water scarcity. Second, Kadvi Hao, which is on extreme weather conditions. Third is called Yesterday's Past. That was made on almost a futuristic, apocalyptic situation of how about the world will go underwater one day, which we all see. And it happened much before COVID. So contemporary means also, way back when 2005, I made the first documentary on climate change, and it creates a lot of troublesome questions for 3-4 years, from government to media to everything. I think we feel that it's not only the reflection of the society, but cinema is also, I feel strongly, is a great tool for social changes, for social reform. I think along with entertainment, if you see many films, creates dialogues. Now we know OTT shows. At least it creates different sort of a dialogue. My last show, which I have done, has created a lot of, it's not controversy. I don't accept that word called controversy. But because it is a reflection of the society, because it is a tool which everybody likes, and it's a very general, acceptance of an art form which is very loud, wide, and it entertains, it reaches to your home, phone, toilet, everywhere. I think it has a lot of power. I would say it creates very interesting dialogues, whether it is a love story, whether it's an environmental film or child education rights. And I feel we are blessed with this medium. This is quite a powerful medium.
So now let's move to South Asian films. And to all the audience present here who are all art lovers, film lovers, and to you too, as we are talking right now, we are in such a nice phase of Nepali cinema that our Nepali films are representing in Venice Film Festival, which is one of the most prestigious film festivals of the world. We were talking about the Red Suitcase, and which is also relatively associated with. We have a lot of movies that are now going in that arena. And in India, we have directors like Satyajit Ray, Meera Nair, who is my biggest inspiration. So as a South Asian filmmaker who has, you have had your own journey as well, how do you tell deep-rooted stories that are still so deep-rooted about your world that is so unknown to the world, but still target and attract the world audience, which I think South Asian countries are, I think, the next big thing. Bong Joon-ho and the Chinese director whose film, I forgot the name, Everything Everywhere All at Once, that won the Oscars this time. I think South Asian filmmakers and Asian filmmakers are now getting into the world stage. So what do you think? Like, there are a lot of aspiring young filmmakers here who want to tell Nepali stories to the world. So how do you tell deep-rooted stories but still attract the world audience?
Well, I was talking to Punendu, one of the filmmakers here yesterday. I'm very happy to see, sorry for my less knowledge, it looks like you are everywhere. You have one film in Venice, one film in Toronto, or talent is in Barnale Talent Campus, what else you need? So it's growing. And these are all local story in the global places, from festivals to distributors to everything. So I think you're growing well. To see that now in India, which seems like going to be the content hub for Southeast Asia, I think it is an absolutely good time where if you may not play with a big budget blockbuster, but these cinemas, these stories have a market. When it comes to numbers, a market, it's very important. Like I always say that it's a business. Somebody puts money. It's an expensive affair. Cinema doesn't have for free, free of cost. It can be low budget or big budget. But when it works, when you build a story from local people, there's a huge audience out there. If you see any platform, the kind of stories being told, it was always from Europe. On American films, how many great stories you see from smaller countries in Africa or smaller countries like Nepal or Bhutan, we don't see. I think this is a great time where we all should see collaborations, co-productions within these countries, neighborhood countries.
It's happening.
It's happening.
Yeah.
Look at your film, The Red Suitcase between Nepal and Sri Lanka.
And the Silent Echo, which was directed by a Bengali director, produced by Nepal, which went to long list of Oscars. The short film, The Silent Echo.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think these stories have more power today in terms of the global market than the existing studio-based bigger films. They have their own ticket values. But I think the smaller tickets is going to be bigger today because of the OTT platforms also.
Ma'am, there's so many questions I want to ask as an actor because we all love you as an actor. As an actor, how did you choose films initially in your career? And now how do you choose your films? Has that decision-making process changed or evolved over the years?
So, how I became an actor, I think in my session I had said, I don't know how many people were there yesterday, but I was always into movies. I remember I used to tear my mother's saris and dupattas and would dance on a very famous Amitabh Bachchan song. And I would get all the neighborhood kids to come, and I would tell them, I will give you gulab jamun and samosa and a cold drink, and you come and watch me perform and please applaud. So all my neighborhood friends would come, and I would dance, and they would come and just cheer me up. And I loved being the center of attention. I loved that I'm performing more than anything else. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. And I think from that age of 4, 5, I really didn't know what exactly, but I knew that I wanted to be on that screen where Mr. Bachchan was. And so yeah, I think universe just conspires for you, because I was just studying for my IS and all that stuff. And then I got selected in the Stardust magazine talent hunt, and which brought me to Mumbai. It was like a secret between me, my brother and my mother. And my uncle was a filmmaker. But I think 25 years back, the society was different. Now everyone says, हमारे बच्चे को acting करनी है. लेकिन तब अगर आप बोलते थे तो ये सोचा जाता था कि it's a very unpredictable profession. One doesn't know what it holds. So it was a secret mission between the three of us. And I reached Mumbai. I stayed with my uncle, but we didn't tell him what we were there for. In front of me at the panel of judges was Shekhar Kapoor, Yash Chopra, Subhash Ghai, Suraj Barjatya, the biggies out there, whose films I had like literally grown up watching. And they were watching me perform, so my legs were wobbly. And I saw my mother sitting right in the corner praying for me. So I was like, she has invested in my dreams. She believes in me and what I really want to do in my life. And I cannot falter on this. And then I performed. And I became the editor's choice. I got selected. And then, yes, the world of movies happened. The choice of movies for me always has been what the heart says yes to. I have never gone by the norms के ये commercial film बहुत चलेगी ये तुम कर लो, या ये इस film में ये है इसको कर लो, या ये director.
Money.
Fortunately, I haven't given in to just doing a film for money. For me, a film is a journey. And I need to enjoy that. I need to have a real good joyride with the director I'm working with the actors I'm working with my role. I should know that I'm going to have a ball playing that role. If it excites me as a child and I jump on my sofa whilst hearing it, I know I'm doing it. So for me, that excitement is very important.
Another question to ma'am. I watched a lot of your interviews, and you said that the workshop culture was not there, and now new age cinema makers, we don't do films without workshop, pre-production and stuff. So as an actor, what is your preparation method like once you receive the script? I'm also saying this because she has worked with one of the best filmmakers of India, or the world, I must say. Shyam Benegal, Yash Chopra, Rakesh Omprakash Mehra, Sir as well. So what is the process like between a director and an actor?
I've been fortunate when you say that. It just feels like a beautiful journey. And Shyam Benegal, I must say, was an amazing learning experience for me. After Train to Pakistan, I met him and I said, "Sir, I want to do your film." And he was so approachable. I think all these big directors are very approachable. It's a hawa that they create कि हमारे manager से बात कर लो. Those are a different league. But the people who make films and are very passionate about their movie making or their casting or whatever, they will meet you. So I called up and Shyam Benegal picked up and he said, "Shyam Benegal speaking, yes, tell me." I said, "Sir, I want to come and see you." And then he told me, "My casting unfortunately is done. There's only one song."
Which film was it?
This was Summer, which never got released. Okay. But I had a lesson for life for that. It was an amazing learning experience. And so he said, "There's only one song that I have. Will you dance?" I said, "I love dancing, sir." He says, "Then come have a party." So what party it was, he made me meet all the actors. He said, "So what is your hobby?" I said, "Sir, I come from Punjab. I love cooking." He says, "Go cook and teach some things to the other actors as well." I said, "What am I doing? cooking. He said, just cook for everyone. So I did. And then he said, okay, now you go to the folk dancers here. We were shooting in Madhya Pradesh. He said, go to the folk dancers, see how they dance. I said, what is Shyam Babu doing here? So I went and I saw. And he says, now listen to this song we are doing. I heard it. I said, sir, where's the choreographer? He said, you're going to choreograph it. You saw the dancers perform. You know their steps. Now choreograph it. I was all of 18. I was like, sir, me? He says, yes, you. And the responsibility assigned to you makes you suddenly, stand on your toes and be very active and alert that you don't want to let somebody down. And I said, okay, sir. So I prepared all the steps. And then he said, bring those dancers back, teach them. So the next day was teaching those dancers. And the 7th day, I actually shot. He said, I am not cutting this. It's going to be a one-shot song, one-take song. And there were 7 cameras around me. I was nervous. And the crew who had cooked with, all the cast and the other crew, they were all, it was a night shoot, sab aaye the ki is bachchi ko hum cheer up karenge. So they were all there, the entire village was there. I was nervous looking at everyone for reassurance. And I performed and and everyone just picked me up, lifted me, and they said, great work. And I looked back, and Shyam Babu just walked away. He had done his job of giving an 18-year-old a confidence for life.
When you're saying this, Shabana Azmi ma'am had just come to Nepal recently. She said the same experience about Shyam Benegal, sir. So I think every director has their own method of... any other director, Ram Prakash Mehra or
yes,
Yash Chopra for that example.
Yash always made it very effortless for you. He just made you enjoy. He said, "Tum meetha kya khaogi wo bolo, kaam to dekh lenge." And then they made me learn the dialects for Veer Zara, and Aditya would come and say, "Okay, I like the sound of this." So they had made me speak in Pakistan to the employee and the employer. Then they said, "Now pick up that tone of the employee." And then use it. And then they told me, use this tone, make it less sing-song. And that dialect came, then my body language came, then the clothes came in. I had grown up on those chiffon saris and the romance Yash Chopra had brought into me. And then I was enjoying the process of filmmaking in his film, which was, I must say, something I still have absorbed and I cherish it. And Rakesh Prakash Mehra, as I said yesterday, he's broken my myths of thinking कि मैं ये कर सकती हूँ. He's taken me beyond my comfort zones. So when I said I cannot do Dilli Chhe, he said, why? I said, because I feel shy. He said, excuse me? He says, you're an actor. What makes you shy? You go and just shine there. And when I went there, I told him, sir, क्या करूँ? He said, बस दिव्या को छोड़ दो और जलेबी को ले आओ. That for me was a big learning experience. Don't let yourself overshadow the character you're playing. You have to let go and you have to unlearn and learn again. So that happened. And then when I was doing Isri, I was very scared. I said, well, I can share a little secret. I had a huge crush on Farhan. And I said, I don't want to play his sister.
Farhan Akhtar.
Yes, during Milkha.
Oh, yeah.
So I said, I am not playing his sister. Again, he told me, you're an actor. What are you doing? So I said, I won't feel it. He says, you will feel it when you're in the journey of it. The first day of shoot, he took me on the set. And there was a Sardar with his back towards me. And he just tapped on him. And he turned, it was Farhan. I was just looking at him. I said, he's Milkha. He said, yes, and you're Isri. So these subtle ways of learning how to get into a character are these brilliant directors who just get you into the groove without even you realizing it.
Right. So one question, there's always a battle because I think film is the most expensive art in the world. I mean, crores and crores of rupees. Even in Nepal, I mean, we need crores of rupees to make a film. And you have been a director who's made films with his heart. You've not seen commerce. Is this film commercially viable or not? And I think it is not viable for many of the studios or anything. So how does a filmmaker have such a belief in his story, you know, when you know that you need such a big funds, you know, it's not a small fund to make a film. Have such belief, and how do you convince those producers and those studio makers to put money on your film that is not commercially viable in their eyes and still make it commercially viable?
Well, that's what they say, beg, borrow, steal. But I could not do any of that, so I had to sell my house to do my first film. So it's very simple.
So you first film I'm Kalam.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, no, I mean, now, of course, it's very easy, but way back 10, 12 years back, it was not easy to do indie films. And indie films are always in difficulty, wherever you go, in America, Europe, everywhere. But now, at least, there are studios to hear. But still, when you come from indie background and you have a very strong, powerful ways of saying things, they realize that they get insecure that whether you'll make a viable project for them which is right for audience, it will increase their number or business or not, which is a very scary method. So the film becomes a project. Okay, when it becomes a project, you basically you're forced to compromise at many levels. Okay. So I always say that, as a director, it's not just creative. 60% of you is like you do a managerial job. Because you also see artist emotion, their mood, your other craftsmen, which is like a cinematographer, DOP, their ways, their world. Because you always have, they're all independent artists, and you're actually fighting with them to tell one story. So for that struggle you have, but before that you have a script and asking someone to pay. Like my last show, I took it to somewhere, and one of the top person in the platform, they said that, oh, why should I put so much of money? This guy wanted to tell a story about a hill and river. Where is the romance? Where is the drama? And later when they realized also wanted to do, I said that's quite an insult for me. I don't want to do it. So it is also, you have to have the guts that you wanted to tell this story without anybody getting into your head. It is a struggle always. That's why I say every new film, we might have made 7, 8 successful film even, it's as good as your first film in terms of making, in terms of getting funds. So because you are not doing projects here, you are not doing sequels back to back to be under them. You're an independent artist. It's always a struggle.
And one question, how do you not be rude as well, but say, no, don't interfere on my script to producers? I'm sure, there are a lot of people trying to, say that, okay, story ko aisa kar do or story ko aisa kar do. How do you not become rude, but still say, no, this is my story and I want to make it the way I want to make it? Especially to producers or big stars, for that example. You have done that, I guess.
Yeah, all the time, that's what I said. So you have an emotion which is playing in your head, and then you wanted to manipulate that emotion from producers to actors to your talents, And sometime, like I said, it's like bride's father during a wedding. So it is the director, is like the bride's father. You actually have to manage everything, how much ever you say there is a producer, there is backup, everything, but it's not. Because your ways, everything, the light is going or the actor is going to take off, how do you compromise the set? I mean, there are many examples, it will be an endless story, but that's also an art as a director to convince, to make sure that they all are happy on the floor.
Exactly. And not be rude as well, not make the environment
you
sad.
Can't. It's simple.
Because I've seen so many, I've heard stories also of directors who are very calm, but when they get into the set, then they become this aggressive. I mean, I've heard a lot of stories, and even in Nepal also. Maybe because they cannot handle the mental stress.
You won't agree because the actors does have tantrums. No. No, it's both the side. So it's not that. Exactly. Everybody has like I said, it's independent artists together making one story is not easy. Whether it is DOP, actor, director, we all have our own ways, own tantrums. And that tantrums is not that you create, but the tantrum is something you live in. It's a very healthy tantrums. It's very healthy ego. Because if I bring an artist, I have worked on a story and I have worked for 2 years looking at my character like this. Suddenly an artist comes and they bring something onto the table and they create something out of it. If I get stubborn saying that you do this, and I have faced that. One of the artists who work, I'm saying I'm accepting the fact because I force so much myself into her that she literally got confused, you know, whether I should play what I wanted to do or what the director is saying. I wish I could have had time to discuss. So it's always, you know, like she said, I think it's that free space you give within your story, within your emotion, within your space, then it works better for each of us.
I hate to say this word, but even Nepal suffers from it, that woman actress, a female actress has very short shelf life. I'm so thankful to Indian film market and OTT platforms right now that female actors who are extremely brilliant, like Vidya Balan or Divya ma'am for that example, or Manisha Koirala for that example, are the most busiest right now. You know, doing such beautiful roles, well-crafted roles. So how is this new zone of OTT platforms in India, you know, brought a huge change? Because I guess you get a lot of offers. I'm 100% sure about it.
Well, I think this actually started with OTT saving our lives during the pandemic, and with the audience also changing the mindset. Filmmakers were always ready to tell stories. Like he said, he had to really, you know, there was a fight he had when the indie films were starting. But now with the onset of OTT coming in, what has happened is, like I was discussing earlier, that an actress is not just a heroine. When I had come into the industry earlier, so I was told there's a heroine, there's a vamp, and bhabhi role maybe. So let's see where, I mean, it was totally compartmentalized. And I was doing this role in a film, post Veer Zara. I was given these very significant roles, which were not the lead roles, only for the fact that they were not romancing the hero. So हमारे यहाँ कहा जाता है जो हीरो को रोमांस कर रही है, जो वो हीरोइन है. और अगर आपका दूसरा important role है और उससे भी ज़्यादा important है, but you're not opposite the hero, then you're not the stereotypical heroine. I think it started with me with Bhag Milkha Bhag, where I was called the unconventional heroine, where the talk was about the brother and sister. So
even Veer Zara also.
Even Veer Zara.
We still remember that role so much, Veer Zara.
So I think that happened that time. And but now when a role is offered to me, one director came to me, he says, "Ma'am, wo jo role aap kar rahe ho na, wo usko karna hai." So now that compartmentalization has disappeared. Those lines have diminished. So now a good role is a good role. I see actors doing roles where some film they are doing a short role, then a director would say, "Yeah, wo wali ladki bahut achhi thi, usko isme lead le lete hain." So those cliche cast systems that we had, thanks to also the casting directors coming in, it's become more professional. It's become like the way it should be done. You see people who really suit the role rather than just their market value, though it's changing now with all the stars coming into the OTT. So वो थोड़ा dilute हुआ है. लेकिन we have kind of diminished away the fact that a heroine is only, or an actor is only when she's either romancing the hero or she's the mother. There's a lot in between where there's so many layers to be unfolded, unfurled, where you can see her as grey, you can see her as feeling negative emotions and not apologetic about it. So I'm loving this phase, and yes, I'm getting some good offers and doing them too and enjoying this phase.
I just watched Meet in Heaven, Zoya Akhtar again, a filmmaker that I completely idolize, and big actors playing, you know, seasons and beautiful series. Have you watched it, ma'am?
I have seen a few. I'm still watching.
It's really beautiful.
It is.
So we wish to see you. And now let's not forget that you've written books as well. 2 books that are outside in the bookstall. So I'm going to buy it after this.
Yes, I'll give you the signatures, my dear.
So what's the journey, creative journey like as an artist, you know, as an actor and now as a writer? Because somewhere, you know, as an actor, when you're playing that role, you've not written it, you know, it's not your creation. That's the truth, right? But as a writer, you're creating that character. So how has this journey of an actor and a writer been like?
So first of all, I'd say both the professions for me have been the most divinely satiating professions, for the sheer fact that they both give you the chance to express yourself. The ways might be different, but you're writing, you're expressing yourself, you're acting, you're expressing yourself. And when you say the acting bit, you're not the writer there. So when you say you're not writing it, it's a process with the director. So when he comes and narrates a role to me, we will go through the entire process of where she comes from, where is she now, where is she heading, her after story, even if you're not showing it in the film. It gives me an insight into what I'm playing. So it is, I think, a very joint journey together where you are a part of, at least with your own role. And nowadays, I think it's always lovely. Like I remember Sriram Raghavan telling me, will you please come and watch my film? Tell me if any changes you think you require. So that for me is creative thing where you get that satisfaction of creatively having an input in something beyond your acting. As far as writing is concerned, yes, you have the freedom of writing what you want to write. And I have written non-fiction, both of them. One is on my mother and the other is my film journey. And both have been very gratifying. And it's amazing the power of subconscious that you have so much stored in your head. I remember when I was writing Me and Ma, I was given a time limit of 6 months, and 5 months I was just grieving, in depression. And when my editor called me and she said, are you done? I said, either I can just keep sitting like this, or I do something about this book and celebrate my mother. And then I started writing. I don't know where I went, what zone I was in. I was just free-flowing for days, and within a month I had finished that book. Unlike the second book that I did, which was during lockdown, I thought, मेरे पास बहुत time है, मैं लिखती हूँ आराम से. But I guess I'm one of those last-minute people who feel I give my best at the last minute. So when I wrote a chapter, my first chapter was Mr. Bachchan's. And I was like, इसको मैं और better कर सकती हूँ, I can do better. And then I left it. I only started when I was given deadlines. When I started shooting again, I told my editor, give me a danda on my head and say, you know, you have just this much time. And then I wrote all the chapters that I wrote. So that process is very personal, very yours, and it's beautiful but expressive.
Also, one curiosity, because writing is a very lonely job, at least from the outside, you know, you have to be alone. And as an actor, I think you search to be alone, right? So, you know, how did you like the experience of being alone and now you have to write, but as an actor, you're like, you have so many people around you all the time.
So initially when I started writing, I had heard this. And it can be very different for every person, but for me, I'm just telling my situation. That when I started writing, I would say, "Akela chhod do, koi nahi aaye, andar disturb mat karna." I would go somewhere and write all those very typical things. In my second book, the bachas in the house would come inside and they would say, "Bui, we are writing something." I wouldn't even know what they are doing because I was so into it, and just keep writing. So I guess how engrossed you are, you do not know where you are. I love that feeling of getting engrossed.
This is such a nice thing. So last question to you, sir. This will be an inspiration to all the people who want to, you know, tell the stories to the world. You come from a very small town from Orissa. So when you told your family that I want to be a filmmaker, how was their reaction? Did they support you, or did they?
No, it was not allowed at all, you know. I come from a small village, a humble village, not even town. And the only thing, like many of us grew up in such low middle class or poor families, you know, humble families. I think all your parents want is you to do a job and get some money home because there's nothing else. Artist, it was too far to talk about it also, okay? And when I failed in graduation, then I moved to Delhi. And since I could not complete my, I was a very bad student. I failed in class 8. I failed in graduation. I'm not even a graduate. So I had to move to Delhi to find, in search of a job only, to do something, get a job, get some money. And I was incidentally introduced to, I was a storyteller from childhood. I used to paint. I used to do a lot of stuff. I used to write. And for them, all matters was, if you make money, it's fine. For me, it was like as if I've landed on the, you know, heaven. When I knew that there are people who make films. And it was part of Doordarshan program, you know. And that's when it begins. So I think all you need to do, and from that, it did not had a much gap. Within 3 years, I became a director. I did my first documentary on rag pickers on a railway line. I think all you have to do is just get up, write your stories, and now the people making films on iPhones, and they're getting Oscars. So today, the world is not that far like what we lived 20 years back. So all you have to do is you're convinced about a story and you want to tell to the world. You have an iPhone or any phone, you make a film. As simple as that.
So as you said right now, if you're comfortable, please share it, that you sold your house to make your first film. So, I mean, how was the decision like? Did you, I mean, you had to convince your family, or, I mean, it's a big decision.
No, I mean, if you ask any artist, they all have gone through that. I don't think it's a very big decision, because at the end of the day, when you want to do something, nothing can stop you. Whether you want to do a painting, you want a piece of music, or you want to make a film. And I suffered. Forget about that, just making the film. Let me tell you, to inspire young guys, that the making of the film was not enough. The idea of I Am Kalam was to do a short video film of 20 minutes for an NGO. They supported, okay? They gave very little amount of money. Then I realized that, okay, I want to make a feature film. Then I realized I want to do it on Super 35, which is damn expensive, which is how the film budget gone like 100 times more. But that's not the end of the story. When I finished the film, I showed it to my friends in Bombay. They said, it's a good telefilm. Give it to Durdarshan, 2-4 lakh mil jayega. By then I had spent about 1.4 crore. And nobody was accepting. My house, literally, I had a small child. My son was quite a, he was like 4 or 5 years old. There was literally, the story was, we didn't have money to buy milk, buy eggs. I had borrowed money from everybody I knew. So 2 years, I become a salesman, holding my film on the head and shoulder, going door to say that meri film dekh lo ji, kuch kar do. From then till today, it made 300 times more profit.
Exactly.
And
just a week ago,
film.
Just a week ago, I watched I Am Kalam in Star Movies in my home in the TV. And I can watch I Am Kalam anytime in Netflix here. So look at the journey. Wow.
Yeah, more than that, I think the film also said what you said, the first question, how a tiny little story of a village or a small child becomes a global story. I remember traveling with the film. It got about 34 international awards. It got a national award. It traveled all over the world. But that film also a reflection for me how a film is, there's no language of cinema. I went and saw this small school in South Korea and in Poland. The children were not understanding the language, but they were like all over the film, they were crying. So that's the power of a good story.
Let's open for the audience as well. We'll take one question. Anybody in the audience? Yeah.
We all are hungry.
Good morning. My name is Diksha Chapagai, and I'm a social worker. Since 21 years, I'm helping helpless people. And I want to ask my question in Nepali. Can you translate it?
Yes,
yes. Thank you. 21 वर्षदेखि सोशल वर्क गरिरहँदाखेरि आई हेभ अ मेनी स्टोरी भित्रको पनि स्टोरी देखिरहेको छु र म अहिले लास्टमा उहाँले भने जस्तै एउटा भाषा नबुझे पनि त्यसको स्टोरीले टच गर्छ र उहाँहरूले चाहिँ फिल्म हेर्नुहुन्छ भनेर भन्नुभयो। त्यस्तै चाहिँ मेरो हाम्रो सेल्टर होममा यति स्टोरी को बच्चाहरू छ, छोरीहरू छ, अनि उहाँहरूलाई म के भन्छु भनेदेखि मैले पहिला पनि नेपाली फिल्म मेकरहरूलाई मैले धेरैलाई भने, तर चाहिँ यस्तो स्टोरी कसैले पनि हेर्दैन। अहिले यस्तो स्टोरी चाहिँ खासै मन पराउँदैन, यो बिजनेसको हिसाबले पनि चाहिँ खासै चल्दैन दीक्षा। त्यही भएर चाहिँ यिनीहरूको स्टोरीलाई कभर गरेर फिल्म बनाउनु त्यति उचित हुँदैन होला भनेर भन्नुहुन्छ हैन। तर म चाहिँ आज के सजेस्ट गर्न चाहन्छु, म के रिक्वेस्ट गर्न चाहन्छु भनेदेखि प्लिज जुन छोरीलाई 2 वर्षको उमेरमा उसको फादरले रेप गरेको छ, एक जुन छोरीलाई मैले एउटा जंगलमा एउटा ओडारबाट लिएर आएको छु, छोरी अहिले +2 सिध्याएर बसेको छ, जुन छोरीलाई मैले एउटा चाहिँ खोलाको किनारमा भेटाएँ र उसलाई मैले डोकोमा बोकेर लिएर आएर उसलाई मैले हुर्काएँ र ऊ अहिले +2 पढिरहेको छ भने त्यस्तो छोरीहरूलाई समेटेर उनीहरूको कथालाई समेटेर वाइ नट मेक द वान भेरी इन्ट्रेस्टिङ नेपाली फिल्म। त्यसको लागि चाहिँ उहाँहरूलाई केही सोचिदिनुहोस् यसको विषयमा पनि यस्तो स्टोरीहरूलाई पनि कभर गरिदिनुहोस् भन्न चाहन्छु किन यस्तो स्टोरीहरूलाई कभर गरेर उहाँहरू फिल्म बनाउनको लागि चाहिँ एग्री हुनुहुन्न र प्लिज गरिदिनुहोस् भन्न चाहन्छु के छ यसको विषयमा उहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ जवाफ पनि चाहन्छु थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच
I think it's directed to you. Have you understood, sir? The question. So what she's saying is Nepal also has a lot of stories about young children, everything, but those are not, because even here in Nepal, it's the same all over the world, you know. People think that such stories are not commercial. I think Sir has already answered the question. So to sum it up, I would ask you, so are you ready for Nepali co-production, as we were talking on backstage as well? How open are you to produce Nepali movies or, you know, even direct Nepali movies? So do you look...
Well, I'm like, you consumed with stories already, which you, as a director, I don't do too many things, you know, 2 years, one film. But I realized that the kind of process I had gone through as an independent filmmakers, and I see that struggle all over the world, and especially countries like Sri Lanka, Nepal, in my country also, there are regional films. I always liked, I made a Malayalam film also. I like to produce small indie films always. You know, if there are nice stories, great makers, I'm happy to do that.
So if any indie film, Nepali filmmaker is here, how do they approach you, sir?
Well, there is email, you know, you can always reach me out on Twitter, Instagram, anywhere.
Facebook.
You know. It's very easy.
Yeah. So any more question? You're the last question.
Hello, I cannot count my blessings because I'm just getting another chance right now. My question too is for Divya ma'am and sir as well. So, of course, OTT has given more platform for every artist, but at the meantime there is a divide going on that it is destroying Bollywood and it's destroying this theatre-going culture and all the emotions that came along with, you know, going to theatre, film dekhne jana and all. And with AI coming in the scene, what do you think is that, are we in this phase where this whole culture is going to transcend? Or maybe we are going to a new reality where watching movie would be on OTT platform and theatres, maybe in 10-20 years from now, that's just going to be like, kuch past mein hota tha and all that. Thank you.
Well, just quickly to answer, that we love gossip, you know, as audience, as filmmakers, both sides. So when from TV becomes theater to digital, I think we should never scared about any form of technology to deviate from storytelling or its market, both for audience and makers. So AI coming in, I don't see, there's so much of insecurity we are building up by talking on Twitter and Instagram, but I don't see that.
Well, I think we always have phases. When there was television, they used to say that television aa gaya hai to theatre khatam. So nothing happened. TV and theatre both coexisted beautifully. Now with OTT coming in, we've started saying the same thing. And it did happen because there was a time when you're watching a film in your house with your family at your own given time. The conditioning happened such that you got so used to just the OTT that theatres needed you to, they needed to give you something to pull them to you. So, but that took time. There was a time when all the films bombed. Prices itne bade the tickets ke. You needed something of a magnum opus to call you into the theatres, and then these RRRs happened and the South Indian films started doing well. And then we started saying कि ये तो सिर्फ South Indian films हैं, हमारी हिंदी फिल्मों का क्या हुआ या बाकी फिल्मों का क्या हुआ. And then gradually all those films started doing well too, and recently we've had a spate of super hit films coming in with Gadar 2 giving like to everyone what just happened. People are ready to go back to theatres. So it's very clear you have a set audience, but you need to give a good content to the audience and they will go. So I don't think we need to be insecure about anything. All the mediums will last, coexist beautifully.
Right, and especially because ma'am has written a book as well, 2 books, right?
2 books, they're outside, so anyone wants to buy, I shall sign them. And lovely meeting you all, shukriya, happy lunching, and thank you for having us. Shukriya.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
So I would like to invite Divya Datta ma'am and Neela Pandaji on the stage. Yashasvi Samman will be conferred to Manisha Koirala ji. So let's, Nepal Yashasvi Award will be conferred to her. So let's have Divya Datta ma'am and Neela Pandaji on the stage first. And now we shall also invite Manisha ma'am on the stage. So let's have a huge round of applause for her. So Manisha ma'am, we would request you to say a few words. Yeah.
Hello. Thank you so much. बसेर बोल्दै धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद मलाई कलिङ्गा लिटरेचर फेस्टिभलले यो अवार्ड दिनुभएकोमा यसको लायक छु कि छैन त्यो मलाई थाहा छैन तर तपाईहरुको माया तपाईहरुको आशीर्वाद तपाईहरुको स्नेह को यो रूप हो भन्ने भन्छु थ्यांक यू सो मच र especially receiving from my friends it means a lot and it means more because it's in Kathmandu so thank you all very much. Thank you.